In a world where power, fame, and influence dictate one's fate, a man who is considered trash emerges as the best among the rest. Let's witness the life of Bai Luochen when he was reincarnated in a fantasy world as the miscalculated master of power, and his journey to becoming the hero that nobody expects him to be. Somewhere in an unknown fantasy world lies the Azure Bird Peak. Here, a man named Bai Luochen has been chopping wood for 10 years. He manages to get the title of Sink of Chopping Firewood in his 10th year in this place. Well, who would not be given such recognition after chopping 3.65 million firewood? He probably has this mantra that chopping firewood a day makes you a saint someday. Here is his quick backstory. Originally, he was from Earth, but as the common tragic cliche in this world, he suffered from an unfortunate fate, just like what Aunt Ursula always sings. Those poor unfortunate souls, so sad, so true. Then, he was reborn in a fantasy world, and he even became a teacher of the runic seal department in the King Han Academy. At some point in his life in this world, he tried to hack the system to control things and get his dream life. Little did he know that the system he hacked was a firewood chopping system. Oh, bro doesn't want to play fair and square, so he gets despair. One day, a flying messenger entered Bai Luochen's realm and informed him that the Front Mountain Palace examination had started and the headmaster was expecting him to be there already. He knows that even if he goes to the examination area, he will not get any disciple due to his realm's status. He asked the messenger to leave, and guess what? He did not go. Instead, he checks if the dragon he wants to eat is fat enough to satisfy his hunger. Come on, bro, you've got a job to do. Meanwhile, several aspiring examiners attended the Front Mountain Palace examination, hoping to be part of the sword arts department. Whoa, this must be the same department that Kirito and Asuna attended, but they probably chose to go online instead. A man named Jiang Himing is flattered and delighted to see that many people want to join his realm. Well, he is the cream of the crop who always stays on top, considering he easily gains 500 disciples in just one day. On the other hand, Bai Luochen's spot doesn't have a single examiner. Plus, he is not even around. That being said, all of the other realm rulers like him and Jiang Himing start to feel wrong about him. In fact, they envy him for having the best location for a realm. Jiang Himing can no longer keep his cool, so he lashes out his disappointment at the headmaster about Bai Luochen's incapacity as a realm teacher. Li Kuangshi, the headmaster, reminded them that Bai Luochen had lost all of his cultivation and spent 10 years in the revolving light stage to protect the academy. Wait a minute, looks like our Sing of Chopping Firewood had a heroic moment in the past. Well, we should not really judge a book by its cover. This, however, did not stop them from protesting against his position as a realm teacher. In the middle of the rising commotion, Bai Luochen arrives and immediately gets mocked by Jiang Himing for getting injured by a snake. This made him look even more incompetent in the eyes of several examiners. However, the beautiful girl wearing super body-fit Chinese clothing feels differently about the snake. Turns out that it's just a level away from becoming a deadly and dangerous dragon. Jiang Himing challenges him that if he doesn't get a single disciple that day, he has to resign as a realm teacher. Dang it, looks like Jiang Himing is up for bad scheming. Bai Luochen, on the other hand, told them that he had the intention to resign even before he suggested it. The headmaster stopped him, but he had already made up his mind to give up his teaching position. What the heck? He feels so defeated even before the war starts. After hearing this, the headmaster starts declaring Bai Luochen's resignation from his position. However, he was stopped by the same girl earlier. She stated her willingness to learn under Bai Luochen's teaching. Most of the people in that place expressed disapproval of her decision. She is even bribed by Jiang Himing, which she immediately refuses. This makes Jiang Himing thinks that they are planning something against him. Brah, are you for real? It's not always about you. This guy seems too afraid of his own ghost. When Bai Luochen asked for why she wanted to study under him, it was revealed through her thoughts that she was a reincarnation of an immortal, but couldn't disclose it to anyone. Also, she saw that the snake was one level away from being a dragon. This is a type of dragon that even she would have a hard time defeating, even when she was immortal. Thus, she wants to genuinely learn from a true master cultivator of power like Bai Luochen. Since everything sounds good, the headmaster advises them to return to their respective realms. The girl then introduces herself as Su Liyue, and both of them enter the portal to their realm. Upon arrival at Bai Luochen's realm and seeing its surrounding, Su Liyue feels skeptical about his decision. Don't doubt it, girl. Be firm with your decision, thrive in ambiguity, and be fearless in facing the unknown. Not long after, Bai Luochen informs her that there are 4 rules she needs to be aware of under his instruction. First, they don't plan any lessons, as they focus more on self-awareness. Second, they are free to come and go as they like, and there is no need to report where they will go or what they will do. Third, they lack cultivation resources because of the lack of students. Then the fourth one is something he has not figured out yet. Why am I not surprised? Well, that's very Mr. Bai. Then he gives her some books that contain everything she needs to know about runic seals, and a place to stay. Later on, he prepared the snake dragon he had defeated earlier. Behold Chef Bai's roasted snake dragon meat in medium rare. Su Li Yue started to smell the roasted dragon snake, and she felt a strong desire to savor the taste of dragon meat. Perhaps we can reverse the saying, a way to a woman's heart is through her nose. She also realizes that she's been cultivating for thousands of years, but she has never tasted dragon meat even once. She then sets aside her pride and takes the opportunity to ask her master to have some of it. However, Bai Luochen quickly refuses. She was persistent in wanting to taste the dragon meat, so he gave her the stick to have a lick. Wow, that's one epic rhyme. She's so thick, she received his stick for her to lick at the mountain peak. He explains why he is not giving her a portion of the meat. She was so disappointed and anxious at the same time, but since she craved it, she decided to give it a try. Well, as they say, curiosity kills the cat. Right after she licks the stick, she feels an immense amount of spiritual energy flowing through her body, which she can't handle at all. Uh-oh, to me that looks like she had an orga-censored kind of moment. After that nerve-wracking experience, Bai Luochen reminded her not to be greedy, for one lick a day is enough for her. What the fudge? That is sus. Not to mention, the way she licks that stick is extremely sus. Upon realizing how dangerous it is to eat dragon meat, she thanks her master for the opportunity and carries on with the day. Meanwhile, two suspicious guys are approaching Bai Luochen's portal. They are from the beast taming department, and they want to steal a horse raised by Bai Luochen for themselves. Boys, remember the 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal. Little did the two thieves know Su Li Yue felt their presence, and she had already discovered their evil plan. One of them uses a potion like incense to make the horse fall asleep. Then they sense an immense power coming from a girl. Whoa, Miss Su, that aura looks familiar. Are you Son Goku's descendant? One of the thieves said she should return to her room and not meddle in someone else's business. She then warns the thieves not to dare touch any of Bai Luochen's belongings in her presence. I'll give you a perfect 10, Miss Su. Your integrity and loyalty are remarkable. One of the thieves attacks her. He was ready to grab Su Li Yue's body, but it did not happen as she managed to dodge his attack and successfully gave him a highly powerful one-leg kick. I would love to call that a jaw-breaking kick. After losing his cool, he was so pumped up to destroy the girl. He releases his flaming aura and attacks her. She did not bother and prepared to attack him as well. When he comes closer to her, she delivers another one-leg critical kick strike charged with burning blue flames. He was thrown in midair, spinning, and his arm was severely injured from the impact. Not to mention, the kick he received comes with a blue fire that burns his spiritual energy. Well, that's Su Li Yue for you, Mr. Thief. Angry about the defeat of his senior brother, the other thief wants her to pay for what happened and immediately attacks her. Little did they know Bai Luochen woke up from the commotion and activated a silencing array spell. This is like a ceiling barrier with a noise-canceling effect, and it prevents anyone from fleeing the fight. Realizing what spell that was, Su Li Yue did not hold back and did her best to beat the snot out of these thieves. Moments later, the two thieves, with their extremely deformed swollen faces, went straight to Shang Sheng. He is the eldest senior of the beast taming department. They actually came to report what happened. They promised their senior brother to steal the horse again once they get fully recovered. How undignified. The audacity of these thieves to declare another attempt to steal someone else's property is getting on my nerves. Shang Sheng gave the two some kind of potion that could restore them back to full health. He told them to rest and leave the rest to him. He immediately releases an order to gather and go to Azure Bird Peak. However, they were stopped by his junior. He explains that attacking Elder Bai is a big mistake. They want to make it look like she is the one who started the fight. Since they have a more credible reputation, they are confident that the majority will believe them more than Bai Luochen. This way, they could put so much pressure on Bai Luochen, and it could give them an opportunity to frame his disciple. Then on top of it, they can demand the horse from him in exchange for the misconduct of his disciple. Such schemy bastards. Looks like the beast in their department's name runs naturally in their blood. The next day, while Bai Luochen is chopping firewood, he asks Su Li Yue if she has managed to read the book that he gave her yesterday. Stunned by the question, she couldn't answer him directly. Hoops, someone is caught off guard. With all honesty, she tells him that her spiritual energy was depleted after reading half a page. What's worse is she could not even understand what was written on it. Surprisingly, Bai Luochen got surprised by her report. Su Liyue expresses her apologies for disappointing her master. Bai Luochen, however, tells her that she is mistaken. He was, in fact, happy and surprised that she managed to read half of a page. He also tells her that he thought she would only be able to read a few questions. That, to me, sounds like he's belittling her. Embarrassed by what she heard, she asks him if he thinks she is stupid. Bai Luochen, in contrast, explains to her that book is a collection of his own runes and seal characters, which pleasantly surprises her. He actually expects no one to understand it at all, so having someone who manages to read half a page in just one night impresses him. As a reward, he gave her a token that she could level up to gain access to more martial scripts. Whoa, who would think that Mr. Bai is a generous guy? On the other hand, Su Liyue is not interested in other martial scripts, for she has been reading them for thousands of years. She would rather have Bai Luochen's unique book than the others. That's a wise choice, Miss Su. Moments later, Bai Luochen felt an ominous presence at the entrance of Azure Bird Peak. Su Liyue tells him that it might be due to what happened last night. They went straight to the entrance to see what was happening. It turns out that the guys from the beast taming department reported the twisted truth to the law enforcement hall. Then they went there to arrest Su Liyue for maliciously hurting her fellow disciples. Song Lang and Zhao Cheng from the law enforcement hall command Bai Luochen to hand over his disciple to them. He then asks Xiang Sheng what about the two guys from the beast taming department who sneak out into his realm to cause some trouble. Xiang Sheng told him that they had just accidentally slipped into the Azure Bird Peak and were already severely punished. What a big liar. After hearing that, Bai Luochen told them that his disciple then just accidentally injured them and told them all that there was no need to bother, for he could handle it himself. Boom. Burned. Xiang Sheng, on the other hand, insists that Su Liyue is guilty and should be punished. He even told the guys from the law enforcement hall that Bai Luochen is actually trying to cover up the crime of his disciple and he should be punished too. What an abominable bastard. Soon after, Song Lang and Zhao Cheng approach and try to intimidate Bai Luochen. However, as expected from him, he does not even feel bothered by their remarks. This triggered the guys from the law enforcement hall and they decided to attack them. He then told Su Liyue to take care of them and take it as a test of what she had learned so far. As they attack, she engages with them and gracefully dodges all their attacks as if she were dancing. The two continue to attack her, but they also wonder exactly what she is doing. Moments later, they finally realize that she is drawing runes while moving around them. This shocks Song Lang, as even an expert in runic magic would draw the runes before battling, but she does it on the spot. Well, take it from an immortal who had lived long years even before they were born. Zhao Cheng gets pissed off with her as he thinks she is looking down on them. Song Lang then suggested that they use their combined attack to interrupt her runic spell. This unison attack creates a huge green dragon force that strikes Su Liyue. However, she had already completed the runes and successfully managed to intercept that strong attack with the blue round force engulfed with lightning magic. The attack was so powerful and it created a massive explosion. Soon after the dust subsided, they saw Su Liyue standing in front of them and wielding two bluebirds charged with blue lightning magic. She then cast them to the two law enforcers and instantly defeated them. Meanwhile, Bai Luochen realizes that Su Liyue's attribute is lightning magic. To further help her cultivate her power, he thinks of returning to the Abyss to get something that can aid her in developing her ability. Salute to you, Mr. Bai. Never have I ever thought that you would go the extra mile just to help your disciple improve even better. In his defeated and helpless state, Song Lang calls the attention of Xiang Sheng to make a move, as he reveals that they only came there for him. This stunned Xiang Sheng, and he felt so irritated by Song Lang for calling him out amid the situation. He then said that if the two of them could not even defeat her, what were the odds for him to defeat her alone? Hoops, red alert, a big coward has been detected. Moments later, Su Liyue casts a rune on his body, and she apologizes for accidentally casting it on him. She told him she was actually aiming it at Song Lang, but accidentally missed it. Oh, Miss Su, that's an epic way to throw shade at him. Serves you right, Mr. Coward. Song Lang stands up and threatens Bai Luochen that his action is a serious provocation that he will surely regret. With his evil smirk, Bai Luochen told him that they should be the ones regretting their actions. Song Lang told him what is he going to do about it. This kind of trash-talking triggers Bai Luochen, and his facial expression changes into an empty, merciless one. His immense spiritual energy oozes out of his body and commands them to kneel with the use of his one finger. Out of nowhere, the whole area was engulfed with tremendous power, and the three guys felt what seemed like a gravitational force that dragged them down to the ground. Sir Isaac Newton is shaking. Bra has just defied the law of gravity. They all wonder how Bai Luochen can do that in his current status. Zhao Cheng asks him if he had already recovered his previous status. He then reminds them that they are in his realm, Azure Bird Peak. This means that the place is basically following his commands. Song Lang added that realm instructors like him could borrow spiritual energy from the whole Ling Fang. Meanwhile, Song Lang received his summon alert from Elder 2. However, his current state will not allow him to respond to it. As a result, Song Lang receives internal damage from his own elder. Realizing what is happening, Bai Luochen allows the two to go. As for Xiang Sheng, he will kneel down there and is only allowed to go anywhere if Elder Yu from Beast Taming Department comes for him. Mr. Bai is truly a badass. Later on, Song Lang and Zhao Cheng went straight to the Beast Taming Department. Here, they reported to Chang Kun, the vice instructor of the Beast Taming Department, about what happened to Xiang Sheng. Chang Kun then commands them to leave and let him personally handle the situation. I have a bad feeling about this man. Moments later, he asks Yin Hai to accompany him to go to Azure Bird Peak to get Xiang Sheng back. The next day, Bai Luochen is upset that not a single person from the Beast Taming Department came to talk to him. He then decides to visit Suli Yue and let her know that he has to go somewhere. Before leaving, he also gave her a seal that she could use if someone from the Beast Taming Department came. That must be teleportation or summoning jutsu. Bai Luochen instantly arrives at the Abyss to look for something to help his disciple cultivate her power. Here, he noticed a female student from the academy, so he hid his presence with his invisibility spell. Not long after, he realizes that the girl is actually chased down by two thugs. Well, as expected from this fantasy world, bad guys are everywhere to be found. She was actually overpowered and got cornered by the thugs. The thugs wanted to defile her body, and she felt very scared about the situation. But seriously, what the heck is with that shadow across her face? That is really sus. Her fear of getting defiled by a bad guy made her do a desperate situation to cast a spell on herself. This, however, was immediately stopped by the boss thug. Then, he starts harassing her. Poor little girl. While in a helpless situation, she contemplates her life with her sister and lets herself accept the fate that she's about to face. Out of nowhere, she heard Bai Luochen's voice telling her to hit his Danzhong point. He also transfers some of his energy to her. Realizing this, she musters all her remaining power, strength, and courage to hit his vulnerable point. This attack is so strong and effective that he stumbles backward, dealing with the most critical attack he has ever received in his life. Is it just me, or does that attack really resemble the signature move of the Hyuga clans? After receiving that deadly strike, his body starts to disintegrate. Right after that, the girl starts bowing her head everywhere and thanking the person who helped her. After knowing that his master is now dead, the apprentice of the big boss starts to boil with so much bloodlust. He then attacks her, intending to kill her. He also knows that she doesn't have any spiritual power left in her body, so he is confident that he can kill her. In that hopeless situation, she asked the one who helped her what to do. Bai Luochen did not disappoint her and told her exactly what to do. However, the apprentice was also quite strong, putting the girl in a deadly situation. Before the deadly attack lands on her, Bai Luochen cast a chain spell, restricting him from hurting her any further. Well, what else to expect from the Uzumaki clan's chakra chains? After restricting him, Bai Luochen told the girl to kill him. The girl, however, did not kill him, for she wants to know from him the whereabouts of her sister. The thug, on the other hand, warns her that killing him would cause her so much trouble, and that the sect where he belongs will hunt her down. Getting pissed off by the situation, Bai Luochen appears before them. This shocks the two of them after recognizing who he is. He then asks the thug directly where is the girl she is looking for. The thug, however, refuses to tell him what he wants to hear. Without a second thought, he commanded him to die. Then the thug's body started swelling and he exploded like a squashed tomato. Ew, that's disgusting. Soon after, he asks the girl if she has anything that belongs to her sister. Bai Luochen also summons a yellow bird that looks like not in the mood and having a bad day. Brah, this angry bird with Pikachu's iconic blush on the cheeks made my day. She then gives him the handkerchief that her sister gave her. Immediately, Bai Luochen commands the angry bird to locate the owner of the handkerchief, which the bird effortlessly accomplishes. Bai Luochen and the girl went straight to the location right away. Here, they saw the girl's sister badly injured in what appeared like a deep underground cave. He cast a spell that seems like giant bluish sperm cells that go down to the girl's location. This bluish sperm-like magic transforms into floating bubbles. and ascends on the surface with the girl. The two sisters reunited, and Bai Luochen gave her the 5 elements pill to fully recover instantly. When night arrived, a strong presence with a gust of wind appeared in Azure Bird Peak. It was none other than Chen Kung and Yin Hai. Chen Kung declares that he arrived for Su Li Yue and her master Bai Luochen to receive their punishment. Bloody hell, it looks like a strong storm is about to come. A few hours before the night arrives, Bai Luochen interrogates the two sisters about why they loiter around a dangerous place like the Abyss. The older sister explains what truly happened, and he learns from them that they are actually chasing down the silkworm beast. She also reveals that the two thugs from the Formless Boundary sect who are chasing them in the Abyss are also after the silkworm. Bai Luochen realizes that it could be the best material for his disciple, who has a lightning attribute since the silkworm has both water and lightning attributes. Sounds like a plan, Mr. Bai. Back in the present time, Su Li Yue comes out of the door after hearing that someone is looking for her master. She tells them that if they have a message for him, they can tell her, and she will pass it on to him. Chen Kung then orders her to kneel. Su Li Yue immediately tells him she did nothing wrong, so why must she kneel? Chen Kung told her that disciples should kneel before their elders. He also pointed out that her trash master did not teach her the rules of the academy. Su Li Yue asks for apologies for not knowing the rules. She also reiterated that her master is not trash and that the elder should be more respectful with his words. This, however, infuriates Chen Kung, and he uses his power to force her to kneel down. Su Li Yue, on the other hand, uses her own power to suppress the force even if it causes her body to get severely damaged. She constantly refuses to kneel down, and Chen Kung continuously delivers a strong force to make her kneel down. Su Li Yue uses more of her power to subdue the force. Upon realizing the resolve of Su Li Yue, Chen Kung orders Yin Hai to kill her. Yin Hai, on the other hand, is not as bad as his master. However, he cannot go against the order of his master, so he approaches Su Li Yue and talks to her. Yin Hai is convincing her to kneel down and not let her pride kill her. Oh, it looks like not all members of the beast taming department are evil. Nonetheless, she will not change her mind. Thus, it leaves him no choice but to follow his master's order. Just when he is about to deliver his finishing blow, the black horse, Xiao Wu, tackles him with tremendous power, knocking Yin Hai out of consciousness. Xiao Wu is literally and figuratively the dark horse of this story. Witnessing its immense power, Chen Kung uses his power to tame Xiao Wu. He is basically stronger than the horse, so he managed to give severely critical damage. Poor Xiao Wu. Su Li Yue could no longer take his cruelty, so she fought back. She provokes him to go near her so she can cast her signature move, Moon Fairy Wheel. She successfully hit him with her attack. However, Chen Kung brought a treasure that could heal even the most severe wound of all time. Thus, he survives that fatal blow without even a single scar. What the heck? That's cheating. Full restoration at its finest. Casting that attack consumes all the spiritual energy of Su Li Yue, so she starts feeling so weak. After realizing how dangerous Su Li Yue is, he decided to end her life to no longer pose a threat to him. Another coward alert from the beast taming department. Xiao Wu wants to save her, but it can hardly even move a muscle. Su Li Yue remembers what Bai Luochen told her in that hopeless and life-threatening situation. So, she activated the seal that her master gave her. Then all of a sudden, a blue light of immense power blasts off from that seal. Su Li Yue managed to escape death after the explosion. After the seal was broken, a huge blue electric angry bird appeared, directly attacking Chen Kung. That bird is extremely powerful, and it destroyed Chen Kung's protective treasure. Not only that, it manages to drain Chen Kung's spiritual energy. I guess you should not mess with an angry bird. In his defeated state, Yin Hai, who is now conscious, comes to his rescue. Chen Kung immediately asked for his 5 elements pill and completely restored his health. He suddenly went berserk and attacked Su Li Yue. She thought it was her end, but out of nowhere, she saw her master in front of her. Moreover, Chen Kung's attack is even stopped by Bai Luochen's clone. Yes, you heard that right. It's just a clone. Well, that's one tough Bunshin no Jutsu. Meanwhile, his main body starts healing Su Li Yue. Then, his clone crushed the head of Chen Kung on the ground. Yin Hai asks Bai Luochen to stop his attack, so he puts him in a bell-like restriction spell to prevent him from interfering. The clone continues to beat the hell out of Chen Kung's body. Then, in his almost lifeless state, the clone throws him to Yin Hai. Chen Kung then asks for another 5 elements pill, and magically, it's a max recovery. On the other hand, the clone of Bai Luochen is now treating Xiao Wu's fatal wounds, while his main body continues to heal Su Li Yue. Oops, what the hell is with her reaction? Plus, Bai Luochen's hand is as if is grabbing her melons. And his fully restored health and spiritual energy, Chen Kun changes his outfit and summons a high-grade monster known as the Horn Eagle. Personally, I will not call it eagle because it's actually a griffin. The flying beast releases a tremendous amount of power and attacks Bai Luochen. Meanwhile, an ominous presence surges from Bai Luochen's pouch. It starts shining so bright, and it casts high-voltage blue electric waves toward the approaching beast. All of a sudden, the scary and intimidating horned eagle turns into a bald eagle. Well, it doesn't have a feather, and it looks so pathetically scared. After receiving the attack, the beast flees in so much fear. When the two sisters arrive, Bai Luochen asks them to take care of Su Li Yue for him. Then he faces Chen Kun with so much wrath. He casts a blood-rapturing spell on him. According to Chen Kun, this spell can dissolve people into a pool of blood, and even the soul will be dissolved. Whoa, is this Muzan's blood demon art or the Avatar's blood bending? Knowing how dangerous it is, he tries to escape Azure Bird Peak. However, he did not realize that Bai Luochen's clone would appear right before him and smash him down to the ground. Bai Luochen's blood spell consumed his body. Serves you right, Chen Kun. A short flashback is seen when Su Li Yue activated the seal. A mini version of the Blue Thunderbird appears to Bai Luochen and informs him that his disciple is in trouble. With Mach 20 speed like Koro-sensei, he flew instantly from the abyss, going to Azure Bird Peak. As expected, Chen Kun becomes a pool of blood and completely vanishes from time and space. Witnessing this, the two sisters felt disgusted. Well, it is truly disgusting to see such a sight. Yin Hai feels genuinely sad about the fate that befalls his master. Bai Luochen told him that his master brought upon himself and he should not be guilty about it. Yin Hai then reveals that he is not really fond of unnecessary punishment or killings. He just couldn't do anything against his master's order. Bai Luochen doesn't have any bad intentions for him. He actually lets him go and take his brother, Shang Shang, with him. Also, he asked him not to tell anyone about what happened in Azure Bird Peak that night. Bai Luochen approached Su Li Yue and Xiao Wu after the encounter. Not too far from them, the two sisters see the situation between them and decide to leave them alone to have their privacy. They bid goodbye to Bai Luochen and his disciple. Then they told them they would visit him more often. Jealous alert? Bai Luochen felt the menacing presence from the sky. This made him realize that someone is watching over him from above. Then, it was revealed that the presence felt by Bai Luochen was actually the Supreme Elder who was staying in this seclusion cave for quite some time. Here, he orders Elder Tu Wang Sheng of the Law Enforcement Hall to do something about Bai Luochen's disciple. Oh, it feels like Su Li Yue is about to face another problem. Back in Azure Bird Peak, Bai Luochen gave the silkworm to Su Li Yue. It's a white giant larva-looking creature. It is also the same creature that electrocuted the horned eagle beast. Bai Luochen caught it because it was the best material for her disciples' power cultivation as they have the same attributes. Bai Luochen shrinks the beast into a more manageable size. He also helps the silkworm to form a cocoon and instantly transform into a female humanoid form. She looks like a pretty ditzy girl with 4 arms. Oops, Ben 10 is shaking. She greets everyone, especially her master, Su Li Yue. Then she introduces herself as Xiao Meng. Apparently, Su Li Yue likes her better this way than her previous giant worm appearance. I'm not fond of giant insects, so I'll also feel the same if I were her. While everyone seems happy, something is bothering Bai Luochen. This is about Xiao Meng's jade that she is guarding. He cannot analyze it, so he concludes that the unknown mystery that the jade contains is the real goal of the Formless Boundary sect when they went to catch it back in the abyss. On the other hand, the system notifies Bai Luochen that a random task suddenly appeared. It comes along with the reward he can get if his disciple rises to the top, and punishment if they will refuse or fail to do the task. Wow, this is definitely a do-or-die task. This actually shocks Bai Luochen as the system never gave him any task before. It only serves as a counter for his chopped firewood. Not only that, it seems that the system has emotions and can get upset when they say something about it. It actually got mad at Bai Luochen and forced him to accept the task right away. He, however, is not interested in the rewards, so he plans to give them to his disciple instead. When Bai Luochen sleeps, the system shows a mysterious girl in what looks like a sealed sphere. She wants to touch him, but when she does, she breaks into fragments. This is definitely a mystery to look forward to. 5 days later, the disciples from the sword arts department smell the iconic roasted meat of no other than Salt Bai. Just kidding. Of course, it is Bai Luochen's superb cooking that they smell. Wait a minute. I wonder what kind of weird creature he's cooking now. Apparently, a weird-looking creature appeared in the Azure Bird Peak earlier that day. It talks about the Savior and the words of God. However, the way it speaks is not really comprehensible to humans. Judging from its appearance and description of it, this is an angel as depicted in the Bible. Bai Luochen, being himself, thinks it's just a weird-looking bird. He then kills it and roasts its meat. What the fudge? He basically killed and ate an angel. Meanwhile, Jiang Himing is lashing out to his disciples to focus on the goal and not on some food that smells pretty good. Jiang Himing also confronts Luo Chen about his credibility as an instructor. All of the other departments in the academy arrived to participate in the task. A narcissistic man named Feng Shu from the extermination department tries to call the attention of Su Li Yue. He, however, is immediately ignored by her. This hurts his pride, and his anger shows hastily. He is then reminded by his head instructor, Yu Wangshang, that jealousy is something that only weak people feel. All heads turn when the Four Arts Department arrives. Mu Xuanzhu, the realm instructor, and the two sisters from earlier get the attention of all the participants. Yu Wangshang tries talking to Mu Xuanzhu, but is completely ignored, just like Feng Shu. And just like Su Li Yue, she went straight directly to Luo Chen. This infuriates Yu Wangshang, but Feng Shu reminds him that jealousy is something that only weak people feel. Haha, that's epic. Ra, you better practice what you preach. Mu Xuanzhu thanks Bai Luo Chen for saving her disciples. The attention that Elder Moon gives to Elder Bai drives Su Li Yue to feel jealous. Why is this story suddenly filled with jealous people? The task elder silences them all and gets all their attention. He explains the rules to the participants and how the pointing system works. Moreover, he discusses the possible grounds for disqualification. Then he announces the official start of the trial. Time to get serious now. All of the disciples entered their respective realms. Elder Moon asks Elder Bai if he is not worried about his only disciple. With confidence, Bai Luochen tells her that she is stronger than most of the participants, and she can surely make it, for she is his disciple. I love the confidence level, sir. Inside the demon's secret realm, the participants are already on their way to face and battle each other. As participants win battles, they collect some sort of a relic from the defeated participants that will contribute to their ranking. Su Li Yue defeated her latest opponent, putting her on rank 47th. Despite this, Xiao Meng continues stomping her tiny legs in her moth form on Su Li Yue's head. This irritates her, so she grabs Xiao Meng by her head, causing her neck to get strangled, and she transforms into her tiny humanoid form. Su Li Yue asked her if there were participants present around certain areas. However, Xiao Meng did not respond to her because she was still sulking about getting her neck choked. At this part of the story, I suddenly realized that Xiao Meng quite resembles Mina Ishido of My Hero Academia. Meanwhile, two suspicious characters appeared at a not-so-far distance and seemed to be tailing Su Li Yue. A red frog has sent them the signal that Su Li Yue has been found. Stalker alert. Some participants who have been eliminated are watching their fellow participants on a live magical screen as they fight to the top. A small crowd has been expressing amazement and fear towards Su Li Yue. Moments later, Elder Moon talks to Elder Bai about his disciple's flamboyance. He then told her that only the weak would care about the opinions of others and blindly restrain themselves. Sound like very Bai Luo Chen, who doesn't give snot on everything that they tell him. He further explains that whether the strong flaunt or not, they only do it according to their likes and dislikes. Couldn't agree more, Uncle Bai. While the two continue their conversation, the magical screen seems to break. This problem quickly escalates, as they can no longer track the safety of the participants inside the realm. On the main control system of the magical live screens, one official stated that there is a detected powerful counterbalance of spiritual energy inside the trial venue. Fixing the screens is beyond impossible, and they have to declare a state of emergency to ensure the safety of the remaining participants. Whoa, bravery at its finest. Before the news was even disseminated, Elder Bai had already sent his badass clone to the realm. The state of emergency has been informed to everyone, and some participants refuse to give up. One of them is Su Li Yue. Well, as expected from her. Meanwhile, the two suspicious characters are now confronting Su Li Yue. It turns out that they are He Shiling and Luo Xiao, high-ranking people from the law enforcement hall. These people can't seem to move on. The fierce battle continues, and the two opponents attack Su Li Yue, intending to kill her. She knows for herself that she will not win against the two, so she asks for help from Xiao Meng, who is still grumping about Su Liyu when not following her orders. He Xiling uses her ultimate skill, Shilling, while Lu Xiao uses his ultimate skill, Sacrificial Sword. The sword skill, though, quite resembles the battle forms of the parasites from the anime Kai Seiju. Out of nowhere, ice magic appeared, freezing He Xiling's whole body and shattering Lu Xiao's sword. It is then revealed that the ice magic came from Xiao Meng, who is now in her Demon King form. Oh my, she's so thick. Okay kids, better close your eyes. She also warns them to better run away because they are no match for her. And just like that, the cowards flee from the battle. Afterward, Xiao Meng returned to her moth form. Then the two of them agreed to go to a specific location. A few days before the exam, Xiao Meng helps her to cultivate her power. However, what exactly kind of cultivation is this? It's so sus. Kids, stay away for a while. Somewhere in the Demon Race forest, Lu Xiao tries to defrost He Xiling with the use of a flaming fish-like spirit. What the fudge? A flaming fish is an odd combination. He suddenly feels a strong bloodlust around him. Then he saw Bai Luochen's shadow clone approaching them with a flaming hand. Just as you thought, he killed them both with a single spell that turned them into a pool of blood. Also, after using the skills, two spirit-like creatures appear to collect the souls of the two. Well, at least death did not part them from each other. The shadow clone also enchanted a spell that has an effect on the mastermind of the mischievous attack. Then, the Supreme Elder in the seclusion cave is shown vomiting blood. The clone also stated this was his last warning to the enemies. After experiencing that excruciating pain, Supreme Elder wonders how much power Bai Luochen has already recovered. Go, Mr. Bai. Give these people the taste of pain. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng and Su Liyue are again arguing after they reach the Demon Ruin Cave and not seeing the treasures. Xiao Meng begins to complain about being tired of flying. If you are tired of flying, then walk. You have a pair of legs too. The complaint continues until Su Liyue can no longer hold it, and she lashes out at her. The situation got intense, and both of them released their powers. Without a second thought, Xiao Meng casts an ice spell on her. This attack missed her, and Su Liyue realized that she had actually saved her from the bugs attacking from behind. She even informed her how dangerous those poison maggots are when they come together. Su Liyue thinks that if there are several monsters in the area, chances are there is a treasure around. She then destroys the tube-like structures in the cave with the use of her lightning magic. Instead of treasure, they saw a sealed giant door. Xiao Meng was so happy to see this that she drew her ice sword and hit the door. She then uses her signature move, Cold Sky Slash. However, when the magic particles subside, there is not even a scratch. This enrages her, and she combines all of her powers in one single strike. Still, not a single scratch appears. Out of frustration, she broke her own ice sword. Meanwhile, Su Liyue saw a strange marking that resembled a crescent moon, and when she decided to touch it, it activated her power and successfully managed to open the door. Xiao Meng, however, thought that she was the one who opened it as she pushed the door at the same time as Su Liyue unlocked the seal. I have a strong feeling that it is surely related to her. Inside it lies a big tomb-like structure. They both entered it, but for some unexplainable reasons, Su Liyue feels strange about it, for it feels so familiar to her. Xiao Meng saw a cute little creature and had a sudden urge of wanting to eat it. Su Liyue then saw what she was about to do and remembered everything. However, before she could stop her from killing the creature, she had already sliced its head and broken it in the process. What an impulsive demon king. Then, the giant tomb breaks. It turns out it was a demon emperor seal. And now all of them are in danger as the place turns into chaos. The headmaster then panics and starts to tremble in fear of the fate that will befall them. Chill, grandpops. Keep calm and think of a solution instead. To save everyone from that realm, the headmaster sends all the simple teleportation array creatures. These teleportation creatures just arrived in time to save the remaining participant survivors. Their respective realm elders also come to their rescue. Bai Luochen then asks Yuan Shi and Yuan Ruo if they see his disciple. Unfortunately, no one knows her whereabouts, realizing that all of the realm elders were teleported right beside their disciples. Elder Moon thought that Su Liyue might be in trouble. Well, women's instincts work best in these kinds of situations. Demon Emperor Dong Shu declares his return and casts a strong magic attack from all over the place, affecting the whole realm. Fortunately, Xiao Meng manages to save Su Liyue with her ice barrier, noticing a human around. Dong Shu uses his one finger to cast a powerful spell to kill Su Li Yue. This was again successfully blocked by Xiao Meng. However, it uses almost all of her spiritual energy. He then confronted her as she was defying him by protecting a human. She then lies that a demon raised Su Li Yue, and she asked for mercy to spare her life. Xiao Meng then uses her power to create a tiny clone that drags Su Li Yue outside that place and puts an act of slapping her away. Knowing that Su Li Yue will be safe if she gets out of that place, she provokes the Demon Emperor to attack her and act as bait and diversion for Su Li Yue to get out safely. This is a moment to remember for Xiao Meng. What a selfless servant. A flashback is shown when Bai Luochen puts a prohibition spell on her. He reminded her to only use it when necessary, as it is so powerful. Xiao Meng cast it when the Demon Emperor gave her a deadly attack. Basically, the prohibition spell got broken and she still received all the damages. That's very sad. Meanwhile, those who perished from the Demon Emperor's attack turned into zombie-like creatures attacking their fellow. The headmaster faces them and he casts his most powerful sword skill, Viridescent 10-Blade Curtain, to kill and stop them all at once. Soon after, Jiang Himing approaches him to ask Bai Luochen to step out of the realm. Bai Luochen heard this and he confronted him about it. Jiang Himing then explains that he will just be a burden due to his current status. Mu Xuanzhu then suggests to the headmaster the other way around. In the end, Bai Luochen is allowed to stay. You're the best, Elder Moon. They entered the realm instantly, and Jiang Himing accompanied Bai Luochen. A huge blast happens inside the realm, turning the Demon Emperor into a golden liquid. He, however, quickly regenerates from the attack as if nothing happened. It is then revealed that it was Bai Luochen's shadow clone who is attacking the Demon Emperor. The shadow clone continues to deliver strong attacks to annihilate the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor, on the other hand, also casts a powerful spell that can par with the shadow clone's attack. Wow, clash of chaotic powers. Meanwhile, the corpse of Xiao Meng turned into a solid state. Then, a tiny cocoon comes out of the corpse. Not long after, Xiao Meng emerges from that cocoon. Wow, immortality strategy. The tiny clone that she created a while ago approaches her to tell her about the situation of Su Li Yue. She rushed to go to her location, but it was too late. A flower has already grown from her eyes. This means she will become a zombie-like creature anytime soon. Xiao Meng thought that this was the best opportunity to escape the control of Bai Luochen over her, but she can't do it as she's already fond of Su Li Yue and cannot afford to lose her. Oh, so touching. She then flies quickly to look for Bai Luochen and saves Su Li Yue from dying. The Shadow Clone and the Demon Emperor continue to exchange powerful attacks. When the Demon Emperor flies, strong lightning magic strikes him. This triggered the Demon Emperor to transform into his humanoid form. This makes him wonder who the Shadow Clone is, for the strength and power of his caliber should not exist in this world. Oops, looks like the Demon Emperor's tail is shaking at its finest. The Demon Emperor asks him, but the Shadow Clone refuses to reveal anything about himself. This angers the Demon Emperor, and he tries to incinerate him using his pink flames. Cute pink flames. From a distance, Jiang Himing and Bai Luochen are watching the shadow as it fights the Demon Emperor. Little did Elder Jiang know that the Shadow Clone belonged to the man beside him. Elder Jiang suggested that they will retreat. However, Bai Luochen uses a talisman on him that puts him in a deep sleep. As the battle continues, the two entities are near to reaching their limit. Suddenly, a huge golden magic circle appeared from the sky, and another angel-like creature appeared from that area. The creature and the Demon Emperor fused with each other and cast a strong and powerful attack toward the Shadow Clone. Bai Luochen uses his power called Order to stop the combined attack. Basically, it looks like a giant green blade that launched from heaven to vanquish the sworn enemy of the caster. This resulted in the fusion break and returning the Demon Emperor to his original form. That's really quick, just like the reverse card effect of the Uno card game. This makes the Demon Emperor wonder if another strong opponent appeared before him. Then Bai Luochen appeared and slowly fused with his Shadow Clone. He also cast an Immortal Binding Talisman. It looks like a magical yellow paper with arrow tentacles, which are definitely for binding. Additionally, he puts another spell along with the talisman paper that can burn the soul of the Demon Emperor. The immense magical power was immediately recognized by Xiao Meng, and she went straight to that location to ask for help with Su Li Yue's condition. Xiao Meng explains what happened and who did it to Su Li Yue. The Demon Emperor then told Bai Luochen that he could not kill him, because the Lord Earth Demon would go after him. All of a sudden, the gates of the underworld appear. It looks like a huge scary portal with chained doors. The portal drags the demon emperor inside it, and the doors close, and it descends back to the underground. By Mr. Arrogant. After witnessing how he handled the demon emperor, Xiao Meng's fear of him grew even more. Then all of a sudden, Su Li Yue transforms into a zombie-like creature and bites Bai Luochen's neck. Surprisingly, he did not stop her from biting him. After sipping some of his blood, Su Li Yue miraculously turns back to normal. She comes back to her senses and immediately apologizes for all the trouble she might have caused. Meanwhile, the bite also infected Bai Luochen. He immediately treats this by going to the system and activating an antivirus. Seriously speaking, are you a computer software, Uncle Bai? The demon emperor thinks of him as a foolish person to sacrifice himself for the sake of his disciple. Little did he know that Bai Luochen had already activated a system that would completely annihilate him. Well deserved. That night at Azured Bird Peak, Su Li Yue contemplated what happened and started questioning herself if she had become a burden for Bai Luochen and Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng arrives and changes her mood. While still feeling bad about what happened, Xiao Meng apologizes and promises to protect her from any further danger, no matter what it takes. How sweet of you, Xiao Meng. The next day, the three of them proceeded to do their daily routine. However, Su Li Yue begins to sneeze from time to time. Xiao Meng tells them it might be due to the slap she gave her when they faced the demon emperor. Bai Luochen told them not to worry, because he would bring them to the 4 Arts department to bathe in a therapeutic hot spring. How I wish that everything could easily be healed by hot springs, even in real life. The following day, they all arrived at the 4 Art department hot spring. Inside the spring inn, some girls are kind of getting naughty, wanting to see the melons of desire. On the other hand, Xiao Meng is insisting Su Li Yue give her share of the magical treasures she received. Annoyed, Su Li Yue threw her into the laundry basket along with her clothes. How cute! Angry Xiao Meng looks like a tiny ghost under Su Li Yue's garment. They all bathe themselves in the relaxing hot spring. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng is doing some butterfly strokes in the hot spring water. Oops, should we call it moth strokes? Su Li Yue, on the other hand, begins to feel better as all the coldness in her body starts to disappear. Then Yun Ruo starts getting naughty again toward her sister, Yun Shi. Why do I have this feeling that they share some sort of sister-complex relationship? Meanwhile, some small spring demons called starlings are enjoying the scene. The two sisters explain to Su Li Yue that these tiny demons are why their hot spring is miraculously healing those who bathe in it. Little did they know that these starlings were having naughty thoughts and conversations about them. Who would have thought these demons managed to outsmart these beautiful, strong women? Moments later, the associate instructor of the 4 Arts department, Liu Kuier, enters the spring. She has a strong and intimidating personality, calling Su Li Yue a country bumpkin, despite winning first place in the recent trial. She soaks her feet in the hot spring and shows them the true purpose of the starling demons. Seriously, for tickling. If they only know the thoughts running through the mind of these demons. After intimidating everyone, the 3 girls decided to move out of the spring and leave her alone. The 2 sisters also added that she's acting like that because she cannot compete with her master at all. An envious brat has been exposed. Liu Kuier then revealed to them that their respected master had just entered Bai Luochen's chamber. This bothers her so much. Meanwhile, Elder Bai and Elder Moon are having a very sus conversation, but only to find out that they are just talking about having a barbecue inside the chambers. He also added that it's actually not appropriate for a single woman and a single man to be in a room together. Elder Moon then recalled her past memories with the young and naughty Bai Luochen. She is so sus, and I feel like she wants something else from him. He then asks her about her true intention. That being said, she said that she wanted him to take her disciples to the secret realm of Fanghu Mountain to get some training. She also suggests that he can bring Su Li Yue with him to gain more resources for her cultivation. Bai Luochen then agrees with it. Just right before Elder Moon could do more to him, their disciples appeared and saw them so close to each other. Su Li Yue grabbed her master and told him that it was time to go back to Azured Bird Peak. Moments later, Bai Luochen taught Su Li Yue a new skill. He then praises his disciple for her fast learning. Moreover, he told her to remove all the distracting thoughts in her head to not lose her mind control. However, she completely loses her mind control and asks her master to make a baby. Oops, censored alert. Su Li Yue continues her advances toward him and she starts seducing him even more. Just right before things could go even further, he uses a spell to bring her mind back to normal. Upon receiving the spell, she looks like she reaches an orga-censored kind of thing. Not to mention, the way she fell on his body looked like they finished rolling in the deep. The next day, the disciples were instructed on what they needed to do in the Fang Hu Mountain's secret realm. While Su Li Yue is listening to him, she cannot stop thinking about what she did last night. Every time she remembers it, she feels and acts awkwardly. This makes Bai Luochen worry about her mental state. Moments later, one of the disciples reports that someone is attacking them. The attacker is actually familiar with Yun Ruo. She is Kong Ming Shu, the elder of the Blissful Palace. Yun Ruo and Kong Ming Shu start engaging in a heated argument. Then, the short-tempered Kong Ming Shu attacks her with her flute. Yun Ruo tries to block it, but it's too strong for her. Just a few inches before it could hurt her, Bai Luochen controlled the flute with his magic. Then, she tries to take back her control over the flute, but tells her that the flute belongs to him now. Isn't that considered stealing? Well, she's a bad guy, so she deserves it. He masterfully plays music using the flute that amuses everyone in the area. This, however, outrages Kong Ming Shu, and she uses her disgusting magic, Blissful Demon Eel, to attack him. The magic of the flute activates, and she is blasted away from the impact with her clothes completely torn apart. One of her disciples catches her by grabbing her 2 melons. Judging from his facial expression, he surely likes it. Perv alert. After their master got defeated, they all fled together away from that area. Bai Luochen then told Yun Ruo that he would give the flute to her and help her upgrade it as an imperial weapon. This makes her eyes shimmer like the stars. After hearing this, other disciples surrounded him and wanted to receive something from him as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng tries to interrogate them about what happened to them last night. However, she immediately stops her from being nosy. Soon after, the disciples enter the realm, and Bai Luochen still wonders why Su Li Yue is acting strange, even after using the Clear Heart Talisman on her. This talisman blurs the memory of a normal person. Well, she's not a normal person, to begin with. Somewhere outside the realm, a snake dragon is looking at the portal. Turns out that a disciple from the Blissful Palace is sharing a vision with the snake. She then reported it to Kong Ming Shu, who just had beaten her disciple who maliciously caught her earlier. His face, though, is still smiling after getting beaten by her. What a perv. Their whole troop then enters the realm and declares their blissful rebirth. Should we call it blissful defeat? Meanwhile, Bai Luochen receives a new task about suppressing the soul ancestor. Inside the Fang Hu Mountain's secret realm, ambushers from the Blissful Palace begin attacking the disciples from the Four Arts Department. Yun Ruo faces the pink-haired lady of the Blissful Palace. Her attitude and appearance give me the vibe of Serrano of Fairy Tale. They had a fierce battle with each other. Pink-haired lady unleashes her tentacles. Yun Ruo uses her newly acquired flute relic to play the magical attack Sword and Song Presto. However, her lack of experience is manifested as the magical force she activates seems too weak, unlike when Bai Luochen uses it. In no time, her body was already wrapped by the slimy tentacles. Yun Ruo is now helplessly trapped, and her body is plagued by both the tentacles and the pink-haired lady. Brah, what the heck is this? The pink-haired girl is squeezing her melons, and the slimy tentacles look like a tongue that is licking her undies. Rated R alert. After this, one of the tentacles is preparing to enter her tight human cave, and the pink-haired girl slaps her peaches. Then, she revealed her paraphernalia that, swear to heaven, looks like female adult toys. Meanwhile, a flying piranha is moving like a bullet toward the enemy. The piranha pierces through her heart and kills her. But this, Bai Luochen, realizes that the Blissful Palace set an ambush against them. Yun Ruo exhausts all of her spiritual energy against her last opponent, and she can barely move her legs. Then they decided to move together to look for the other ambushers. Along the way, they saw some soul wasps. These are used by the Blissful Palace to gather the souls of the dead. This bothers Bai Luochen, and he tells Yun Ruo that they have to see the other disciples as soon as possible, while he squishes the soul wasp to its death. Looks like serious trouble. Moments later, a strong lightning magic is cast by Su Li Yue. The attack is so powerful that it scares all the demons around, including Xiao Meng. Not to mention, she even hurt herself after casting it. Xiao Meng then confronts her about this, and she learns from her that she wants to be as strong as Bai Luochen as soon as possible. This was even questioned by Xiao Meng. However, the moment is interrupted by Kong Ming Shu, who intimidates them. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, did not falter. In fact, she intimidated her even further. Well, that's Xiao Meng for you. Kong Ming Shu then unleashes her true power. She summons a huge traditional drumstick. Xiao Meng immediately recognizes the demonic presence. Then, with one strike from it, Xiao Meng was completely defeated. Whoa! Our Xiao Meng, who withstood Demon Emperor's attack, got beaten by one hit. Like, seriously. She then immediately told her to call for Bai Luochen's help. Su Li Yue is shocked by the strong demonic presence right before her. Turns out that the immense demonic presence comes from the demon master Chang Xiaoliu, who is known as the Little Six Venerable. She is a little girl that resembles a bunny, and she prefers to be called Elder Six. I know she's an enemy, but she's so cute. How can I hate this little kid? Su Li Yue wakes up in a dark cave, and she's hanging on the ceiling with Xiao Meng's silk binding. She then saw some individuals performing a ritual to revive a demon's soul. Elder Sixth also sits and watches while savoring her leafy grass snacks. Holy crap, another vegetarian demon is in the house. Kong Ming Shu initiated the ritual by sacrificing the souls of the Four Arts disciples they had captured earlier. Su Li Yue tries to escape from the silk binding to stop the ritual, but Xiao Meng tells her that her silk is too powerful to be broken, so she better not waste her time. After knowing this, Su Li Yue confronts her for betraying her and their master. She even told her that she was now following Elder Six. However, Su Li Yue noticed and pointed out that she bound herself up too. Xiao Meng, being herself, is simply the funniest. Xiao Meng cut the show and told her to work with her and delay the time. Meanwhile, Elder Six starts to feel irritated by the noise that they are creating. She then warns them to keep quiet or she will hammer both of them to death. Oh no, the bunny got pissed off. On the other hand, the soul ancestor they are trying to revive needs more soul offerings. Yang Cheng and Zi Ling of the soul refining sect start mocking Kong Ming Shu about the number of souls they can offer to the soul ancestor. Kong Ming Shu immediately calmed them and told them that some souls could still be offered. Well, that's what you get when you choose the wrong side. Just when they are about to touch the Four Arts disciples, Xiao Meng uses her lightning magic to stop them. Kong Ming Shu then realizes that it was Xiao Meng's doing. Immediately, Kong Ming Shu asks for Elder Six's help. However, it was revealed that Elder Six did not really help her because they were allies. In fact, she actually helped her in exchange for something in return, a cassie twig in particular. Then, Elder Six told her to offer another cassie twig for her to help. This situation delays the ritual, and Yang Cheng suggests to her that they all have souls, and there is no need to be stressed about it. They then all offered their souls to the soul ancestor, except for Kong Ming Shu, who uses her cassie twig to protect her from the soul sacrificing spell. That's truly a desperate move. Well, for them, it must be a do-or-die situation. Meanwhile, the resurrection is finally complete. Then a strong force was released as the soul ancestor emerged from the ground, calling the name Yun Huang. Upon seeing this, Xiao Meng casts a barrier spell to protect Su Li Yue. Meanwhile, Su Li Yue realizes that the one who got resurrected is the demon that caused disasters for hundreds of years. Soul Ancestor feels the presence of a superior soul in the area. Then he commands Kong Ming Shu to come with him. Her soul starts coming out of her body, and she calls for Elder Six's name in her helpless situation. Elder Six freed her from the spell. This opportunity was not wasted by Kong Ming Shu as she immediately activated the secret talisman, Blissful Heaven. It's a spell that creates a portal. Well, that's a smart move for someone who is on the verge of death. Meanwhile, Elder Six saw that Xiao Meng and Su Li Yue were trying to escape. She stops this and takes Su Li Yue with her. Then they jumped into the portal, leaving Xiao Meng and the bad guys. The soul ancestor then says that Yun Huang has changed over thousands of years. He even mentions the audacity of a mere demon master to snatch someone in front of him. He learns the truth about what happened to the soul sect thousands of years. As they say, the truth hurts. The soul ancestor then lashes out his anger at the Four Arts disciples. Luckily, Xiao Meng was there to block the attack. Soon after, Bai Luochen's axe fell from above. He then appears and declares the arrival of the main character. That's Uncle Bai for you. Yang Cheng and Zi Ling wonder who is the man who just arrived. Bai Luochen calls the soul ancestor an old man. This angers the soul ancestor, and he quickly attacks Bai Luochen. So what do you expect people to call you then, Gramps? He casts shadow-like tentacles toward Elder Bai. To stop this attack, Bai Luochen uses the 5-star talisman, which is a flaming golden dragon. This shocks the soul ancestor and asks him to tell his name. This was responded by Bai Luochen as, "I am your father." What the fudge? That's so epic. Pissed off by the response, he activated his ultimate magic, turning him into a soul swamp. Here, Bai Luochen's paper talisman doesn't work at all. That being said, he uses a divine talisman, Huan Wu. However, even after using a divine talisman, his power still did not work in his space. Soul Ancestor then continues to hit him. Annoyed by the Ancestor's soul, he asks the system to explain his spatial domain. Bai Luochen changes his mood and cuts the black liquid into pieces. When the Soul Ancestor asks him how he did it, he just simply answers that it's an axe that he uses to cut firewood. Bai Luochen also added that in the past, he only took the axe to save the faces of the heavens. I think that's something worth thinking about critically. There must be something more to his axe than meets the eye. And just like that, the Soul Ancestor got flamboyantly defeated. Outside the Soul Swamp, the outer shell covering cracks appeared. Zheling threatens Xiaomeng that once their Soul Ancestor comes out, she will be dead. A bright light comes, and Xiaomeng wonders if it is her master. Behold, Bai Luochen emerges from the cracks holding the head of the Soul Ancestor. Ew, that head though, looks like it has been pulled out from the body, as the spinal cord is still there. Yun Ruo sees him when the light subsides. On the other hand, Yang Cheng is in great disbelief at how Bai Luochen survives from that spatial dimension and wonders where the Soul Ancestor is. Bai Luochen got irritated and threw the head at him. As it touches him, he explodes into a pool of blood. This makes Zheling feel desperate to survive, so she begs for her life to be spared. Bai Luochen then told the disciples to take her to the academy to be interrogated. Not long after, Bai Luochen begins looking for Su Li Yue. After hearing this, Xiaomeng tries to run, but she is quickly stopped by him. She then admits everything that happened. On the other hand, Dao Dao, the blind girl from the Four Arts department, revealed what she knew of Su Li Yue's whereabouts. Then it was revealed that Su Li Yue is currently in the Blissful Palace. Well, she can definitely see something we cannot. Meanwhile, Su Li Yue wakes up in the Blissful Residence and sees chains with talisman paper bindings restraining an unknown being, who she knew long ago. Looks like we have a mini reunion here. A long time ago, on a peaceful day in the Li Li Palace, Kaixue Su Li Yue, in her previous life, was talking to a beautiful lady named Man Man about their descent into the immortal world. This, however, was immediately stopped by Man Man. Not long after, past Su Li Yue reveals that she receives an epiphany about their cultivation. It was actually wrong all along. She's acting so weird, like she's been possessed by evil thoughts. She's convincing Man Man that the immortal realm is something interesting. She then cuts her own navel and pulled out the 3 corpses, which according to her, were the reasons why they could not reach immortality. That's weird. She destroyed one of them. Like, what the heck? It feels like she's squishing egg yolk. Quite disgusting. Man Man is worried that Kai Shu might have been experiencing cultivation deviation. Thus, she uses her mystic technique, Life, to heal Kai Shu's self-inflicted wound. Annoyed by what she did, Kai Shu pierced her heart with her tiny dagger. Meanwhile, she manages to destroy the second one. After destroying the second one, she thought that she would reach immortality. Meanwhile, Man Man uses her mystic technique, Suppress, to help her to go back to her senses. However, it did not work out the way she expected it. Out of nowhere, she remembers that she only destroyed 2 corpses, and the third one is not yet destroyed. She then remembers that the third one was under the possession of Man Man. Meanwhile, in an unknown domain, Man Man heals herself from the damages she acquired. Green slug-looking slimes surround her wounds. Lady Tsunade, is that you? Man Man hopes that as long as she has her corpse of origin, she can turn back to normal someday. On one sunny day, an eclipse occurred. However, this is not really an eclipse, but rather Kai Xu's moon blade. She then uses her power to do a total eclipse. This reveals Man Man's location. Man Man hid inside a giant clam, but a water dragon appeared and moved her closer to the moon. Kai Xiu sliced the giant clam using her moon fairy wheel. Man Man quickly escapes the fight. Kai Xiu uses her spell, Shooting Star. These falling stars are hunting Man Man even to the depth of the sea. She then hid Kai Xiu's last corpse inside her body and used her mystic technique. Open. Whoa. I swear this resembles the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams. Man Man realizes how dangerous the situation is, so she uses her ultimate mystic technique, reversing heavens, to attack Kai Xiu. On the other hand, Kai Xiu used her ultimate skill, Moon Fairy Wheel, to see which of her power was stronger. The impact was so strong, then the two of them face each other in a completely different domain. Here they don't wear anything. Censored alert, kid. Close your eyes. Man revealed to her that she had won that time. She then asks why Man doesn't want to become immortal with her, considering they are best friends. Man tells her that it's because they are best friends that she doesn't want to see her like that. Also, she told her that she would bring her back to normal, even if just part of her. Moments later, Kaichi returned back to her senses and cried. The domain disappeared, and the two returned to the real world, with Man dead. Then she cried so hard, putting the blame on herself for the death of her friend. Poor girl, but sometime you have to learn the hard way. Back in the blissful residence, Su Li Yue is crying after remembering everything that happened in her past life. A stranger then asked her if she remembered everything. She could not accept that fact and shouted at the one who asked her, only to find out she is talking to the same being she saw the chain and talisman binding. In fact, she is talking to a corpse, immortal, who happens to be Man. Wow, what a beautiful zombie. Meanwhile, she smiled at her and reminded her not to walk on the wrong path again. Oh, what a heart-melting reunion. Meanwhile, an explosion was felt from all over the place. Man then asked Elder Six to check who's causing havoc outside. Another explosion occurs outside the blissful palace hall. Bai Luochen tells them all to return his disciple. Soon, the leader of the blissful palace, Si Zhu, faces him. She tries to break Bai Luochen's soul by telling him that she's become the food for the demon lord. Little did she know Bai Luochen's mindset and emotions were off the chart and could not be predicted. All of a sudden, he activated a wider blood-rapturing spell and immediately turned them all into a pool of blood. When she is about to get killed, she offers her Cassie Twig and summons the demon master, Elder Six. Bai Luochen recognizes her power and asks her if she is the demon master they are talking about. As feisty as she is, Elder Six told him that she does not need to answer his question and mind his own business. Her bitchy attitude also triggers Bai Luochen to fight. They are now both fired up to battle each other. Bai Luochen then reveals that he only wants to get his disciple back. After realizing that Su Li Yue is the one he is looking for, Elder Six becomes even more determined not to tell him her whereabouts. Short-tempered Bai Luochen then grabbed her by the ears and used his skill of beating drum Golden Emperor's heavenly might. That skill looks like a shaman king's skill. It just merely looks like a spanking by a father and his child. The way she moans, though, whenever she receives a spanking is so sus. While the spanking stopped, they did not stop arguing. This was seen by Si Zhuo as a perfect opportunity to attack the two strong beings with her ultimate skill. Blood and Flesh Ascension Formation. Then two giant hands appeared before them, trapping them both in her grip. What the hell is that? Such an ugly-looking spell. While Elder Six and Elder Bai are both held captive by the red giant fat devil, Si Zhuo is laughing like she's the queen of the world. This enrages Elder Six, and she declares to cut her into pieces. Si Zhuo then told her to not be mad, for they would soon be intertwined with flesh and blood. The red devil opens its mouth and attempts to swallow the two. Elder Bai then asks the devil how she can eat a beautiful rabbit like her. However, he also warns the red devil that eating the rabbit along with him will not be easy peasy. Elder Bai casts an explosive spell that destroys the gripping hands around them and the widely open mouth swallowing them. After the explosion, the two fell into the blade-like structures below. Elder Six was caught off guard and could no longer prepare for a safe landing. Luckily, Elder Bai is there to save the day. He grabs her cloth, strangling her neck in the process. Well, at least she's alive. The red devil appears again, crying with her mouth completely deformed and her hands completely amputated, exposing their bones. After what happened, Si Zhuo recognizes that Bai Luochen is truly something else. Can't blame you, madam. That's our Uncle Bai. Not long after, the damages taken by the red devil completely healed and regenerated. Elder Bai decided to end it by casting 4-star sword Tally Millennium. These are basically giant blades rising from the ground, severing the red devil's limbs. Flesh and blood of the red demon splash all over the place, and it seems like it can no longer regenerate. Not to mention, the hands of Si Zhuo were already amputated during the attack. The great pain she's suffering completely transforms her into a demon, the last step to reaching her immortality. She then attacks the two using her new power, blade-headed tentacles. As expected from these tentacles, any scene would surely turn into sus moments. Apparently, Elder Six could no longer use her power because of the perverted tentacles. She then starts licking the face of Elder Six. She then told Elder Bai to experience the same torture, but before she could even land a finger, he exploded like a Big Bang Theory, making her tentacles and upper body explode like a fountain of blood. This, however, could not kill her at all. For as long as she is connected to the veins of the earth, she will regenerate endlessly. Wow, that is a whole new level of regeneration. Majin Buu has a worthy opponent now. Realizing how serious this threat could be, Bai Luochen uses his own blood to summon a giant golden Shiva warrior. Elder Bai then uses his power to vanquish the wickedness and evil in flesh and blood of Si Zuo. Well, shall we call it a cleansing spell? However, Si Zuo told him that sealing her was not enough to stop her. Then, Bai Luochen uses his powerful axe to cut the veins of the earth altogether. Soon after that, he shrinks her size and turns her into an actual action figure. Seems like Uncle has now a newly added collection to his action figures. After Zishu shrinks to a small size, she wriggles from Bai Luochen's grip. She even tries to cast her power and manages to exude her flaming aura and electric currents to free herself. But Bai Luochen is no longer affected by a small amount of power. Well, it seems like Bro has chopped so much wood that his hand became immune to pain. Bai Luochen then asks her to stop struggling for her sake. It turns out that Bai Luochen has sealed her along with the veins of the earth. That being said, she is now just a hand puppet full of aura. All of a sudden, he starts poking Zishu's face. This irritates her, and with so much disappointment, she tells Bai Luochen that she wants to enjoy the bliss and not just be a useless hand puppet. Soon after, Bai Luochen calls the attention of Little Six, whom he consistently calls Little Sixth. As expected from our favorite prideful bunny brat, she looks at Bai Luochen with her high and mighty presence to ask him what he wants from her. It turns out that Bai Luochen wants to give Zishu to her, so he throws her to Little Sixth like a flaming dodgeball. Not knowing what Bai Luochen had thrown at her, she just decided to catch it anyway. When it had already landed on his hand, she figured out who it was. She was the same girl who had licked her with her long tongue and assaulted her with her perverted tentacles. Enraged by her current situation, Zishu tries to release more energy from her tiny body to break the seal. The energy she had released was way too much for Little Six to handle. This made her feel like every single hair on her body was being enveloped by spiritual power. Apparently, she had never experienced that sense of fullness in her life. Why does she have to salivate and look that way? It's so sus, especially for a young-looking girl like her. After experiencing what seemed like an orga-censored kind of thing, she suddenly fell on her knees. When Bai Luochen asked her if she was okay, she told him that she felt so powerful. When she stands up, she asks him what the deal is with that hand puppet and why the heck it has so much spiritual energy. Hearing that, Bai Luochen explains to her that she felt that way because her body is connected to the veins of the earth, which means she's like a moving eye of spiritual energy. He further explains that as long as her body is in contact with the hand puppet, she can absorb the spiritual chi of the earth itself. That being said, Bai Luochen is planning to turn the hand puppet into a cultivation material for his disciple. Hence, he will leave it to Little Six for safekeeping purposes. After realizing all of the stuff that Bai Luochen said to her, she agrees with him and starts to wonder what could possibly happen if she absorbs that much spiritual power from the hand puppet. Then, she looks at the hand puppet like she has a secret agenda for it. Well, that's for sure, considering her behavior. Knowing that she is planning to do something to her, Zishu asks her what she's going to do. Out of nowhere, Little Six starts licking her face like ice cream in a cone, which Zishu instantly dislikes. However, seeing how Zishu refuses to submit to her will, triggers Little Six to lick her even faster. Well, Zishu did it to her first, so we can say that she gets the taste of her own medicine. No matter how much she dislikes it, Little Six does not stop licking her all over her body. If this is not sus, I don't know what is. Soon after, she tells her to stop with her reverberating voice while in a state where she looks like she has reached the climax of heavenly pleasure. Moments later, the ceiling of the cave starts to fall. Upon noticing it, Chai Mammon wonders what the heck is going on. She tells Su Liu that there's someone breaking into the cave. Not long after, Chai Mammon reminded Su Liu that she must not go astray in her life, and she told her to always listen to her advice. Still feeling guilty about what she has done to her in their past lives, Su Liu remains quiet all the time. Meanwhile, more debris starts to fall inside the cave, and Chai Mammon realizes that Little Sixth is the one responsible for it. Annoyed with what is happening, she even said that when Little Six comes back, she will spank her hard. Well, considering the fact that she is chained inside the cave, she cannot really go anywhere. Thus, she can only use her power to create a green protective barrier from falling debris. In all fairness, this zombie woman is quite impressive. She is sealed, but she can still cast spells. Moments later, Bai Luochen and Little Sixth arrive at their location. Without any hesitation, he asks the chained woman if she is the one who kidnapped his disciple. On the other hand, Little Six continues to lick Zishu. This wicked young bunny really doesn't know when to stop. Poor Red Squishy. Meanwhile, Su Liu immediately calls him master, which shocks Chang Mammon, for she has been so quiet for quite some time. Realizing that she knows the man, Chang Mammon asks him if he is Su Liu's master in her current life, which Bai Luqian confirms right away. Chang Mammon told him that he should also advise her to give up immortal cultivation, for it is nothing but a scam. She even added that sticking to it would only lead Su Liu down the wrong path again. She really has the purest intention for her friend ever since. After hearing her sentiments, Bai Luqian asks her what is the matter if she goes down the wrong path again, which shocks Chang Mammon so much. Bai Luqian then explained to her that good and evil are just definitions given by the world, and whether immortal cultivation is a scam also depends entirely on self-definition. His ideals, however, start to anger Chang Mammon. Soon after, Bai Luqian shows what seems like a universe with a black hole to Su Liu and tells her that her universe itself is all from the heart. He even added that what he taught her is all about cultivating from the heart, which somehow relieves Su Liu from overthinking. Chang Mammon, on the other hand, rejects the idea of Bai Luqian and asks him what would happen if Su Liu succumbs to chi deviation again. Bai Luqian reassures her that as long as he is around, nothing bad will happen to her beloved friend, and she can cultivate whatever she wants. Chang Mammon told Bai Luqian in a very angry manner that she and Su Liu have been through life and death for thousands of years, which means he simply doesn't understand anything at all. She even asks him what gives him the right to talk nonsense in front of her. You better watch your world, Lady Zombie. You have no idea how scary Uncle Bai is. Upon hearing that, Bai Luqian gets a little pissed off and tells Chang Mammon that he is Su Liu's master, and that gives him all the right to say something over her. He released a strong aura that went straight to Chang Mammon's subconscious mind. All of a sudden, she finds herself in a weird place where the gigantic axe of Bai Luqian is plugged into the ground, and there are several pieces of chopped wood. Not to mention, these are gigantic pieces of chopped wood. Chang Mammon asks Bai Luqian where she is. He reveals to her that she is in his consciousness space, which is similar to what they call domain. Apparently, they are standing in the neck portion of the decapitated giant that seems sealed inside the wood. What the fudge, that's gross. Bai Luqian asks her if she still has questions in her mind. Completely confused about his true prowess, Chang Mammon asks him how he can do it, considering he is just in the revolving light realm stage. He then told her not to focus on that kind of detail. Chang Mammon starts to wonder what about the giant corpses in his domain. He reveals to her that they are the wood that he has been cutting down for years. Say what? So, all these times, bro is not just chopping ordinary wood. Sheesh. Mind-blowing revelation. Upon observing the whole area, Chang Mammon gets shocked when she figures out that every decapitated body sealed in the wood is no less than the Mahayana realm stage. This only means that Bai Luqian is way stronger than she can ever imagine. After that, he asks her if she can finally entrust Su Liu to him. Not being able to give an immediate answer, Bai Luqian gives her some time to think about it. In one snap, they both came back to their consciousness. At that very moment, Chang Mammon understands why Su Liu would trust her cheat master so much. Well, there is truly more to Uncle Bai than meets the eye. Meanwhile, Bai Luqian starts patting Su Liu's head and tells her to listen to him well. Su Liu agreed with him and said that she would work hard to cultivate. On the other hand, Chang Mammon can't help but think about his true strength, which is terrifying beyond measure. Not long after, Bai Luqian asks Chang Mammon if Elder Kang is one of her people. While Chang Mammon is clueless about who he is referring to, he uses his power to uncover the concealing spell of Elder Kang, which surprises her so much. Soon after, Bai Luqian told her that even if she used a holy weapon to hide her presence, he would still be able to find her. While this is a normal thing for Bai Luqian, Chang Mammon is extremely impressed by him because even an Earth immortal like her could not detect the holy weapon. She then wonders how on Earth he is able to find her. Just remember, Lady Zombie with Uncle Bai, always expect the unexpected. All of a sudden, Elder Kang finds herself being restrained by the golden bindings that Bai Luqian casts. With so much anger, she told Bai Luqian that since he dared to trespass on the blissful palace territory, he should prepare himself for the wrath of their sex flesh and blood ascension formation. Bai Luqian immediately asks her if she is referring to this squishy red hand puppet that Little Six is holding. Meanwhile, Little Six asks Chang Mammon, whom she calls boss, if she wants to have the hand puppet, which she immediately refuses. Elder Kang, on the other hand, cannot believe that the flesh and blood ascension formation couldn't stop him either. A few moments later, Elder Kang asks Bai Luchin if he thinks he can deal with an actual Earth immortal. That being said, she released the yin-yang jade of Chang Mammon from her body. Elder Kang, can you wear something else? It seems like your melons will pop out any time. Upon seeing that jade, Chang Mammon told everyone that they could not let her break the jade. Unfortunately, Elder Kang successfully breaks it using her power. Bai Luchin, on the other hand, is just chill while being clueless about what is going to happen. Breaking the yin-yang jade also breaks the chain bindings of Chang Mammon. Then, a strong purple aura exudes from her body. Seeing this, Little Six starts to worry about her boss losing her self-control. Little Six explains to everyone that Jade Pendant controls the chains on her boss's body, and once the chains disappear, her restraints will be gone too. Slowly, Chang Mammon turns into a hideous giant monster. Sheesh, she became a zombie titan. As Su Liu tries to call her name, Little Six tells everyone that she will not hear them anymore. For the death she has devoured her boss's consciousness. Bai Luchin, on the other hand, is completely unfazed and tells everyone not to worry because he is there to protect them. Not long after, the monstrous Chang Mammon look at them with so much bloodlust. This makes Elder Kang extremely happy and wishes everyone to die. What a psychopath. If they will die, you will probably die too. The giant Chang Mammon unleashes her deadly purple energy. Noticing this, Bai Luchin immediately activated a shield to protect them. This shield is one of his talisman skills that he named 4-star Divine Talisman Clean Skies and Clear Ground. Little Six can't help but worry, for she knows the true power of Chang Mammon. She is so confused about what they will do, so she tells Bai Luchin that they are doomed. The last time her boss lost control, 3 Mahayana Realm stage cultivators lost their lives, and they barely managed to seal her back. It sounds like a calamity is coming. Meanwhile, Elder Kang is so happy seeing them in a state of despair. She then told them that they better not think of leaving the cave alive that day. Pissed off by her noise, Bai Luchin put a leather band mouth gag stuffed ball on her to keep her mouth shut. Of all the things, why that stuff? Extremely sus, not to mention. Even Little Six, who has been blabbering a lot about her boss, is given the same mouth thingy. Bai Luchin then asks Su Liu to hold the talisman paper for their shield. Chang Mammon then uses her skill called Chiman Kun Soul Stab, which looks like the Hyuga clan's yin-yang symbol engulfed in a strong purple aura. This purple aura releases tentacle-like forces that attack Bai Luchin and his allies. Bai Luchin then casts an intercepting skill that releases orange slashes to vanquish the purple light of wickedness. This is an extreme magic battle. All of a sudden, Bai Luchin teleports outside the barrier with his flaming aura while he holds his sealing talisman and his axe. Bai Luchin can't hide his interest in knowing that a corpse shell like Chang Mammon can also make a seal. That being said, the spell that she used a while ago that appears like purple tentacles is actually a soul-sealing spell. Good thing it did not reach them. Moments later, Bai Luchin teleports in front of her and asks her if that's all that she can do. Triggered by what he said, Chang Mammon attacks him with her huge hand and sharp nails. This, however, is the most awaited moment of Bai Luchin as he can perfectly cast the sealing talisman on her forehead. He then said that, in the end, a corpse is just a corpse. Well, I knew you could do it, Uncle Bai. The moment the sealing talisman paper touched her forehead, she experienced excruciating pain. Then, a huge explosion happened, and the place was filled with purple smoke. Bai Luchin then uses his power, and the orange sealing force magic appears not to let the smoke spread further. Meanwhile, Su Liu and Little Six can only wait for the magic to subside to know what exactly happens to both of their masters. As the smoke continues to subside, Chang Mammon finds herself back to normal. However, she immediately notices something heavy on top of her melons. It turns out that Mr. Bai submerges his head in between her 2 melons. Considering Chang Mammon's conservative behavior, she is extremely shocked at what's happening. Bro, find a room. Kids, close your eyes. Knowing that she got startled by what he was doing to her, Bai Luchin asked her not to move. What the fudge? Bro, even if she's a living corpse, you should still respect her. While extremely blushing and so much awkwardness, Chang Mammon explains to Bai Luchin that even though he's a female cultivator, her body has long since turned into a zombie, so he should not do anything to her that is meant for living bodies. Bai Luchin, on the other hand, just keeps on doing it. When he raises his head from her melons, Bai Luchin sucks out the green smoke inside her body and tells her that she finally understands everything. What the heck? bro made her his human vape. When the smoke completely subsides, Little Six and Su Liu see Bai Luqian completely fine, while Chang Mamin is back to normal. Bai Luqian and Chang Mamin continue their conversation. It turns out that Bai Luqian is actually helping her. Chang Mamin is relieved that he did not suddenly have bad intentions for her. In fact, Bai Luqian discovered the problem in her body. As Bai Luqian releases the smoke that he sucked out from her body, he tells her that she is right, for what he did was only an accident and nothing more. However, he also explains at that very moment that her body can no longer stay like that, so he needs to fix it as quickly as he can. That's very nice of you, Uncle Bai. Furthermore, Bai Luqian tells her that it will be a bit troublesome if they want to get rid of the main problem, for they do not have enough resources in that place. Thus, she has to go with her to his realm, the Azure Bird Peak. Then, he shows her how the smoke inside her body rejects the good mana. Despite knowing the fact that she is facing imminent danger, Chang Mamin cannot decide right away. That being said, Bai Luqian tells her that they will talk again after she takes her time to consider things carefully. Soon after, Bai Luqian faces Elder Kang, who is currently restricted by the Golden Arrow constraints, and tells Chang Mamin that he will take care of the enemy first. As Bai Luqian moves toward Elder Kang, she suddenly changes her personality. She told Bai Luqian that in the past, she was blinded by the evil blissful palace. Moreover, she calls him Senior Brother Bai and tells him that she knows that he's a good man deep inside. Then, she aggressively begs him to spare her life. Well, serves you right, madam. Bai Luqian, on the other hand, told her that he did not think she would recognize him as her senior brother at all. Considering the fact that they used to belong to the same sect, Bai Luqian decided that he would spare her life. However, he casts magic using his index finger and targets the upper portion of her reproductive organ. Seeing this, Elder Kang asks him what he's going to do. Not long after, she began experiencing extreme pain. It was too much for her to handle to the point that she shouted in agony while extremely sweating and salivating. Then, Bai Luqian uses his Shuan-Tu formation Bailey Vanishing Talisman, which creates a yellow magic circle that releases a light that envelopes Elder Kang's body. He even told her to get lost from that day onwards, for the academy has nothing to do with her anymore. Bai, evil witch. Meanwhile, the girls are arguing about Mamin's decision. Little Six objects to the idea of Chang Mamin going with Bai Luqian. On the other hand, Su Liu supports her friend's decision. Little Six then tells her that she is an Earth Immortal, so she should not let someone in the Revolving Light Realm stage command her. However, Chang Mamin tells her that she should not be like that, for she knows more than anyone else how important it is for her to go back to her previous condition. All of a sudden, Bai Luqian asks Chang Mamin if she has decided to come along with them. Su Liu then looks at her with pure happiness and tells her to go with them, which convinces her even more. That being said, Chang Mamin kneeled down before Bai Luqian. Well, if you are as strong as Uncle Bai, even the gods will recognize you. Shocked by her action, Bai Luqian asks her what is the meaning of it. She then expressed with sincerity that she wanted to be his disciple. Soon after, Bai Luqian felt awkwardly shy. Then he tells her that she can just follow him to the sect and there's no need to become his disciple. Out of nowhere, the system appears to congratulate him for triggering the last piece to activate the world task. Moreover, the system wants him to take note of the following. First is the task objective. In 3 days, he needs to get any of his disciples to reach the Earth Immortal Realm stage. Since Chang Mamin already reached the Earth Immortal Realm stage, this will be easy peasy if he accepts her as his disciple. Second is the task reward. Upon completion, he will receive the activation of the world task, the mysterious blind box, and 1 Heavenly Dad fragment. What the heck is that Heavenly Dad fragment? What a weird name for a reward. The last one is the failure penalty. If he isn't able to complete it, he will lose the world task qualification and will have a permanent loss of the system. This only means that all of his spiritual chi will be confiscated. Oops, it looks like Uncle Bai is forced to accept Chang Mamin. Nonetheless, the completely phased Bai Luqian can't do anything but question the system for making things so complicated. That night, as the bloody full moon shone across the starry sky, Elder Kang is seen wandering in the wilderness. It has been a few hours, but she is still stuck in that forest. She declares to make Bai Luqian pay for what he did to her. It turns out that the spell used by Bai Luqian, Shuan-Tu formation Bailey Vanishing Talisman, can destroy Elder Kang's Snow Mountain Sea of Qi. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice calls her name from the dark. Elder Kang asks him to show himself, which makes the unknown man laugh weirdly. Well, that laugh is definitely familiar, right? When he comes out of the dark, Elder Kang recognizes that he is Yang Cheng of the Soul Refining Sect. He then asks Elder Kang to come a little closer to talk. This, however, made Elder Kang feel that something was wrong. Knowing Bai Lochen's personality, she is sure that he will not let him off. That's the very reason why she wonders how on earth Yang Cheng is still alive. Realizing this, Elder Kang shouts at him and asks him who he really is. Then the head of Yang Cheng starts to twist. As his appearance crumbles, he utters the words, "Mountain is mountain, water is water, all appearances are realities." He completely twisted his head 360 degrees. It was revealed that it was no other than the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor. I knew it. That's why the weird laugh sounds familiar. But how the heck did he survive? Meanwhile, the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor asks Elder Kang, why can't he be Yang Cheng? Well, don't ask, old man. You'll only end up hurting yourself. Soon after, the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor revealed that she came to him because of his doings, which angers Elder Kang. That makes why she can't get out of the forest. Not long after, the shout of Elder Kang reverberates in the dark forest. Meanwhile, it is a peaceful night at Azure Bird Peak, also known as King Luan Peak, when a portal that looks like Milky Way Galaxy appears. A sealed coffin of the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor comes out from it. Soon, it completely fell to the ground, creating a great impact. I wonder how many kilograms it is. Moments later, they all come out of the portal. Bai Luchen told everyone that it was a good thing they managed to get the coffin from the cave where the Earth Immortal Soul Ancestor was resurrected. With the use of that special coffin, they did not have a tough time controlling the immortal corpse from exploding. Wait, what? So, Chai Mammon is inside the coffin, and they just let it fall like that. Poor zombie lady. Not long after, Bai Luchen tells Su Liu and Little Six that time is very important, so they have to bring Chang Mammon to his room as quickly as possible. The two immediately agree to his order. Moments later, Xiao Meng saw Little Six pushing the sealed coffin inside the house of Bai Luchen. Then, after successfully putting the coffin inside, she is told by Bai Luchen to wait outside. As expected, she did not agree to it. However, she did not do anything that would waste their time. Meanwhile, Xiao Meng is just hiding behind the wall and wonders why Bai Luchen brings her too. Xiao Meng starts sweating as she remembers the time when she tricks her by giving her the grass, which she claims to be the best quality Qingdi grass around. Back then, Little Six was pleased with her offer, and Xiao Meng was not punished. However, that time, when she pretended to surrender, she gave her grass that she used to wipe Xiao Wu's butt. What the fudge? That's gross to the highest degree. That being said, if Little Six finds out about it, she's totally doomed. All of a sudden, Little Six appears beside her and calls her attention, which makes Xiao Meng feel a great fear down her spine. Little tells her that it's a great coincidence that they meet each other again, for she is in a fit of anger. She even says that it is about time that they see the result of the incident before. Well, she is referring to the grass incident, which apparently made her suffer from diarrhea all night. Sheesh. As Little Six gets ready to beat her severely, Xiao Meng can't do anything but say sorry. Then, her shout reverberates in the whole Azure Bird Peak. Poor Xiao Meng. Back in Bai Luchen's room, a mysterious orb is floating in mid-air as it sucks out the dangerous purple aura from the sealed coffin. After that, Bai Luchen unseals the coffin. As its cover shatters, a green aura comes out from it while the orb stays in mid-air, shining like a disco ball. Not long after, the orb starts absorbing the green aura from Chang Mammon's body. However, the orb starts cracking, and Chang Mammon tells Bai Luchen that her body can no longer contain the corpse energy. To fix the problem immediately, Bai Luchen commands the two to take off their clothes before it's too late. What? Why do they have to do that? Uncle Bai? That is extremely sus. As expected, the two got shocked by what they heard, and they started blushing. Bai Luchen, on the other hand, starts taking off his clothes while the two girls sit inside the coffin, looking very scared. Chang Mammon tells Bai Luchen that she can understand her master's thoughts, but she thinks that doing the thing at that moment is a bit inappropriate. Bai Luchen then turns around with his very ripped body as he continues to remove his remaining clothes. He hears what Chang Mammon said and tells them how they are going to do it if they don't take off their clothes. Bro, I'm so done with your double entendre. Meanwhile, the two girls start shaking in fear after hearing what Bai Luchen told them. Apparently, they both don't know what to do because both of them still keep their V card. That being said, they both don't have any related experience at all, and if ever, it would be their first time. Chang Mammon starts removing her clothes and tells Su Liu that she understands as long as her master doesn't mind doing it to her, she is fine with it. Seeing that she has already decided, Su Liu also starts removing her clothes as he tells his master that she will follow his orders. Kids, just close your eyes for a while. After undressing, the two of them stand, making them both look completely naked. Bai Luqian got extremely shocked when he turned around, for he witnessed two of the best sceneries in the world. As Chang Mammon and Su Liu blush upon their master, Bai Luqian freaks out and asks them why they strip off everything, for they can still leave some undergarments on. Realizing what their master said, they both got horrified by their actions and quickly wore their undergarments. Their actions gave Bai Luqian a great headache. He explains to them that improving the efficiency of spiritual qi transmission through skin contact is common sense. Well, bro, you should make yourself clear because your words are so confusing. After that, he confronts the two of them and asks them both what exactly they are thinking. He even reprimands them for thinking that he is that kind of person in their eyes. Su Liu feels so ashamed of what she did, so she apologizes to her master for having such unclean thoughts. Soon after, Bai Luqian explains that it's no joke if there will be an Earth Immortal explosion. That being said, he told the two to listen carefully as he taught them what exact method they needed to do. When they started doing the method, Chang Mammon reminded Su Liu to be careful. Su Liu, on the other hand, told her that she was fine and she was ready to do it. Then, the two start releasing their spiritual qi. Not long after, Bai Luqian enters the scene and touches Su Liu. He explains to them that to suppress or control the corpse qi, he needs to use his Supreme Yang qi. What the heck is that Supreme Yang qi? And what's with your body position, Uncle Bai? After using his Supreme Yang qi, Su Liu delivers a one deep moan. Sheesh, my mind. Bai Luqian further explains that if he directly injects his qi into Chang Mammon's body, the two energies will collide and cause an explosion. That being said, the two qi needs to be reconciled in Su Liu's body before they can be transferred into Chang Mammon's body. Bro seems to be an expert in injecting his Supreme Yang qi into other people and not letting it explode easily. All of a sudden, Su Liu starts complaining and tells his master not to do it so hard. On the other hand, Chang Mammon starts moaning too. Bai Luqian also starts sweating so hard and tells Su Liu that there are not many opportunities for direct exposure to spiritual power manipulation. Therefore, what they are doing will also be very beneficial for her cultivation. Although she was having a little hard times, Su Liu just decided to follow her master's order. Oh my goodness. Why'd they have to position themselves like that? Moments later, Bai Luqian's spiritual qi starts entering Su Liu's body on a deeper level. Su Liu tells him that the Supreme Yang qi is too much for her to handle, and she feels like it is about to overflow. After her session with Su Liu, Bai Luqian told Su Liu to switch places with Chang Mammon, to which she immediately followed. When she starts touching Chang Mammon, green smoke starts to appear around her body. Bai Luqian explains to Su Liu that the feeling of being controlled by spiritual energy is not good for her corpse body. That being said, he immediately commands Su Liu to come and stabilize Chang Mammon's body. Su Liu positions herself on her back and starts pressing her melons to Chang Mammon's body. Sheikah told her not to worry at all, because master's skills are really good. Hearing Su Liu say those words, Chang Mammon feels relieved and her corpse body starts to get stabilized. Bai Luqian tells her to get ready, for he is going in. After inserting his Supreme Yang qi, Chang Mammon also delivers a one deep moan. Sus level is beyond my expectations. I'm so done. Moments later, one huge carrot is harvested. It turns out that Xiao Meng is giving it to Little Sixth as her way to please her. However, this angers Xiao Wu because she is the one who planted them. Just in case you wonder, the girl with the darker skin tone is Xiao Wu. Yes, she is no other than the black demon horse that belongs to Bai Luqian. And this is her humanoid form. Apparently, she cannot stop Xiao Meng from stealing her carrots because she binds Xiao Wu with her silk. All that she can do is call her bad insect. Meanwhile, Little Six cannot fight the temptation, and she starts salivating over the fresh carrot. She wonders how there could be such a perfect quality of radish in that world. She also realizes that the rich spiritual qi that it contains is simply overwhelming. That being said, she did not hesitate to give it a bite. After that one bite, her eyes widen, and she cannot believe how tasty it could be. The taste is so good that she starts imagining herself lying on a bunch of giant carrots. It looks like a bunny girl acting like a real bunny. When she came back to reality, she did not realize that she already ate it all. She saw Xiao Meng and Xiao Wu having an argument. Xiao Meng tells her that from then on, Little Six will be their boss, and she will be the second boss. She reiterated to Xiao Wu that if she or their boss wanted a carrot, she should give it wholeheartedly. This, however, was strongly disagreed by Xiao Wu. Well, I would feel exactly the same way. Pissed off by her attitude, Little Six calls her insect and tells her that she doesn't even need to be fried with oil. Not long after, Little Six walks towards Xiao Wu and tells her that although Xiao Meng is just a snob that's strong in appearance but weak in reality, she's still a genuine half-step demon emperor. She even added that if Xiao Wu is just a peak spirit demon who can hurt Xiao Meng, she must be really strong. On the other hand, Xiao Meng is just standing beside her as she takes all the criticisms she tells her. This bunny girl's words are sharper than her teeth. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu asks Little Six who she is and if she also wants to take her carrots. She looks at her with an evil grin. Well, she is definitely plotting something inside her mind. Soon after, she moves closer to Xiao Wu and puts her hand above her head. She starts releasing green light to be absorbed by Xiao Wu. Little Six reveals to her that she happens to have a lot of spiritual energy at that moment, so she feels like giving her immortal fate. She even added that Xiao Wu could consider it as a trade for her carrot. At first, Xiao Wu is clueless about what will happen. However, as Little Six power starts running all over her body, she starts to feel good. Little Six tells Xiao Wu that she is curious about how powerful she can get if she reaches the Demon King realm. It looks like Xiao Wu is getting an upgrade soon. Moments later, Su Liu wakes up. It turns out that she fell asleep after the process due to so much exhaustion. Miss Su, kindly cover those huge melons of yours. When she completely opens her eyes, she sees Chang Mammon, who is back to her living form. Sis is no longer an avatar. Chang Mammon is happy to see that Su Liu is finally awake. In fact, she pats Su Liu's head while she is asleep. What great mother figure. With so much happiness, Su Liu tells his master that she is back to normal. Well, as if he doesn't know about it, right? Bai Luqian then explains to her that it was just her meridians that needed fixing. After that, he told them to let him rest for a while before they talked about something else. Apparently, guiding spiritual energy to an Earth immortal really takes a lot of energy. That being said, Bai Luqian's spiritual energy is almost drained. It looks like Bro got so tired after injecting his supreme yang qi into his two disciples. Moreover, it is also very difficult for Su Liu to consume such a large amount of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Chang Mammon is beyond grateful to Bai Luqian. In fact, doesn't even know how to return such a great favor. It turns out that after thousands of years, that is the first time that she has seen someone who gave her a quartz to remodel meridians. That sounds very complicated. Well, with Uncle Bai, everything's possible. On the other hand, Bai Luqian tells her that from that day on, quartz energy will be her spiritual energy. He reminds him to use it to nourish her spiritual consciousness. Moreover, Bai Luqian even reveals that if Chang Mammon is able to reconstruct her true form, maybe she will be able to come back to life. Not long after, a strong green light illuminates all over Azure Bird Peak. Chang Mammon immediately recognizes that the strong surge of energy is the birth of the Demon King. That being said, Bai Luqian tells the two of them to rest while he checks what is going on outside. Meanwhile, as the moon shines so bright in the middle of the night, a huge green light pillar that is taller than the mountains appears inside Azure Bird Peak. Below the green light pillar, Little Six and Xiao Meng are both waiting for Xiao Wu to come out. Not long after, a body of a mature woman appears to come out of the light pillar. It turns out that the child Xiao Wu is no longer young, but rather a thick woman. Welcome to the thick girl's generation. Soon after, Little Six moves closer to her and happily tells her that from that moment on, she will be hers, and assures her that as long as she uses her name, no demons will dare to bother her. On the other hand, Xiao Wu, who's very loyal to Bai Luqian, remains quiet and calm. However, when she starts to feel the changes in her body, Xiao Wu complains about not being comfortable with her heavy melons. She even said that she wanted to be like Little Six. Apparently, Xiao Wu is referring to her flat chest and small body. Oops, it seems like Xiao Wu has insulted Little Six in a very indirect way. Well, after realizing what Xiao Wu meant, Little Six felt so awkward to the point that she couldn't react at all. Xiao Meng, on the other hand, controls herself from laughing, but she fails. As expected from our notorious bunny girl, she heard her controlled laugh. That being said, she releases her green Super Saiyan aura and prepares to beat Xiao Meng again. She even says that she has to teach her the thing called respecting elders and cherishing the young ones. Xiao Meng explains that she misunderstands her, for she is not taking her as a young one. Wrong move. Needless to say, Lord Six became so much infuriated and reiterated to Xiao Meng that she said respecting the elders. With so much anger, she prepares to deliver a strong slap charge with so much spiritual power. Just like that, Xiao Meng receives a strong left melon slap, which makes her melons jiggle and wiggle. Not long after, Xiao Meng felt the pain from the powerful slap. As she touches her left melon, she asks if that is the anger of the flats. Hearing those words, Little Six starts heating like an exploding volcano. Sis, you better stop saying a word or Little Six will not let you see beautiful tomorrow. The completely pissed off Little Six told Xiao Meng that she thinks she has quite extra weight, so she will help her remove them. It looks like someone's melons will be harvested at any moment. The threatened Xiao Meng then hugged her melons like she never did before. Nonetheless, she still tells Little Six that she is just jealous because she doesn't have big melons. When she's about to attack Xiao Meng, Uncle Bai comes to save the day. Hooray! Long live the melons. Bai Luqian confronts her and says that it has not been long since she last caused trouble. That being said, he asks her if she is trying to rebel. On the other hand, Little Six grabs Bai Luqian's clothes and questions the idea that he is allowed to do what he can while she is not. Well, Little Six definitely acknowledges Bai Luqian's power, but is certainly not afraid of him. Hearing her sentiments, Bai Luqian reiterated that he was just helping Chang Mammon to repair her meridians. However, Little Six doesn't believe his words, and she even tells him that he is just making it sound like he is not taking advantage. Not long after, Xiao Meng comes crying to Bai Luqian. As she reports the two for teaming up on her, Bai Luqian tells her not to throw herself at him. Little did Xiao Meng know Xiao Wu was rushing her way for her. That being said, the Demon King, Xiao Wu, tackles her so hard that she loses consciousness. Not to mention, the impact was so strong that Xiao Meng flew and crushed onto the nearest wall. Ouch. That surely is painful. After doing that, Xiao Wu reiterates that she will not let Xiao Meng steal her carrot. Since when did Uncle Bai become a carrot? Later on, Bai Luqian starts patting her head, which makes her very happy. He even told her that she did great and she had become more agile. However, he also reminds her that no matter what Xiao Meng has done, she is still her senior, so she needs to respect her. Moreover, Bai Luqian acknowledges her new status as a dignified demon king. Then, he emphasized to her the value of respecting the elders and cherishing the young ones. He wants her to understand it in a deeper sense, which Xiao Wu agrees. Moments later, Bai Luqian orders Little Six to bring Xiao Meng back home and asks Xiao Wu to come with him to the courtyard. As Little Six drags Xiao Meng's unconscious body, he rants at Bai Luqian for not calling her Elder Six. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, is relieved that Xiao Meng is not dead yet. Meanwhile, Bai Luqian is a little worried after the birth of a demon king, for this is a big deal. He also worries about the possibility that it might have alarmed many people. Well, just as Bai thought, 5 unknown individuals enveloped with various spiritual chi colors are seen flying across the sky toward Azure Bird Peak. Well, trouble seems to follow Bai Luqian no matter what he does or where he goes. In the middle of a quiet and peaceful night, the 5 unknown individuals charged with different colors of spiritual chi landed in front of the Azure Bird Peak entrance gate. It turns out that these are the head instructors of every department of the academy. Yu Wanxiang, the new head instructor of the beast taming department, told everyone that the compass was pointing in that direction. Ni Shu, the head instructor of the array formation department and currently on the Leaving Aperture Realm stage, calls Yu Wanxiang's attention. To him, it is very inappropriate for them to trespass into the Azure Bird Peak without permission. Well, it looks like some other instructors have decent behaviors. Yan Shangchang, the head instructor of the Alchemy Department and currently on Spirit Severing Realm mid-stage, also thinks that what they are about to do is wrong. He also added that they should have at least asked for permission from the Great Elder first. Green alert, another good uncle has been detected. Yu Wanxiang, however, told the two that they might still need to remember that their Great Elder, or Headmaster Li Gengqi, is leading others to help instructor Bai Luqian. Accordingly, they are responsible for the safety of the academy. So Yu Wanxiang tells them that they should not lose sight of the other factors. Meanwhile, Jiang Hemming starts ranting about their current situation. He believes that all the troubles happening to them are all because of the airheaded Bai Luqian. He tells the head instructors that Bai Luqian doesn't think about himself and goes straight to the blissful palace to save others. He even added that Bai Luqian really thinks to himself that he is amazing. Moreover, Jiang Hemming tells them that the headmaster has taken more than half of the battle sector to save Bai Luqian, which causes them to patrol at night after classes. Bro, stop ranting so much. Not satisfied with what he already blabbers, the completely pissed off Jiang Hemming expresses his frustration about the Demon King they are about to face, which happens to appear at Azure Bird Peak. Therefore, it involves Bai Luqian again, and they need to help him with the existing matter repeatedly. He feels so infuriated by Bai Luqian to the point that he tells the instructors that Bai Luqian is really ugly. As expected, hearing Jiang Heming talking ill about his beloved Bai Luqian, Mu Xuanju clicks her tongue and feels disgusted by his irrelevant thoughts about the situation. The instructors continue with their conversation. Jiang Heming asks Mu Xuanju why she is clicking her tongue. He even told her that she must also hate Bai Luqian. Mu Xuanju, on the other hand, answers his question and tells him that she is clicking her tongue because he irritates her eyes. Boom. Burned. This, however, left Jiang Heming clueless about what she said. Meanwhile, Yu Wanxiang tells Mi Shu that although it is only a demon king of the Leaving Aperture Realm stage, everyone should not take it lightly. He even emphasized that the safety of the academy must be their first priority, to which Nishu agrees. However, at the back of Nishu's mind, he firmly believes that the demon king that they are about to face has nothing to do with his array formation department. While all of them talk, Yan Shangcheng is just there, standing in the middle and listening to them. Well, this is how a typical friend-gathering moment goes. Yu Wanxiang approaches the gate of Azure Bird Peak, and Yu Wanxiang tells everyone that he will take the lead. Not long after, he punches the wooden gate strong enough to ruin it. Upon entering, they saw Bai chopping wood. This, of course, immediately excites Mu Xuanju. After seeing them all, Bai Luqian stands up and acknowledges their presence, especially head instructor Moon. He asks them what could be the reason behind their sudden visit to Azure Bird Peak. On the other hand, Yu Wanxiang gets shocked and confused to see Bai Luqian in that place. He asks him what he is doing in that place and where is the Demon King. Bai Luqian tells the other head instructors that what instructor Yu said is really interesting. He tells Yu Wanxiang that he is a talisman instructor, so it is natural for him to be in the talisman department. Soon after, he revealed to them the Demon King they were talking about and called Xiao Wu to come closer to him. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Yu Wanxiang can't believe his eyes that the Demon King is actually a beautiful, thick girl. Bai Luqian introduces her to the head instructors. He explains to them that the demon horse he raised just recently broke through. Therefore, the Demon King they are talking about is Xiao Wu. Nishu expresses how happy he is for Bai Luqian, who manages to raise a Demon King. For that is actually the first one for the academy. Moreover, Yan Shangcheng congratulates him. He tells everyone that he did not expect the talisman department to be the first to succeed with it. All of a sudden, Jiang Heming told everyone to listen to him. He tells them the demon horse should be handed to the beast taming department for safekeeping. Here we go again with Jiang Heming's bad scheming. Mu Xuanju, however, completely disagrees with her and explains that the demon horse belongs to Instructor Bai in the first place, so Instructor Jiang has no right to decide on it. As expected, Jiang Heming won't stop from that, so he tries to explain his perspective to the other instructors further. He explains that considering Bai Luqian is only on the Revolving Light Realm stage, he will not be able to control the Demon King. Moreover, he said that uncontrolled demons are too dangerous, so his suggestion is completely for the sake of the sect. Apparently, I can smell a jealous person. Suddenly, Yu Wanxiang laughs so hard and tells everyone that Jiang Heming is right. Wow, talking about bottom feeders. Surely, you only agree with him because you are interested in the Demon King's beautiful and thick humanoid form. He even tells Bai Luqian to obediently hand the horse demon to him, for it will be the best for everyone. The audacity of this desperate and perverted man. Upon hearing what he said, Xiao Wu looks at him angrily. Bai Luqian smirks at him and asks him what he is going to do if he won't do as he is told. Yu Wanxiang immediately asks him again if he won't. He activated his beast-capturing skill explosive spiritual power to intimidate Bai Luqian. His body instantly grew bigger and became more buffed. Moreover, he releases a strong spiritual chi all over his body, which shatters the ground around him in the process. After flexing his immense power, Yu Wanxiang tells Bai Luqian that it is not up to him to decide. Seriously, people like him who abuse power easily get on my nerves. With his fully activated power, he moves closer and looks down at Bai Luqian. He tells him that he won't let the Demon King take advantage of him either. Wow, hypocrisy at its finest. After that, he challenges him that if Bai Luqian could stop him, he would consider him capable of controlling the Demon King. Bai Luqian, on the other hand, tells him that it is not necessary. In fact, he happens to want to test for strength. That being said, Bai Luqian challenges Yu Wanxiang to compete with him through a beast battle instead. Upon hearing his suggestion, Yu Wanxiang gets so shocked. He cannot believe that man in the revolving light realm stage would challenge him to a beast battle, considering he is the best beast tamer in the academy. Don't get too ahead of yourself, bro. So, he asks Bai Luchin again about what he just said to him. Bai Luchin told him clearly that he wanted them to use their beast to have a match. Seeing this as his advantage, Yu Wangxiang laughs and immediately accepts his challenge. He even tells Bai Luchin that if he loses, his demon horse will become his possession. Without even waiting if Bai Luchin agrees to his condition, he immediately releases his beast. All of a sudden, a huge red magic circle appears above him. In the center, a huge bat in its sleeping position descends from it. Yu Wangxiang then calls its name, Ao Di, and it wakes up. Ao Di then turns upside down and spreads its wings to release its immense aura, only to find out that it is also a demon king at its peak level. Ao Di also has his humanoid form as a muscular man with yellow hair and elven ears. Not to mention, he is wearing unzipped pink pants and prominent purple underwear. What a weird outfit. Ao Di, just like his master, immediately looks down at his enemy. This sight quickly alarmed Mu Xuanju. She then calls Yu Wangxiang and activates her magic. However, she was stopped by Jiang Hemming and reminded him that it was just a match, so there was no need for her to be extremely anxious at all. Mu Xuanju tells Jiang Hemming that if something goes wrong, the headmaster won't let them go without punishment. Jiang Hemming tells Instructor Moon that she doesn't have to worry, for Instructor Yu knows exactly when not to cross the line. He further explains that a fight between demon kings is not something that they can see every day. When Ao Di descended to the ground, Jiang Hemming told Instructor Moon to look at the fight, for it was about to begin. It looks like Uncle Jiang is the most excited person for this battle. He wants it to happen in the first place. Ao Di starts moving towards Xiao Wu, enveloped in a very powerful aura. Xiao Wu, however, keeps staring at him without showing any sign of fear. Ao Di did not waste any time, and he quickly attacked Xiao Wu with his enhanced punch. His punch is indeed very strong, but Xiao Wu manages to stop it with one hand. Yu Wangxiang starts bragging about his demon king, Ao Di, telling Bai Luchin that Ao Di is the demon he personally trained to become invincible. He even added that Ao Di's speed and strength are way above Bai Luchin's demon king. Thus, he told his opponent that there is just simply no way for Xiao Wu to defeat Ao Di. On the other hand, Bai Luchin told him that they were just on the same page, for Xiao Wu belongs to the same category. Considering that factor, Bai Luchin reiterated that Yu Wangxiang shall not be too quick to judge. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu starts to get pumped. Her eyes start releasing a strong aura of extreme bloodlust. Then, she retaliated the punch with another punch, but it was not directly coming from her, but from what seemed like a holographic spirit that came from her body. Witnessing this, Jiang Hemming can't help but feel extremely amazed by Xiao Wu's spiritual energy embodiment. He even said that although it is just an image, it is rare for a horse demon to possess such terrifying potential. On the other hand, Yu Wangxiang feels the same way. That being said, he orders Ao Di not to waste any time and reciprocate what the enemy delivers. Ao Di also releases his spiritual energy embodiment to retaliate against Xiao Wu's attack. Now, this is definitely a stand-user battle. The two demon kings start exchanging powerful blows, punches, and strikes using their spiritual energy embodiment. Moments later, they are still punching each other. Shall we call it spirit boxing? Nishu asks Yan Shangcheng if they are just going to punch each other. Yan Shangcheng tells him that what they are witnessing is actually a test of strength, speed, and endurance. That being said, he tells Nishu not to speak if he doesn't understand what is truly going on. That escalated quickly. It feels like bro is not really in a good mood. Meanwhile, the fragrant smell of agarwood incense made Jiang Hemming fall asleep. When Jiang Hemming hears Yan Shangcheng say that the winner has been decided, he immediately wakes up. Based on Yan Shangcheng's analysis, Ao Di's movements are getting slower. He told Nishu that Ao Di wouldn't last long. It looks like bro's analysis is top-notch. Not long after, Yan Shangcheng also notices that even the blood double of Ao Di has already got destroyed. Thus, the punches from the spiritual energy embodiment of Xiao Wu went straight to Ao Di's body. Xiao Wu did not waste the opportunity and launched several powerful blows and punches at her enemy, defeating Ao Di in the process. When she delivered her finishing blow, Xiao Wu called Ao Di a weak opponent. While it seems like a normal fight, Xiao Wu went a little too much with her finishing blow, ending Ao Di's life. Extremely pissed off, Yu Wangxiang shouts Bai Luchin's name while he is collecting his beast corpse. He even confronts Bai Luqian and tells him that he doesn't know how much effort it takes to capture a demon king, and he just killed it like that. Sheesh. Bro, don't be a crybaby. Bai Luqian, on the other hand, told Yu Wangxiang that he had nothing to do with what he said. He asks him if he is still going to try extorting him again. Nonetheless, Bai Luqian congratulates Xiao Wu for a job well done. Infuriated by what Bai Luqian said, Yu Wangxiang releases his powerful taming whip with the intention of ending Bai Luqian's life. However, Yan Shangchang releases his big green liquid jar to stop the fight. Shall we call it saved by the jar? Yan Shangchang reminded Yu Wangxiang that instructor fighting is against the rules of the academy. He even emphasized the fact that he agreed to bet, but he could not accept his defeat. Moreover, he asked instructor Yu if he is really throwing away his pride as an instructor of the beast taming department. Yu Wangxiang, on the other hand, tells him that matches are always ordered not to go overboard. However, Bai Luqian kills his demon king. That being said, he demands an explanation from Bai Luqian. Yan Shangchang asks him if he's trying to be a sore loser with his current action. Sheesh, that's a bull's eye right off the bat. Before things could get worse, Nishu intervenes and asks Yu Wangxiang if he wants him to report to the headmaster and let the old man decide what to do. Mu Xuanju entered the conversation and told everyone that the headmaster was already on his way back. That being said, if instructor Yu continues to cause trouble, she suggested that it would be better to consider reporting what happened. Yu Wangxiang calms down and keeps his dangerous magical whip. He also tells everyone that they are all the same. Soon after, she flew away from the Azure Bird Peak, and Jiang Hemming quickly followed him. Well, birds of the same feathers flock together. Meanwhile, Bai Luqian told him to fix his broken door before returning. Moments later, Bai Luqian thanked the three instructors for speaking out for justice. Nishu tells him that the sword arts and beast taming departments have been in power for many years. That being said, Nishu said that they would also like to thank him for taking the initiative on their behalf. Bai Luqian, on the other hand, told them that he would not dare to take the initiative. He just could not bear to watch his family getting bullied. Nishu happily tells him that he, who used to be unrestrained, has now become a good man who takes care of his family. He even asks Mu Xuanju's opinion about it, which makes her feel awkward. Nonetheless, she said that his change has nothing to do with her as she plays her hair with so much shyness. Someone contains great emotion deep inside. Not long after, Yan Shangchang told everyone that since there were no more problems, he and instructor Ni would already leave the place already. Although he was shocked by the announcement, Nishu told them to remember him and left with Yan Shangchang. He even says that both of them will be going, and so he wishes Bai Luqian and Mu Xuanju happiness. Bro, you made it sound like they are a newly couple. Meanwhile, Yan Shangchang told them that if he did not go, his elixirs would go cold. Moments later, Bai Luqian says to Instructor Moon that Instructor Ni still sure does love making jokes. Then he laughs. Soon, Xiao Wu calls Bai Luqian's attention. She told him that she was sleepy, and she wanted to sleep already. Hearing this, Bai Luqian told Xiao Wu to find a room to sleep, for she had worked very hard that day. That being said, Xiao Wu quickly runs so fast. When Bai Luqian told her to rest early, she instantly agreed to it. As soon as Xiao Wu left, Mu Xuanju pulled out Bai Luqian's clothes, which startled him a little. She told him that, finally, it was just the two of them. Mu Xuanju asks him if he still remembers their deal, which Bai Luqian denies. She did not waste any time and told Bai Luqian that it was about time to fulfill her promise. All of a sudden, she kissed him, which made her blush. It looks like Instructor Moon is the true winner of that night. As the two people kiss each other in the middle of the night, the full moon in its glorious light and the flowers that fly along with the wind become witness to a blossoming love. That's too poetic. After doing her business, Moon Xuanju covers his lips as she gives her mischievous laugh. The totally unprepared Bai Luqian can't do anything but blush at what just happened. She tells Bai Luqian that what she gave him is one of her most precious things. Then she asks him how he feels about it while she blushes and gives him a sweet wink. She's too brave to show her affection. Certified queen things. Bai Luqian asked her if there was something else that she wanted to do, for he was sure that Mu Xuanju did not come all over just to do that thing. He even told her not to tease him like that. Meanwhile, at the back of his mind, he's relieved that she did not come closer. Well, it feels like someone almost loses control. Mu Xuanju turns around, opens her button, and tells him that she will stop teasing him. She even calls him a blockhead for it. Sis seems not satisfied yet. Meanwhile, Bai Luchen sighs heavily for making it through that tempting moment. She pulls out an invitation in between her melons. What? Since when did melons become the new bag? Apparently, this is what she wants to give to Bai Luchen. However, she feels unsatisfied because Bai Luchen did not come closer. When Bai Luchen asks her what the invitation is all about, she reveals that it is for the celebration party of the Four Arts Department. As expected from Bai Luchen, he asked if it would be okay not to attend. However, Mu Xuanju had already left even before he could ask. Thus, it leaves him with no other option but to attend. Little did he know Su Liu was standing behind him, feeling very suspicious of him. Jealous alert. All of a sudden, she hugs her from behind, pressing her melons on his back in the process. He asks her why she came out. The blushing Su Liu happily tells his master that she feels like her breakthrough has reached a bottleneck. That being said, she asks him for help with her flow of qi again. Bai Luchen, however, tells her that he doesn't have extra spiritual qi for what she is requesting. Su Liu begs him with her teary eyes and refuses to accept his reason. She even tells him that she doesn't care, for he will help her break through that night no matter what. She drags him inside the room to do it. Meanwhile, Bai Luchen gets pissed off and calls her a rebellious disciple. He even reiterated the fact that he has no qi left for what Su Liu wants. The next day, the celebration party of the Four Arts Department takes place. Guests from different departments are warmly welcomed. As Instructor Moon and Instructor Ni talk about something, a disciple from the Sword Arts Department is bitter about the fact that the Four Arts Department is putting on a big show for going to a secret realm. On the other hand, another disciple refrains him from talking ill and explains to him that the Four Arts Department managed to monopolize the resources of the entire secret realm. Meanwhile, some other students from the Sword Arts Department even start having their own speculations. They say that the reason why the Four Arts Department got all the resources is because their instructors sold their bodies. That's below the belt, bro. After hearing them talking ill about Instructor Moon, Yun Ru got mad and got into a fight with them. Soon, things escalated quickly as the disciples from the Sword Arts started unsheathing their swords. Seeing this, Yun Ru also releases her powerful flute. However, just before things could get worse, Instructor Moon arrived and stopped them from fighting. All of a sudden, they started protesting about their disapproval regarding the fact that Four Arts Department monopolized all the resources from the secret realm. Pissed off by their filthy behavior, Instructor Moon used her power to punish them. Seeing the disciples get punished, Xiang Shang from the Beast Taming Department joins the conversation. He expressed his approval of the punishment. However, he also agrees with the perspective of the disciples when it comes to resources. Soon after, Xiang Shang suggested handing over 90% of the resources in Fanghu Mountain to the Academy for proper allocation of each department's needs. This, of course, was immediately disagreed with by Yun Ruo, for she knows that most allocations will go to the Sword Arts and Beast Taming departments. She then reiterated the fact that those resources were all taken by them through their hard work. That being said, Yun Ru angrily asks him why they should give the resources to them. Xiang Shang releases his spiritual qi and tells her that the answer to his question is because their world values strength, and all the Four Arts Department can do is play some useless instruments. Little did he know, a red string was already placed on his neck. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman plays string instruments and asks who is the one who says that instruments are useless. The moment she strums the strings, the red string starts to strangle their necks. Xiang Shang asks what kind of sorcery is attacking him. Meanwhile, the disciples from the Sword Arts Department have already passed out. Not long after, Bai Luchen appears along with a mysterious silver-haired woman. Apparently, she's the one who cast the string magic. Bai Luchen told them that something had happened along the way, which made them arrive late. The mysterious woman then introduces herself as Ziling. Seeing her, Mu Shumanju felt a little jealous that she came together with Bai Luchen, while Yun Ru could not believe her eyes that she was one of the enemies they had faced before. She explains that her skin painting technique changed her appearance before and reveals that what they see at the moment is her original appearance. Sis, check out your clothes. Your melons are about to come out. Soon after, Mu Xuanju asks her how she is able to get out when she should be in prison. Bai Luchen reveals that he is the one who releases her after the interrogation. Apparently, Bai Luchen discovered her talent with instruments that could be helpful for the Four Arts Department. That being said, he asked Instructor Moon if she could take her as a handyman in the department. Since it is Bai Luchen's request, Mu Xuanju cannot refuse, so she accepts her as a handyman. However, she also asks her to release the disciples from getting strangled, which she immediately follows. It turns out that all of the strangled disciples passed out. Bai Luochen reminded her to go easy next time. That being said, Ziling immediately asked sorry, for she did not want to experience again what she had suffered under the hands of Bai Luochen. After that, other disciples start taking out the body of the disciples who pass out. Mu Xuanju thanks the disciples for their great help. Later on, Bai Luochen tells Mu Xuanju that Jiang Himing gave an unexpected gift. Mu Xuanju, on the other hand, tells him that the sword arts and the beast taming departments are the faces of the academy. That being said, they naturally have a domineering confidence. Well, I should say domineering bully confidence. Moments later, blue tentacles come to each realm head instructor. It turns out that the tentacles contain their headmaster's paper crane messenger. The message tells them that there is trouble at the mountain entrance, and all instructors should head there at once. It looks like we have a new trouble to look forward to. Meanwhile, someone wreaks havoc in Qinghong Academy. The elder of the Zhu Mountains sect, Du Jiyu, demands an explanation about why they're dying in the secret realm, while the academy's disciples are merely chilling. The sect leader, Master Qingzhu, also emphasizes that he is demanding resources. He also has a side quest, that is, to court Yue Zuanzhu for the nth time. Instructor Jiang speaks to these punks, explaining that the Four Arts Department is to be blamed for this, not the academy. However, all he earns is a spit on his face, a great way to freshen up, right? Angry, he tells the men to go straight to the Four Arts Department themselves, since they don't believe him anyway. Unbeknownst to these idiots, Bai Luochen is there along with the other masters. Let's see what these gangsters are made of then. However, as soon as they enter the Four Arts Department, they immediately start spreading their disgusting man urges. These men are acting like dogs while also looking like one. One of the men starts taking advantage of Yun Ruo, forcing her to do the nasty. Just then, a flaming arrow shoots out of nowhere, hitting the buff guy who's bothering Yun Ruo. His flesh dissolves as he gets consumed by the flames, and he can only call out for his master in desperation. Unfortunately for him, Du Jiyu and Qing Shu want nothing to do with him because they don't want to die from the corpse poison. Just then, Bai Luochen appears with Yue Zuanzhu, warning that they can't just run around spreading stupidity. Du Jiyu is enraged that one of his men was killed. Meanwhile, Qing Shu's facial nerves are pulsing in jealousy. How can Zuanzhu choose this woodchucker over him? This amuses Bai Luochen, so he asks Zuanzhu what Qing Shu is talking about. She explains that she met him once during the southern border competition, and he has been following her like a dog ever since. He kept coming to the academy and has even proposed over 200 times in the past 3 years. Talk about dedication. Simp, that's all Luochen could say. Hearing those words boils Qing Shu's blood, and at this point, his facial nerves are already doing splits. Simp? Okay, maybe he was, but he's a changed man now. He regrets proposing to Zuanzhu, and now they will all pay as he takes over the Four Arts Department. Suffer the wrath of this sad boy. Just to anger Qing Shu further, Bai Luochen says that Zuanzhu doesn't like him because he doesn't meet her standards. Qing Shu prepares to throw hands, but Du Ji pulls him back. If he stirs a fight, they won't be able to get the resources they need, so he better shut his trap. Bai Luochen wonders why they're here for resources, so Du Jiyu explains that it's compensation for the deaths of his disciples, which were caused by the Four Arts Department. Zuanzhu fires back, arguing that her department was never good at fighting. It's quite clear that the Blissful Palace was behind it all. Bullshark, says Du Jiyu. The Blissful Palace has long been destroyed. Is this woman out of her mind? Zuanzhu is not aware of what happened to the palace, but Bai tells her not to bother arguing with these idiots. However, Bai Luochen couldn't just take the blame for something he didn't do either, so to justify the matter, he challenges the men to a noble fight. Du Jiyu expresses how unfair this is, but it turns out that Qing Shu is ready to rumble. Bai Luochen explains that each of them will dispatch 5 disciples below the Golden Core realm, and they have to win 3 rounds in the arena battle. If Qing Zhu is too scared to lose, then he can join as well. But if he does, he has to shut up about his old victim act. Du Jiyu is skeptical. Bai Luochen has talented disciples, and this could compromise their mission. On the other hand, Qing Zhu is confident, saying that he has his special plan. Just then, he adds another request if ever they win. Aside from getting the resources that they demand, he gets dibs on cutting off Bai Luochen's precious man balls. Not the balls, anything but the balls. This is probably the monologue in Zuanzhu's head because she's totally against the request. However, Bai Luochen's like just the balls. Please, you can take the whole pecker. But to make matters equal, he also has a special request, that is to rip out their heads from their necks. Okay, bye. Back to the psych ward, please. And so the battle begins. As the 4 arts department loses the first round, Qingzhu tells Bai Luo Chun to kneel and bark. Maybe then he'll spare his worthless life. Bai Luo Chun is an unbothered king, motivating Yunro to fight the next round as he munches on his kebabs. Hello? Qingzhu was talking? Just then, Zhu Anzhu arrives with Li Yue, informing Luo Chun that something has come up on the headmaster's end, and because of that, he won't be able to attend. However, the rest of the other instructors are on their way. Just then, Qingzhu calls out to Zhu Anzhu, telling her that it's not too late to join his team. However, Zhu Anzhu and Li Yue only walk past this idiot like they didn't hear anything. They are more excited about the kebabs that Bai is eating, which only angers Qingzhu further. Meanwhile, Yunro's clothes are non-existent from all the attacks. Clad only in her underwear, her opponent urges her to just give up. Pef, these perverts are merely cutting her clothes and not her. Her opponent explains that this is the power of the spirit sword. The gap between quality can't be filled with just a little cultivation, or whatever that means. Yunro scoffs at the man's monologue as she summons her flute, a rare imperial weapon. Just then, the man panics as he realizes that his sword has become wobbly. What did that happen? Yunro then expels her break formation golden elimination attack, which scares her opponent. If only his other sword could be used as a weapon, because that can easily get hard, you know. Meanwhile, Qingzhu is baffled at how a disciple can have a rare imperial weapon. Bai Luo Chun says it's not that big of a deal, and he can even give him some. That is if he kneels and barks a few times. Woof! Bars enraged, Qingzhu almost gives Bai a piece of his mind, but Du Jiyu stops him. He reassures the temperamental Qingzhu that a disciple at Yunro's stage will only be able to wield some of the power of an imperial weapon. He adds that his Hishan sect has a disciple at the peak of the spiritual silence stage who specializes in training female cultivators. And speaking of the devil, here comes the man whose smell will make you gag, Li Haishan. Just then, Bai Luo Chun calls out to Yunro, telling her to take a break and leave this round to Yunshi. Yunro refuses, claiming that she hasn't even fought for real yet. However, Yunshi explains that Bai Luo Chun and her marital uncle have already arranged this. Plus, she also needs a change of clothes. This is too much fan service. Left with no choice, Yunro entrusted this round to Yunshi. Not long after, the duel begins and Haishan immediately rushes towards Yunshi with a break formation sound oppression attack. We can't imagine how time-consuming it is to recite that in an actual duel, but okay. Meanwhile, Yunshi can't help but wonder what martial technique is being used by Haishan. As the duel continues, the audience is already fighting for their lives because of the stench. Some are vomiting, while others have become nauseous. Phew, even a skunk would tell Haishan to dial it down a notch. Meanwhile, some of the other instructors arrive in the vicinity, only to be welcomed by the lovely smell of Haishan's unwashed pits. Instructor Ni gives a medicinal powder pouch to Li Yue, telling her to place it in the arena's 4 corners to avoid the smell. When asked what is causing this horrendous smell, Ni explains that this is a method of cultivation that ordinary cultivators simply cannot accept. The filthy Dao. Filthy what now? Qingzhu explains to Du Jiyu that filthy Dao requires constant immersion in a manure pit for cultivation. No one has ever succeeded in attaining this mastery for centuries, and for obvious reasons, this is such a rare occurrence that Qingzhu is surprised that Du Jiyu has convinced Haishan to pursue such cultivation. Du Jiyu replies that he only casually mentioned this with his 5 impure roots. Who would have thought that Haishan would actually soak in the manure pit for 15 years? Meh, maybe he wanted to be unique. Weird flex, but okay. The smell might be enough to kill them all, but at least it's a great shot at winning. Unbeknownst to the two, Bai Luo Chun is eavesdropping, and he suddenly gets a big brain moment. What if they give Haishan a bath? Would that remove his powers? Instructor Ni says that this might have some impact, but the filthy Dao can still stand its ground without being easily defeated by others in the same realm. Meanwhile, Yu Shi tries her luck by raining a tsunami on Haishan, but as expected, this doesn't do much. Haishan only laughs at her, claiming that his lovely scent won't easily be washed away. After all, that's 15 long years soaking in turd. Haishan suddenly spins around, splattering free poop perfume to the audience. Or should we say poop fume? No? Alright. Yu Shi is pissed that water-based spells don't work on this done Beal. On the other hand, Qingxu screams at Du Jiyu to control Haishan because they're also being splattered on. Meanwhile, Zhu Anzhu tells Bai Luo Chun to accept defeat in this round because Yun Shi is having a hard time. With this, Bai tells Li Yue to step into the arena. Looking at their situation, Instructor Jiang could only comment that women are so useless in fights. He even adds that people from the Four Arts department are not cultivators but mere actors. This triggers Bai Luo Chun. So to anger him further, Jiang offers aid, but only if they kneel and beg. For some reason, Jiang has the humor of a 7-year-old. He laughs like his life depended on it, but he suddenly turns sour when Bai summons a piece of turd to land on his mouth. What a great way to shut someone up. Jiang is furious, and he almost picks a fight. However, Instructor Yan Shangcheng stops him, reminding him of the rules. Meanwhile, Du Jiyu is horrified that Haishan has been defeated in one move. Filthy Dao my foot, thinks Li Yue. Qingxu panics, telling Du Jiyu that unorthodox cultivation will not be able to stand on this stage. If Haishan can't win, then another disciple must step into the arena. Du Jiyu refuses, arguing that Haishan hasn't even surrendered yet. True enough, Haishan might look like a roasted duck, but he has used Li Yue's lightning attack to temper his body into an immaculate one. Instructor Yu, who just arrived, was beyond amazed to witness what Haishan had done. However, he's also filled with panic, claiming that they must stop him or else the Academy's position in the Southern Realm will be in danger. He angrily screams at Li Yue to attack Haishan while he's vulnerable, but she remains calm and stagnant. She suddenly sits down to cultivate, which enrages Instructor Yu. Has Bai Luo Chun been teaching his disciples to be stupid all along? To make him shut up, Bai Luo Chun reminds him of the turd that flew into Jiang's mouth. He doesn't want to taste, does he? Du Jiyu, on the other hand, boasts that an immaculate body is the strongest innate Dao body. Instructor Yu says it's nonsense. It's merely filthy Dao and even they can cultivate that. Meanwhile, Zhu Anzhu worries that Haishan's realm is much higher than Li Yue's. However, Bai Luo Chun reassures her that Li Yue's cultivation in the middle of the duel only means that she's confident in winning. Meanwhile, Haishan is ready to unleash his wrath upon Li Yue. Haishan's immaculate body starts to form, flexing his buff build. Everything hardens and grows except for his shuang, which the unimpressed Li Yue points out. Haishan freaks out upon realizing that his immaculate body might not be immaculate at all, and it's not even complete. I guess size truly matters. Huh. Instructor Yu is relieved that Haishan lost his game. Meanwhile, Instructor Jiang expresses that he saw this coming. After all, he believes that soaking in manhua and playing instruments are the same. They're both useless. Hearing this, Yun Shi flicks her middle finger at Jiang, telling him to shut his hole if he has nothing good to say. Jiang gets offended by this, so he grabs Yun Shi by the collar and prepares to punish her. However, he earns a smack on the head from Zhu Anzhu, and she also reminds him that she has the right to rectify the rules of the sect if he keeps dissing the other departments. Instructor Yu taps Jiang on the shoulder, telling him to stop quarreling with women and focus on the duel. Yeah, Jiang, listen to you and stop acting like a closeted gay biatch. Meanwhile, Haishan is losing his marbles. He wants to be eternal. An immortal. He'd been soaked in turd for 15 years only to be defeated by a woman. Li Yue warns him to stop or else he'll surely lose control. Haishan gets triggered, so he dashes at Li Yue with a brutal attack. However, Li Yue whips out a moonlight thunder slash attack, smashing Haishan to the ground. Mr. Dung Beetle deflates like a pufferfish, and he's all dusty and beat up. With sadness in his eyes, he cries as he refuses to accept his defeat. Du Jiyu enters the arena, and Haishan holds onto his feet, saying that he can still fight. Yeah, right. Disappointed, Du Jiyu tells him to shut up. He will no longer fight, and he is no longer a disciple of the Hishan sect. Oof, a little harsh. Du Jiyu. Man's soaked himself in turd for 15 years, you know. Haishan cries in desperation, begging that he can continue cultivating inside the manhua pit, and this time, he'll be better. Du Jiyu is having none of this incompetence, so he kicks the poor Haishan out of the arena. Left with no choice, Haishan leaves the vicinity. As he cries in the middle of nowhere, he goes on about how unfair his life is. Just then, someone approaches him, asking if he wants revenge. The stranger casts a spell on Haishan, giving him the 3-star heavenly talisman Runmu Rejuvenation. Phew, just a second. Let me catch my breath. Suddenly, Haishan realizes that all of his wounds are gone. The stranger who healed him is none other than Bai Luo Chun himself, who's also offering him the chance to receive a newly tempered body. That is if he wants revenge. But why Haisham? Bai Luo Chun explains that he knows what it feels like to be used and thrown away by others. Haisham can barely believe that Bai Luo Chun has been through such harsh treatment. After all, he's one of the most talented instructors in the realm. Before leaving, Bai reminds Haisham to think about his offer, and if he wants revenge, then he must never pretend to have seen him there. Haisham reflects on his life, and even if he doubts Bai, he doesn't have any other options. With this, he kneels on the ground, begging Bai Luo Chun to accept him as a disciple. Bai gladly accepts, knowing that Haisham has great potential. Now, for the first step of his training, he has to take his pants off. Well, a hole is a hole, I guess. Haisham blushes, then he asks Bai Luo Chun if he can be a little gentle, because it's his first time. But God, Luo Chun could only be disgusted by what Haisham was thinking. He only wanted him to take his clothes off so he could inspect the tempering of his physique. Has he become a turd brain after soaking in that pit for 15 years? Haisham apologizes for having a dirty mind, then he proceeds to take his pants off. Bai looks at his pecker and says, not much girth. Okay, he didn't say that, but he thought of it. He then warns Haisham that what he's about to do is going to hurt a bit. Suddenly, Bai's chi enters his body, making him do a little lowly sound. I don't know about you, but this Haisham dude is a little fruity. Meanwhile, in the arena, Li Yue is battling Zhu Li from the Bamboo Mountain sect. Zhu Li boasts that not even innate cultivators can withstand her killing array, so she better give up. Li Yue replies that her sect is truly shameless, and it's hard to believe they sent a golden core up to fight. Just then, Zhu Li releases a 9-palace killing array directly at Li Yue. Instructor Ni is amazed that Zhu Li can build her killing array by hiding it within her attacks, which may potentially cause Li Yue to lose. What a schemer. This makes Zuan Zhu worry, especially since Bai has disappeared. Jian comments that he probably fled because he could already see the team losing. This pisses Zuan Zhu off, so she replies that she'll give up all her resources for Bai, and she won't let that stupid Qingshu hurt him. She will even accept his proposal if this means that Bai will remain unscathed. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chun appears out of nowhere, landing directly on the arena's grounds with a strong impact. Some of the debris lands on Qingshu's face, making him a little woozy. Well, he deserved that. Bai then reassures Zuan Zhu that there's no need for such sacrifices, as Li Yue hasn't accepted defeat yet. Meanwhile, Instructor Ni worries that Li Yue's cultivation is several realms lower than her opponent's. The only way to break it is through brute force, and this may be close to impossible. However, Bai reassures Ni that although Li Yue is not from the formation array department, he's still sure that she won't lose to anyone. Li Yue, on the other hand, admits that Zhu Li is truly strong, as this is vital for her to control the 9-palace killing array. Just then, Zhu Li releases a strong killing array attack on Li Yue, but this doesn't seem to do anything. Impossible. How could this be? Li Yue smirks, saying that she has fought the creator of this array countless times before, Nani. This array was found in a secret realm of an Earth immortal from thousands of years ago. How could she have fought the founder? Li Yue teases Zhu Li, asking if she has any other arrays that could actually do something. Angry, Zhu Li mindlessly releases the Herald 1,000 Coasts attack, revealing that she is part of the soul-binding array of the Soul Hunter sect. I don't even understand what that means, but yeah. The Academy instructors are infuriated because Qingshu colluded with the demonic sects. Although the Bamboo Mountain sect isn't that influential, they are still part of the Orthodox faction. How can these cheaters even face their ancestors after conspiring with the demonic sects? However, Qingshu justifies that internal matters should remain confidential, and Du Jiyu adds that they're probably making a fuss because they're about to lose. Zuan Zhu's blood boils, and she pleads with Bai to stop the fight before Li Yue gets hurt. However, Bai seems to be unbothered, claiming that the real fight is just about to begin. Cue the drum rolls. In the arena, Zhu Li is frantically losing her mind, trying to figure out a way to end Li Yue. She's quite skilled in breaking formations, but can she do the same for a spirit cultivator's array? Just then, a colossal demon appears behind Li Yue, but she remains nonchalant. Is this the best that Zhu Li can whip up? As the Academy instructors watch this battle, it becomes quite clear that Li Yue is about to die. But not Bai, he's as relaxed as a guy on a holiday. Just then, with one attack, Zhu Li decapitates Li Yue's head. Indeed, Li Yue is dead, and her headless body lies in her own pool of blood. Zhuanzhu gets consumed by anger, as they have established beforehand that this competition between disciples is only about ability, not killing. However, Qingzhu and Du Ji only justify their actions, saying that Li Yue asked for it and she's not even her disciple. Just then, Bai reassures Zhuanzhu that it's not the time to act yet because the competition is not over. Meanwhile, Julie scoffs at Li Yue's dead body, boasting that she was all about yapping and didn't possess actual skills. However, just before she could leave the arena, Li Yue gets resurrected out of nowhere. No way. She knows how to use the phantom power technique. Horrified, Julie attempts to back out, but it's too late. Li Yue smashes her to a wall without taking a single step. And then, bam, Julie is plastered to a wall with all her limbs broken. She gets paralyzed, making Li Yue the winner. It turns out that Xiao Meng has gifted Li Yue with the cast of her frozen silkworm, sensing that she might need it in the future. Sure, it was great and all, but it tasted like Xiao Meng's fluids. Meanwhile, Qingzhu can barely accept his defeat. It's impossible. How could Li Yue overpower an early-stage golden core cultivator? There is no other explanation. They definitely cheated. However, Bai is not taking any of his crap. Qingzhu needs to stick to their deal. It's finally Qingzhu's decapitation time. However, the panicking dude argues that they are all sects of the Southern Realm. Does Bai want them to die? Show us the part where Bai gives a single F. Being the sour loser that he is, Qingzhu activates his blood-drinking parasite's 5 souls attack, turning him into a colossal beast. Instructor Yu is amazed. Qingzhu is on the Divine Divergence peak, and he's been hiding this all along. Instructor Jiang is just as surprised, adding that he can also sense hints of the Wrath Realm's spiritual skills in Qingzhu's cultivation methods. Even if all the instructors team up, they won't be able to take him down. Just then, Qingzhu dashes towards Bai Luochun, ready to unleash the full force of his wrath. Just then, Zhuanzhu appears out of nowhere, saving Bai from the attack. In the process, Bai's face gets smushed in her mommy milkers. That's a pretty nifty airbag. Huh. Seeing this triggers Qingzhu, so he prepares to launch. However, Bai magically appears on the other side of the arena. But how? Don't mind that. Here comes Bai's fist. It aims directly at Qingzhu's stupid face, killing him with a single blow. Call him One Punch Man, literally. Bai walks towards Du Jiyu next, so the poor man begs for his life. However, Bai spares him, saying that many other people want Du Jiyu's head anyway. It's only a matter of time before someone else kills him. The old fart quickly scurries away, thankful to be alive. Meanwhile, Bai walks towards Zhuanzhu. He thinks it's adorable that she's holding on to his puppet for dear life. But what puppet? To Zhuanzhu's surprise, she's been holding Bai's puppet all this time, a decoy that he used in the fight. Zhuanzhu takes first dibs on the puppet, claiming that it's her compensation for being worried. She won't be sticking needles into it when it's getting soaked tonight. Don't ask me how. Meanwhile, Instructor Yu is in disbelief that Bai just killed a Divine Divergence peak with a single punch, which means that his ability exceeds Qingzhu's. That was already mind-boggling. Just imagine what Bai Luochun can do, realizing that the person they've been bullying is literally a god. Instructor Yu and Jiang discreetly yeet out of the arena. Just then, Li Yue runs to Bai Luochun, and she receives a good girl pat on the head. However, she also wants a puppet of Bai just like Zhuanzhu's. For what reason? I guess you already know. In the ruins of the Blissful Palace, 3 representatives from the Southern Realm Immortal Alliance investigation team visit to check out the place. There's miasma all over the area, which they avoid. Surely, whoever the culprit was of this killing isn't afraid of the Immortal Alliance. Suddenly, the 3 investigators are shocked to see that even the Earth vein has been dug out, indicating that someone higher than the Crossing Tribulation Realm is responsible for it. Out of nowhere, the sky turns dark and a bright portal emerges from the skies. I don't know about you, but it looks like a hoo-ha. The light drives the investigators mad, thinking that it might be the Great Tao. Everyone starts ripping out their insides, except for the woman who is wearing a talisman. Just then, an immortal being suddenly appears. She comments that she can feel a familiar aura, but the heavenly Tao is preventing her from descending. Seeing this, the remaining investigator attempts to use her talisman to send a report to the Alliance. However, the immortal being only pulls her talisman and squashes her with a boulder, ending her life. Finally, the entity has found what she's looking for after so many years, her best friend, Mammon. Meanwhile, in Qingluan Peak, Bai Lu Ochun is notified that incidents related to him are being spied on by the Great Tao. To ensure his safety, the maximum amount of spiritual energy that he can use will be restricted, meaning that he must refrain from using the Pong axe outside of chopping firewood. Confused, Bai asks the system why this is the case. He then learns that after unlocking the world mission, his spiritual energy has exceeded the maximum limit, thus attracting the prying eyes of the heavenly Tao. Bai can only use 10% of his energy, which is about the level of the crossing tribulation realm. Who was at that level? Right, Instructor Lee. Meh, that's quite weak. Just then, Bai asks for a little compensation since he's not allowed to use his axe. The system sends him a new weapon, a person wrapped in a talisman. I don't know about you, but that weapon looks thick. Meanwhile, Mammon assists Li Yue in bathing. She's quite amazed that Bai Lu Ochun is very generous in giving Li Yue a 5-star quenching pill to help her recover from her previous battle. This precious treasure is said to enhance one's cultivation by 3 levels, and there are only a few of those in existence. Although Li Yue is thankful that Bai cares about her that much, she does wish that it was him who's helping her right now. All she has is his measly puppet. I wonder what she's been doing with that thing. Mammon explains that quenching the body is different from reshaping meridians, which means it has to be done completely bare. Bai Luo Chun might be surrounded by bouncing mummy milkers all day, but he's not that kind of guy. Someone give this guy a medal. After this, Mammon hands the pill to Li Yue. Li Yue feels something inside her, and she gets a strong premonition about something. She suddenly feels her body getting warmer and warmer. If this is not a finishing face, I don't know what is. Meanwhile, Mammon tells her to endure it because she won't let anything bad happen to her. Out of nowhere, Li Yue screams. It's coming. Is it her or does she mean something else? Elsewhere, Shi Liu notices that the sky is growing dark, and even the thunder tribulations sound a bit weird. However, Mi Meng and Wu Zhuguai are so busy chasing each other that they barely notice. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun is busy burying the talisman body when he notices the same thing. He believes this is Li Yue's Golden Core Thunder Tribulation 2, but has a rather heavy aura. Out of nowhere, the protective formation suddenly shatters, and it happens close to where Li Yue is. Concerned about a potential threat, Bai Luo Ochun swiftly rushes to the scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu, Mi Meng, and Wu Zhuguai begin to grow anxious because the thunder appears different from Li Yue's usual tribulations. Elsewhere, Bai summons the intruder to show themselves. Out of nowhere, the immortal entity appears, excited to meet Bai Luo Chun, who is at the revolving light stage. Bai, on the other hand, demands the intruder to reveal her name and motive for bringing chaos into the place. She replies with enthusiasm. So, this is the master. He must be quite good if he can beat an immortal like her. Wait, immortal? This must be Kai Shiyu, the person that Mammon has spoken of. Kai Shiyu's sinister laugh echoes through the skies. Knowing that Mammon still remembers her after all these years, she suddenly appears an inch before Bai's face, asking if Mammon is doing well. He replies that she is, but she's become a corpse immortal. Just then, he cuts to the chase. He knows what Kai Shiyu's plan is, and he won't let her hurt his disciple. Plus, she's also Kai Shiyu's reincarnation, which is just ironic. Kai Shiyu argues that Mammon is no reincarnation, but rather, she's just one of the cores of her 3 corpses. Realizing that he might disturb her plans, Kai Shiyu unexpectedly unleashes an attack. Bai Luo Chun dodges it, but he's quite disturbed that even with his talisman formation, she still did so much damage. What kind of mommy milker monster is this? Meanwhile, the disciples are catching up to what's happening. They want to help and hide Li Yue, but Bai tells them to remain in the talisman formation. Determined to bring this woman down, Bai demands the system to give him his Pongu axe. The system hands it to him, reminding him to proceed with caution. However, Bai remains confident. This woman is just another wood to chop. Just then, he releases a 5-star divine talisman while rushing towards Kai Shiyu. However, he realizes that this immortal might not be like his typical villain. Her shell is extremely hard to penetrate. Okay, how about penetrating something else? Kidding. Back to the fight. Bai resorts to using his Buddha aspect and Shura manifestation combo attack. Finally, this does some damage. It impresses Kai Shiyu as she doesn't expect that a monster like him exists in the mortal world. Bai continues to rain attacks on her. Rushing forward with his 6-armed Shura, he breaks through, allowing him to come face to face with Kai Shiyu. He suddenly asks why she's trying to come for his disciple, despite ascending into an immortal. However, Kai Shiyu explains that it's not about achieving immortality. After ascending, she found that the heavenly realm was nothing more than that. Countless so-called immortals occupied smaller worlds, making it no different from the mortal realm. So Kai Shiyu didn't seek to conquer heaven, she aspired to become its very essence, to wield the laws shaping both heaven and earth. She didn't just desire to reach the stars, she aimed to be the very embodiment of heaven. Nani? Pissed at Kai Shiyu's greed, Bai Luo Chun hits her with all his might, eager to send her back to the heavenly realm. This ripped space apart, allowing Bai to toss the psychotic Kai Shiyu into the abyss. And so the chaos is over, or is it? Out comes Kai Shiyu again, emerging from the skies as she rips it open. Surprise, surprise. It seems like Bai Luo Chun isn't the only one who can rip space apart. Just then, the system warns Bai that he has damaged the heavenly channel, making the heavenly way connected with the mortal world. The heavenly channel expands into the mortal world at a rapid speed. If it isn't stopped, everything will be devoured. Amid everyone's panic, Kai Shiyu is ecstatic that she's witnessing the manifestation of her fusion with the heavenly way. Just how can Bai Luo Chun beat this crazy woman now? Out of nowhere, Kai Shiyu attacks Bai with her tentacled monster. However, he counters with a 5-star divine talisman, making the monster explode into smithereens. That's fresh sushi for tonight, folks. Meanwhile, the disciples are freaking out because the heavenly channel is everywhere. It's in the air, and it even emerges from the ground. They have no idea how to kill it, and on top of that, they still need to get Li Yue to safety. Mimeng, on the other hand, keeps getting hit by thunder. She doesn't know why she's the barbecue target of the day, but it seems like the tables have switched. The lightning is attracted to the insect. At least it's not the other way around, right? Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun is in full rampage mode. Kai Shiyu's demise is long overdue, so he uses all of his spiritual energy, making the system freak out because he's exceeding the limit of his body. However, Bai's like, shut your whole system. Something like that. Nevertheless, he's not about to give up, and he will defend Qinglu on peak even if he has to drain the spiritual energy of the world. Infuriated, Bai Luo Chun exclaims that he will teach Kai Shiyu the true heavenly way. He then attempts to seal the heavens, which greatly shocks Kai Shiyu as she can't believe that a mortal can use such tremendous amounts of spiritual energy. This is where she realizes that it's the Pongu acts of creation that's giving Bai Luo Chun his powers, which means that she was destined to lose from the very start. Bai successfully seals the heavens, but his axe breaks in the process. At least, everyone is safe now, even though there was a huge sacrifice to be made. Golden streaks of light suddenly showered the place, indicating that the worst had passed. Meanwhile, Chang Shiyao Liu exclaims that this golden core tribulation is probably something that no man has ever experienced before. Just then, Li Yue falls weak, claiming that she can't take it anymore. Bai then takes her into his arms, and he realizes that she's weak because she missed the final step of the thunder tribulation process. Mammon asks where they can find one for her to complete it, and Bai replies that only a thunder attribute cultivator who's contaminated with the energy of heavenly thunder can help. Mimeng, with her new pink afro, screams that they must find this cultivator, even if they have to force them. She suddenly realizes that everyone's looking at her weird. Are they weirded out with a new hairstyle, or could she be the perfect cultivator? Out of nowhere, another thunder strikes the poor insect lady. Moments later, Li Yue finally wakes up with her core finally completed. But how? And where did they find the cultivator? Well, it seems obvious with Mimeng fried in the corner. With the worst being over, Bai Luo Chun tells the girls to clean up while he goes to the Deacon Hall. Meanwhile, in the heavenly domain, Kai Shiyu promises to kill Bai Luo Chun, Mammon, and Li Yue the next time they meet. Days later, Bai Luo Chun gets pissed that he has to pay so much to get his place fixed. As he digs out the talisman-covered body, the system notifies him that the world mission has been issued. This means that a new disciple is just around the corner. However, here's the twist. You must find her before she dies. Say what now? With the talisman body strapped to his back, Bai Luo Chun immediately sends out a spirit bird to the disciples, informing them to bring Little Dream and come to the transportation gate at the main peak. Get ready, girls. You're about to save a new disciple. Elsewhere in Wulin City, Liu Hengzhang orders his guards to protect Nalan Duo, his niece. Killers want to kill Nalan for breaking an engagement, so Hengzhang reminds her to stay put while they wait for the Immortal Alliance to arrive. He also doesn't blame Nalan for breaking the engagement, considering her betrothed is a cruel man. Just then, men from the Blood Sword Palace suddenly appear, holding the heads of the Immortal Alliance members. Well, they're ghost security. Liu Humzhong can only cry as he sees the faces of his disciples, Zhang Er and Liu Chuan. The cloaked men have already killed 163 members of Duo's family, and it seems like they're not stopping anytime soon. One of the cloaked men only chuckles, saying that this is fun for the palace lord. He suddenly swings his weapon at Humzhong's face, tearing it apart. Before meeting his demise, Humzhong screams at Duo to escape. Elsewhere, Bai Luo Chun drives a flying boat, which turns out to be the talisman-covered body. Who knew that thing was one of them Autobots? Meanwhile, Mimeng munches on a peak-grade melon, but Li Yuwei wrestles her to spit it out because it's supposed to be their meeting gift for the new disciple. However, Mimeng reminds her that she sacrificed so much for her golden core, so she must at least give her this. Yeah, just give her that melon already. Bai Luo Chun, on the other hand, receives a crash course from the system. His new disciple, Nalan Duo, is a 19-year-old daughter of the Nalan family from the Qianfang Lake. She is a high-grade extreme profound Yin Meridian, and she's engaged to the Xiao family's son, Ping. Her betrothed, Ping, suffered cultivation deviation when he was 14, which caused him to lose his power. His personality also underwent a huge change, because what's a man if he doesn't have a fragile ego, right? Well, Nalan Duo was never in favor of their marriage, so she took the opportunity to break it off. As expected, Xi Yaoping was enraged, causing him to cultivate like crazy while declaring promises to the public. When he was 16, he was accepted as a close-door disciple of the Palace Lord of the Blood Sword Palace. Upon becoming the new Palace Lord, Xi Yaoping slaughtered the entire Nalan family, leaving Duo alive to redeem himself. Sheesh. His heart gets broken once and becomes a serial killer. While listening to this story, Bai Luo Chun can't help but think that it sounds a bit familiar. However, his thoughts are disturbed when the system reminds him that Duo is about to die. With this, he immediately hits the turbo and dashes off. Meanwhile, Duo is left with no choice but to defend herself against the men of the Blood Sword Palace. They threaten her to come with them, or else they'll finish off the entirety of her family within the residence. Because of this, Duo accepts her fate to save her family. However, these men don't stick to their promises. One of them kills all of the remaining Nalan family, while the other immobilizes Duo. Blood splatters within the walls of the residence, leaving Duo's eyes flaring with anger. She wants to join her family in death, so she quickly attempts to activate a self-destructive spell. However, her spiritual power runs dry and greatly weakens her. Duo is left defenseless as the cloaked men wrap her in ropes and talismans. The two prepare to bring Duo to the palace, but something emerges from the sky and crashes right before them. Angry, one of the cloaked men demands to know who dares to obstruct their plans. Bai Luo Chun suddenly appears, not giving a single care about who they are. He commands the men to drop Duo, and if they follow, he might just give them a peaceful death. The cloaked man named Ming Shi declares they're from the Blood Sword Palace, asking Bai Luo Chun if he plans to steal from them. Bai responds with a confident bingo and summons Duo's body to float towards him. Ming Shi freaks out but isn't ready to let Duo go so easily. He counters with the binding immortal rope spell, but Bai manages to break Duo free. Ming Shi's facial nerves pulse with worry that he might lose to Bai. Always up for a challenge, Bai invites the hysterical Ming Shi to test his spiritual powers against him. Meanwhile, Duo struggles against the magic enveloping her, which is so intense that it tears off her clothes. The men are shocked, but Mimeng is impressed by this new disciple's figure. Okay, but why are you gay? Before this turns into a whole NSFW content, Bai takes Duo into his arms and tells the disciples to deal with the punks from the Blood Sword Palace. With orders to keep the men alive, Li Yuwei and Mimeng prepare to teach these guys a lesson. Ming Shi is furious that Bai Luo Chun proves too strong for them, but they think they might stand a chance against the disciples. He senses that Li Yuwei is just a golden core, but he can't discern what Mimeng is. Nevertheless, Ming Shi unleashes multiple attacks and orders his comrade to launch a blood double attack. Li Yuwei charges, but Ming Shi unleashes a blood slash attack that explodes. Li Yuwei dodges, prompting Ming Shi to try a blood fold art attack while deploying a shadow blood copy to create distracting clones. Ming Shi tries to seize the chance to escape, but he finds himself unable to. But how? His blood fold suddenly collapses, leaving the men wondering just how powerful Li Yue is. Just then, Li Yue unleashes a moon wheel thunder attack, summoning a powerful beam of thunder from underground that sends the men flying. Mimeng didn't even break a sweat, but she is thinking about giving Li Yue a melon later. Looks like someone is not in the mood. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun tries healing Duo Duo, whose Dantian was sealed off using blood qi. Geez, those pieces of cloth are hanging onto her melons for dear life. Bai Luo Chun heals his helpless disciple. However, it's not very comforting to suddenly find yourself bare before a stranger, so Duo Duo attempts to slap Bai. However, he stops her hand, explaining that it was an accident and he's trying to restore her Dantian. He then resumes his healing, which hurts so much that it causes Duo Duo to make lowly noises. Soon after, Bai Luo Chun finally frees Duo Duo's Dantian. Bai Luo Chun then introduces himself, declaring that he's the instructor of the Talisman Department of Qinghong Academy. With this, he asks if she wants to be his disciple. This leaves Duo Duo in shock. So he's the trash instructor that everyone is talking about. That could be phrased better, but yeah. After this, Bai Luo Chun repairs Duo Duo's Dantian, causing her to make finishing noises. Seriously, the writers of this story are having too much fun. Meanwhile, Li Yue and Mimeng have rounded up the men from the Blood Sword Palace. Bai Luo Chun steps on these thugs, furious that they're stupid cultivators who are attacking mere mortals. Duo Duo is shocked that the men were defeated because they were at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Li Yue then approaches Duo Duo, but she seems a little territorial over Bai. Mimeng tells her that her internal monologues are leaking, but Li Yue remains firm. It seems like Duo Duo is not that interested in becoming a disciple, so Li Yue reminds her that this is a rare opportunity. She doesn't even care to convince her, and Mimeng can't help that Li Yue is being a little too sassy. Meanwhile, Duo Duo identifies Mimeng as a demon in human form. This only means that she's a demon king, or even better, a demon emperor. If someone like Mimeng is Bai's disciple, maybe he's not trash after all. Just then, thoughts of Shi Yaoping suddenly cross Duo Duo's mind, reminding her of her pursuit of revenge. With this, she kneels before Bai Luo Chun, pleading with him to take her as his disciple. Bai accepts and he hands her some books to study beforehand. However, Duo Duo is worried that she won't be able to cultivate anymore because she suffered from qi deviation, so she implies that Bai avenges her, to which he asks if this will truly put her heart at ease. Cultivation is all about purity of heart and clarity of thoughts, and this is his first challenge for her. He can't solve it for Duo Duo, so she must work on it herself. However, the hysterical Duo Duo argues that Shi Yaoping is also cultivating and has greater powers than her. If Bai doesn't do it, she may never avenge herself and her family. She then desperately pleads with Bai to kill Shi Yaoping, and she'll do anything for it. However, she's getting too hysterical, so Bai is like, "Chill, woman," and releases a heart-calming talisman on Duo Duo, putting her at ease. It then reminds her to open her mind on this personal journey. Duo Duo doubts her abilities, but Bai Luo Chun promises her that she's capable of anything. To empower her further, Bai hands a weapon to Duo Duo, telling her that grievances must be paid accordingly. He wants her to get rid of the men from the Blood Sword Palace in whatever method she prefers. In the halls of the Jiandong Mountain Blood Sword Palace, two men speculate about the intentions of their palace master upon the arrival of the woman from the Nalan family. One of them jokes, suggesting that the master will likely prioritize his desires before ultimately disposing of her. Meanwhile, another man indulges in fantasies, longing for a chance to taste the woman destined to be the master's bride. Unaware of the impending danger, one of them meets a sudden death at the hands of an unknown assailant. Shortly after, the remaining man meets a similar fate, his face cleaved in two. Geez, seems like gossiping can be deadly. The killers are two women armed with a hidden spirit talisman, but they only have half an hour of stealth left. They plan to find a person named Xu Ping because they seek to end his measly life. One of the killers, Mo Shi of the Mo family, asks her sister, Mo Ran, if it's worth it to risk their life for a mere scholar. However, Mo Ran reminds her that she's not doing this task for just one man, as she also wants to access the abode. Mo Shi pleads with her sister, saying that they can only fight against a nascent soul and nothing higher than that. Mo Ran counters, reminding Mo Shi that they stole the talismans to get to where they are now. Mo Shi rests her case, and she compliments her genius sister. Text, just say you're a scared woman. The pair resumes their mission, only to halt abruptly as the protective sword formation unexpectedly activates, an indication of intrusion. Out of nowhere, Bai Luo Chun and the disciples bust into the atmosphere with their flying aircraft. Meanwhile, Li Yue feeds Duo with Mimeng's silkworm, wanting to protect her beforehand in case something bad happens. However, Mimeng is distraught because Li Yue used up all the supply meant to last for 2 months. Poor little Mimeng, always being bullied for literally anything. Just then, Bai Luo Chun notifies the girls that he's about to land. He also reminds Duo to bring the talisman that he gave her. Meanwhile, within the palace, concerns arise over the sudden attack. Who could the intruders be? Speculations arise about the Silver Sword Palace, though it seems unlikely given their lack of strength to penetrate the sword formation. The palace master, Shi Yaoping, maintains composure as he strategizes. Suddenly, a voice emanates from his ring, urging him to summon his blood puppet before it's too late. Sensing the urgency in his ancestor's tone, he asks about the identity of this threat. The voice responds that it's not sure, but it's likely someone at the revolving light stage. Unexpectedly, Bai Luo Chun bursts into the palace with a single punch. He realizes he may have exerted too much power, but doubts that it would be fatal for someone in the nascent soul realm. And bingo, Shi Yaoping is still alive, signaling an impending battle. Elsewhere, Mo-Ran catches a glimpse of Shi Yaoping's blood chi and urges her sister to join her in witnessing the scene. However, Mo-Shi cautions her, reminding her of the sacrifices they'd made and the risks involved in getting entangled in the fight. Mo-Ran counters, confident that they have the 3-star Divine Way talisman that she stole from their grandfather. Escaping should be a piece of cake. Mo-Ran remains resolute, even getting excited about the prospect of witnessing Shi Yaoping's death. With this, she tells Mo-Shi to hide their chi. It's not every day that they can see someone who can level a mountain gate with a single punch. Mo-Ran sarcastically tells her sister that she won't go out with her next time. She's literally crazy. Unbeknownst to the girls, Bai Luo Chun can sense them from afar. However, he decides to leave them alone as long as they don't interfere with the fight. His topmost priority is to make sure that Shi Yaoping doesn't escape. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoping relies on a blood technique for protection. Within it, he consults his ancestor about the possibility of escape, given her chi has been detected. However, realizing it might be impossible, negotiating with Bai Luo Chun might be their only viable option. Shi Yaoping suddenly asks Bai Luo Chun who he is, and so he briefly introduces himself. The Mo sisters are taken aback by this revelation. Wasn't this guy supposed to be crippled a decade ago? He's none other than the person who sealed a portal from the demon world and vanquished numerous demons. It dawns on them that this is the renowned talisman master, the instructor Bai Luo Chun. Sheesh, the man would die to hear people talk about him like this. Mo-Ran keeps talking about Bai Luo Chun, making it pointless that they're even hiding their chi. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoping claims that the Blood Sword Palace has no grievances against the Academy, so he can't make sense of why Bai Luo Chun attacked them. Bai replies that the Academy has nothing against him, but his disciple does. He then challenges Shi Yaoping to face his disciple in a duel to the death, and if he wins, he'll let him go. Out comes Duo, which immediately angers Shi Yaoping. He asks the conditions of the duel again, confirming if Bai will truly let him go if he beats Duo. He also asks if he'll ever interfere in case he severely injures her, to which Bai says no. Bai reasons that Duo wants to personally seek revenge against him, making Shi Yaoping laugh sarcastically in response. The fight is on. Before Duo charges, Bai Luo Chun reminds her to use the treasure he gave her to ensure her victory. As Duo sets off, Li Yue can't help but worry. Shi Yaoping is in the nascent soul stage, which is 3 stages higher than Duo's. That is basically like sending her to her death. However, Bai Luo Chun reassures his disciples that he won't let anything happen to Duo. Suddenly, Shi Yaoping uses his tentacled monster to capture Duo, choking her. He then declares that he will slowly torture her and cruelly disgrace her in front of Bai, just like how she humiliated him back then. Out of nowhere, the struggling Duo opens her mouth, revealing a talisman imprinted on her tongue. The talisman detonates, enabling Duo to escape. It's a shocking move. Considering the self-destructive nature of the talisman, she risked her life. Shi Yaoping, frustrated that even his blood puppet couldn't halt her, realizes he needs to take Duo seriously. Just then, Duo appears out of nowhere. claiming that she will avenge the Nalong family who died at the hands of Shi Yaoping. Meanwhile, Mimung observes that while the silkworm can revive Duo's physical form, the agony must be excruciating. Seeing Duo function that easily only means that she's quite the fighter. However, Mimung's opinion shifts when Shi Yaoping gains the upper hand, worrying about squandering her hard-earned silkworms. Bai Luo-chun grows tired of her complaints, so he promises to compensate her later. Li Yue then alerts Bai Luo-chun about the vast strength gap between Duo and Shi Yaoping. Even with the life-threatening talisman, Duo stands to lose if she uses up all the silkworm cocoons. She strongly suggests intervention in the duel. However, Bai explains Duo's rare physique, which thrives on constant life and death battles to unlock her innate potential. Once activated, defeating Shi Yaoping will be easy. The magic treasure and silkworms serve to expedite this process. Left with no choice, Li Yue can only trust Bai's words. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoping believes that Duo has gone mad. She keeps using self-explosion during fights, and it's severely injuring him. He's also frantic that he is depleting the blood puppets that he worked so hard on defining. Suddenly, Duo prepares to finish off Shi Yaoping, who is now panicking because his puppets can't hold on any longer. As she is about to use her last self-explosion talisman, she suddenly twitches in pain. It seems like she doesn't have enough spiritual power for the detonation. Oh, you're dead meat, Duo. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Yaoping channels power into his blood puppet, pulling Duo closer. He claims that she will never avenge anyone in this lifetime, and there's no chance of doing that in the next life either. A little harsh there, Shi Yaoping, but don't you worry, guys, it's only about to get worse. Shi Yaoping suddenly uses his blood puppet to mimic the faces and voices of Duo's dead family, crafted from the flesh and essence of the Nalan family. These blood puppets enable Shi Yaoping's twisted torture methods. Since she liked explosions too much, Shi Yaoping figured it would be nice to make the puppets' heads explode. Duo screams of horror echo as she witnesses her father's head explode, followed by the heads of her other relatives. That's just sick. Li Yue is having none of this cruelty, so she prepares to intervene. However, Bai Luo-chun stops her, claiming that this is Duo's own karma. He wants Li Yue to trust him and Duo as well. Meanwhile, Duo falls out of consciousness, so Shi Yaoping uses this opportunity to finish her off. As he launches a manual attack with his fist, Duo triggers something within herself, causing Shi Yaoping's hand to melt upon contact. Suddenly, Duo sprouts wings and a cloud of toxic smoke envelops the area. Of course, Shi Yaoping refuses to back down, so he releases an immortal blood escape attack. The anxious Shi Yaoping hysterically asks his ancestor what the smoke is, as it's severely injuring him. The ancestor replies that it's the awakened profound yin toxin meridian, and he must remove the ring from the infected hand because it's poisonous. The ancestor then reminds Shi Yaoping that he's not strong enough to resist the profound yin toxin. If he doesn't want to die, then he has to use all his big guns. Bring forth the trump cards. Shi Yaoping unleashes a bloodbound sword and abyssal hell/combo attack, aiming to end Duo's life once and for all. However, Duo effortlessly retaliates, delivering a devastating blow to Shi Yaoping's face. His blood puppet is helpless, so he pleads with his ancestor to help him. Duo, showing no mercy, rains down relentless punches until Shi Yaoping's head is practically obliterated, leaving only the ring behind. The ancestor suddenly attempts to attack Duo, but Bai Luo-chun jumps to the rescue. He then tells her to get some rest while he deals with this entity. With a 3-star Sacred Seal Divine Swiftness attack. Phew, let me catch my breath. Bai Luo-chun triggers the ring to merge with the sky. Just then, droplets of blood fall from the clouds, leaving the Mo sisters to suspect that they're witnessing a heavenly phenomenon. Just then, out of nowhere, the blood sword ancestor, Sue Wuchun, appears. Bai Luo-chun caused havoc by destroying his mountain and killing his disciple, leaving Sue Wuchun seething with anger. Sue wonders if Bai fears karma, considering he's decimated the Blood Sword Palace's heritage. Karma? Boy, he is karma. Just then, Bai sends out self-destructing puppets to attack Sue Wuchun. As the puppets explode with Wuchun, Moshi can't help but think that Bai's puppets are so much stronger than Duo's. Truly, he's a beast. Amidst the chaos, debris from Bai's puppets lands near the Most Sisters. Mo-ran is impressed by the intricate carvings on it, and she deduces it won't explode again due to the activated harm talisman inside. She plans to take it back for their family talisman craftsman because they might learn something from it. Meanwhile, Sue Wuchun is consumed by anger because Bai Luo-chun is humiliating him. He unleashes his strong attack on Bai, but he counters with a 4-star sacred talisman attack. The sacred talisman becomes Sue Wuchun's demise, incinerating his body. The fight is over, and Bai Luo-chun plans to burn the remnants of Sue Wuchun. Wouldn't want a litter, right? However, Mimong points out that Sue Wuchun might still be alive since he's attempting to regenerate. Seriously, is this guy a cockroach? Just die already. Out of nowhere, Sue Wuchun fires a strong attack at one of Bai's disciples as retribution for Shi Yaoping's death. Unfortunately for this dummy, he fires at Mimong, who is also quite the cockroach herself. Bai Luo-chun even challenges Sue Wuchun to kill her if he can. Mimong throws a fit. She doesn't even see herself as a disciple, and even worse, she's being bullied again. Realizing that he can't win this fight, Sue Wuchun retreats, vowing revenge on Bai. Just then, Bai Luo-chun calls out to the Most Sisters, telling them to do whatever they want before the Xi'an Alliance arrives. Geez, he knew they were there this whole time. The sisters reveal themselves before Bai, introducing themselves with utmost respect. However, Bai tells them to not be too formal because he's been good friends with their family when he was younger. He even owes their grandfather because he took care of him long ago, and he was one of his loyal customers when he was selling talismans. However, Bai Luo-chun wonders what brought the Most Sisters to the Blood Sword Palace. Mo-ran explains that Shi Yaoping slaughtered her best friend's family, and so she seeks to kill him. Mo-shi washes her hands clean, clarifying that she was only dragged into this situation and Bai shouldn't tell their grandfather. Mo-ran, on the other hand, blushes at the thought that Bai Luo-chun took care of Shi Yaoping for her. It's not really like that, but okay. Because their mission is done, Bai Luo-chun lets the sisters handle the remnants of the Blood Sword Palace's outer courts. However, at the back of his head, he can't help but think of the sisters as reckless. If it weren't for him, they would have been disabled by now. Before leaving, Bai tells the sisters to send his regards to their grandfather. Mo-shi then tells her sister to crash out Bai Luo-chun's name from her book because he is definitely out of her league. Mo-ran anxiously tells her sister to get the Dong Shu ring, and she clarifies that the book is for the young talents she approves of. It's not a list of crushes. Mo-shi teases her sister, asking why the young talents are all men with scores beside their names. After a long ride home, Bai Luo-chun, Mimong, Li Yue, and Duo finally arrive. The system congratulates Bai for completing the world mission. He gets rewarded with a 1-point increase in spiritual energy. He also receives the Great Yin Poison Mantra and the Great Yin Entanglement Whip. However, Bai can't help but think that the rewards are for Duo. Just then, an origami messenger informs Bai of an academy mission. He must represent the academy and attend the Tianxing City's Ling family ball. Bai changes courses, which annoys Mimong because she wants to go home. She argues that this is forced overtime, but Bai Luo-chun replies that she's not even hired for anything, so he can't give her a bonus. Mimong's antenna twitches in anger. This old man is testing her. Meanwhile, it is explained why Mimong is so fussy about her silkworms. It's a very long and arduous procedure. Her blood essence weaves the cocoons, birthing tiny Mimongs who emerge soon after. These miniature versions diligently mend the cocoons after breaking free, with Mimong retrieving them afterward. These cocoons form the basis of her reviving molts, and they have a shelf life of about 1 month. Unfortunately, the tiny Mimong only lives for a single day, and she spends her brief existence playing with Wu Zhuoi. Now that's just depressing. No wonder she's overly protective of her cocoons. At Qinghong Academy, a group of men congregates in the discussion hall. Li Guanqi, the dean of the academy, is notified that Bai Luo-chun has departed for the Lin residence. This excites him, as this is a lucky opportunity for them all. However, Tu Wangsheng, the law enforcement elder, expresses concern that sending Bai to the influential Lin family might tarnish the academy's reputation. Reflecting on Bai's recent actions, Guanqi recalls a peculiar incident at Qingluan Peak where a trace of heavenly Dao aura leaked out. Chang Yuming, another law enforcement elder, speculates that Bai might have undergone another breakthrough. Guanqi notes that while Bai prefers to keep a low profile, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Consequently, Gu Anqi decides to grant the instructors of various academies a portion of the authority typically reserved for elders, a decision that surprises everyone present. With their juniors assuming responsibility for the academy's reputation, everyone can finally relax a bit. If any of the elders have anything to say, that they must consult with Bai Luo-chun. Just then, Instructor Ni seizes the opportunity to speak up, suggesting that while Bai's attendance at the banquet may not disgrace the academy, they should publicly announce his regained strength. A bit backhanded there, Instructor Ni. Meanwhile, in the Lin residence at Tianxing City, the people congratulate the Lins for the breakthrough of their ancestor to the body recombining stage. Lin Yuanji catches a glimpse of the beautiful Duo and Li Yuwei, so he asks his father, Lin Zunnan, who these cultivators are. Zunnan replies with their names, and he adds that they are Bai Luo-chun's disciples. Just then, Bai appears, congratulating Ancestor Lin for his recent breakthrough. Zunnan thanks him, expressing his pleasure in finally meeting the renowned instructor. While Zunnan arranges Bai's accommodation, some bystanders gossip about him and his reputation of being a trash talisman instructor. They also talk about Duo and why she's still alive when her whole family is slaughtered. When Bai and the disciples finally leave, Zunnan expresses that he is insulted. How dare the academy send literal trash to express their congratulations? Wow, this guy is full on plastic. However, Yu Anji comments that Bai might be here to ask for help. Recently, Nalan Duo has been chased by the Blood Sword Palace, and they want to kill her. Out of nowhere, she becomes Bai's disciple, so she must want the academy to have her back. Zunnan urges his son to get to the point, so Yu Anji finally spits it out. Bai Luo-chun might suggest an alliance through marriage. Yu Anji clarifies that the academy surely won't support this trash instructor, so if his goal is to wed Duo to him. Talk about delusional. Zunnan asks if he even wants to get married, to which Yu Anji hints that he does. However, he doesn't just want her, but Li Yue too. Geez, these two are clearly related. Zunnan explains that Li Yue is still up for debate, but Duo, on the other hand, might be a hassle because the Blood Sword Palace won't stop at anything until they get revenge. However, the bratty Yu Anji argues that the ancestor has entered the body recombining stage, making the Blood Sword Palace literal dogs to be kicked around. Besides, the Blood Sword Palace isn't known for killing mortals because it's a huge taboo in the cultivation world. Yeah, right. Tell that to Duo's dead family. Even if they don't make a move, the Immortal Alliance will not be able to take it any longer. They can also use this matter as a pretext to acquire more power and prestige. That does sound like a good idea. This finally convinces Zunnan, and he even plans to use the Blood Sword Palace as a dowry. Zunnan then excuses himself to go and requests the ancestors to deal with the Blood Sword Palace. He grants Yu Anji his permission for Duo and Li Yue, so he can do whatever he wants with them. Since when did he have authority over the girls? As his father leaves, Yu Anji can't help but fawn over the idea of Duo being his wife. He might even have Li Yue as a side chick. Disgusting. Meanwhile, Duo can't help but sneeze with all the dust in their room. Is the Lin family kidding? What kind of accommodation is this? Li Yue explains that this is already better than their rooms back home, which is in utter disarray. Bai Luo-chun doesn't make her feel any better, adding that their tiles back home are moldy. Nani? It's only about to get worse. If you remember, Duo is raised with a silver spoon, so this living condition does not live up to her standards. Their current situation upsets her, as they're the face of the academy who deserve better rooms. To make her feel better, Bai gifts Duo the scripture of lunar poison and the lunar silk rope. Duo is thankful, but she's worried that she might get undressed again. Bai reassures her and attempts to demonstrate how to use the items, but it seems like he's not very sure of what he's doing. He accidentally draws Duo towards him, almost squishing his face into her melons. Just then, Duo suddenly expresses that her solar plexus is getting very hot. Is that another term for heat? Meanwhile, Mimeng busies herself in the kitchen. The kitchen staff calls her out for what she's doing, but she only bunks in with a dough roller and continues eating. Another staff comes in, but he meets a similar fate and gets bonked too. Just then, Li Yue enters the kitchen, and unfortunately, she gets bonked. Angry, Li Yue grabs her by the antenna and drags her out. Meanwhile, Duo is feeling something weird growing inside her. No, it's not a child, but her awakening constitution. She needs a golden core to be completely under control. Bai Luo Chun then commands Li Yue to summon Mimeng. Wanting to borrow her demon core, Mimeng refuses, arguing that her demon core is her lifeblood. However, Bai pinches her little moth face, forcing her to comply. She spits out her demon core, mumbling that she's always being bullied. However, Bai clarifies that he'll return it to her once Duo understands the way of gold, which will help Mimeng achieve the Emperor realm in the future. Meh, sounds like a good deal. But Bai Luo Chun better keep his word. Bai then feeds the demon core to Duo, but she asks why she needs it when the issue is her lack of cultivation. Bai replies that he's forging a fake golden core for her, and she must take it before it tastes like crap. After consuming it, Bai instructs Duo to direct the demon pill toward her sea of consciousness. Just then, Duo feels weird, and a bunch of feathers burst out of her back. Finally, Duo calms down, but she wonders why she doesn't feel any different. Bai replies that her spiritual power only stabilized, but her actual realm is still at the beginning of the fusion realm. Meanwhile, Li Yue lets out a sigh of relief, thinking that another disciple almost surpassed her. Mimeng, on the other hand, could only comment that old Bai is a bit abnormal. Just then, someone knocks at the door, informing them that the Tianxing festival is about to begin. Wait, what festival? Bai and the disciples immediately attend the said gathering, where the skies are filled with flying lanterns and bustling fireworks. Li Yue is puzzled about how the lanterns levitate when they don't have spiritual powers, and Mimeng replies that she has all the spiritual powers in the world, yet she can't even fly. Duo suddenly calls Li Yue to join her and Bai in flying a lantern. She explains that the Tianxing festival is a huge tradition, no matter if you are a mortal or a cultivator. People from all walks of life will come and set a light in the sky during the said event. If you wish towards the Tianxing light, the heavens will hear you. Li Yue is starstruck, realizing that she's been so focused on cultivating in her past life that she missed so many beautiful experiences like this one. Suddenly, Duo starts tearing up, remembering that she used to come to the festival with her family. Bai comforts her, which causes Li Yue to be jealous. Mimeng feeds the fire, telling Li Yue that if she doesn't make a move, she won't be Bai's favorite disciple anymore. However, Li Yue tells her to shut her trap because Duo is not that kind of person. Plus, Bai doesn't favor one disciple over the other. Okay, Li Yue. Li Yue dismisses the ill thoughts, and she joins Bai and Duo in wishing safety upon everyone in Qingluan Peak. As they watch the lantern ascend towards the skies, Bai Luo Chun tells Duo that Qingluan Peak will be her new home now. Duo then prays to her family, telling them that she has avenged them and has found a kind master. Bai Luo Chun then places a divine movement talisman on their lantern, making it zoom higher into the air. Surely, the heavens will grant their wishes with that. They even release more lanterns with talismans for more chances of winning. Meanwhile, in Qingluo Peak, Chang Xiao Liu prays to the moon god to grant her a breakthrough into the demon master realm. Even better, she wants to reach the boss realm one day. Wu Zhuoi suddenly appears, asking Xiao Liu what she's doing. She replies that she felt a disturbance in the moon, so they must pray and ask for whatever they want. Wu Zhuoi joins her, praying to be smarter so she can't help beat up the bad guys that attack them. Meanwhile, in Tianxing City, people gather in the inner palace, eager to pay their respects to the Lin ancestor. However, hours have passed and the ceremony is yet to begin, leading some people to speculate that the ancestor didn't cultivate with proper techniques and has failed to make it to the real world. Just then, Zhennun walks through the doors carrying a baby, surprising everyone who expected the Lin ancestor. Speculation then arises about the baby being Zhennun's illegitimate child. Geez, even in this world, Karens exist. Finally, when Zhennun reaches the stage, he tells the baby that the guests are here, while addressing the baby as father. Nani? He's Benjamin Button? Well, not really. This baby is Lin Chung, the Lin family ancestor. He only looks like a baby because he's at the beginning stage of the body recombining realm. Lin Chung informs Zhennun to begin the feast and that everyone should pay their respects to his ancestor. However, many people find it awkward to pay their respects to a child, because come on, offended. Lin Chung unleashes his terrifying aura, which successfully makes everyone comply with their purpose. Horrified, they start praising Lin Chung while showering him with gifts. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun, Duo and Li Yue remains seated at their table while everyone cowers over Lin Chun. Duo suggests that they join the others to pay their respects, but Bai sees nothing wrong with what they're doing. Li Yue can only smirk, claiming that Lin Chun is acting too cocky just because he reached the body recombining stage. However, Bai Luo Chun corrects her, saying that even across the realm, there are only a few hundred body recombining stage cultivators. It's basically like reaching the top of the South Realm, so it's kind of a big deal. Really? While Li Yue and Mimeng fight over food, as if there isn't an entire buffet. Duo is amazed that Li Chun's aura is entirely different from Bai's. Just then, someone approaches their table, cursing Bai Luo Chun for talking so arrogantly. This man is Yi Zi'an, and he looks rather scrawny if you ask me, as Yi Zi'an keeps dissing Bai Luo Chun. Our MC struggles to remember who this walking skeleton is. Furious that he doesn't even remember who he is, Zi'an reminds him that he humiliated him for a woman. As Scrawny here tries to unleash his rage, he suddenly coughs up blood. What a loser. Bai hasn't even lifted a finger yet and he's already dying. Just then, it finally rings a bell. Bai Luo Chun remembers this man. Zi'an claims that Bai was untouchable when he was in the academy, but now that he's not on school grounds, he can finally avenge himself. In that state, yeah, right. Bai, on the other hand, teases Zi'an further by handing him a drumstick. Mans looks like he could use a bite or two. However, Zi'an whacks the drumstick away, stressing that Bai should stop playing dumb. He then commands Bai to kneel on the floor and raise his tushi if he doesn't want to die, just like how Bai did to him back then. Li Yue is offended that Zi'an is speaking to her master like this, considering that he looks like he's one cough away from dying. Zi'an almost cast a spell on Li Yue, but Bai stops him with his mere chopsticks, telling him to keep the youngsters away from their affairs. Zi'an is enraged, but before he can do anything about it, a messenger informs him that the family head is summoning him into the palace. As Zi'an leaves, Duo can't help but think that there are so many arrogant people in the Lin family. Bai Luo Chun believes that these low-life dogs wouldn't growl at them without their master's orders, so it's quite obvious. They're unwanted guests. Suddenly, the system congratulates Bai for unlocking world missions. It also suggests that he must defeat the incoming enemies and spread his name. Sensing that there might be a threat, Bai unleashes a sensory talisman. In the palace, Zi'an expresses his grievances to Lin Chun, claiming that he hasn't been able to break through for 3 years because of Bai. Zi'an adds that Bai just attacked him out of nowhere and he has caused his body to deteriorate. With this, he pleads that Lin Chun holds justice for him, his disciple. Wow, the audacity of this skeleton. Zun is offended that Zi'an asks this of his ancestor. Lin Chun has accidentally combined his body with his nascent soul and has yet to get used to his new body. How dare this twig provoke Qinghong Academy for his private matters? Just then, Lin Chun tells Zun to shut his trap. Well, that's embarrassing. He claims that the challenges he met are not necessarily mistakes. On the bright side, he was able to break through, thanks to the secret book left behind by Kai Shiyu. She doesn't really have the best handwriting, but it was definitely helpful. I don't know about this guy, but the book is literally titled Not Reliable Ways to Reach Body Recombining. Lin Chun then adds that he will let Zun and Zi'an take a look at the very reliable book when they reach the peak of immortalization. Thankful for his kindness, Zun and Zi'an bow before him. Lin Chun then says that Qinghong Academy means nothing to him at the moment, but Li Guanqi might be a problem. Suddenly, the three are disturbed by a loud commotion from outside. Someone is attacking Tianxing City's Grand Formation, and it can't hold on for much longer. Just then, a giant serpent emerges from the skies, and it is being controlled by a mysterious cultivator. The serpent continues to dwell in the skies, making the citizens more concerned. The serpent suddenly opens its eyes, releasing a strong wave of pressure upon the civilians. While everyone is losing their heads over this dilemma, Bai Luo Chun and Li Yue continue feasting on their meals. Bai believes that the serpent and its cultivator might break through, but he's more concerned about his meal. Zhao Shiyi, a cultivator who is at the soul separation stage, who also looks rather fruity, has overheard the three's conversation, and he can't help but think about how clueless they are. This colossal formation is the Tianxing Formation, which was set up by a saint-level talisman master. It won't break that easily like Bai thinks. He continues to mumble to himself, vocally expressing how offended he is that the Lin family put him in the same presence as Bai and his lowly disciples. Hearing this, Mimon asks if they're not gonna beat the hell out of this diva. However, Bai and Li Yue are unbothered. knowing that this city is filled to the brim with people like him. Realizing that they've been facing this their whole life, Duo can't help but adore their resilience. Just then, Bai senses that the Tianxing formation is about to break. True enough, the impossible has happened, leaving everyone in a state of panic. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, is horrified about the cultivator controlling the serpent. Impossible. How can this man be back from the dead? It's no other than the green snake young master. The man then jumps off of the serpent and it gradually becomes smaller. He then walks towards Bai Luo Chun, who's still unimpressed and unbothered. He asks the man why he's staring at him, and he also tells him to find a seat if he wants to join the party. Bai tries to look tough on the outside, but he's actually vigilant. He then notices that Duo is shaking in fear, so he asks her who this mystery man is. Duo explains that 200 years ago, the Green Snake Young Master was a Tribulation Peak evil cultivator from the Longfang Sea region. He caused trouble in the 3 prefectures around Guangling, and all the big sects and families had to collaborate to bring him down. The Nalan family participated in stopping him, but none of them made it back. Whoa, this guy's a tough one. This leaves Bai thinking that the Green Snake must be close to ascending, which might mean that the Lin family is in deep trouble. However, Duo corrects Bai, explaining that the Green Snake is already dead. Hold up, if he's dead, then who's this guy right here? Duo explains that her father told her that the Lin family ancestor killed the Green Snake along with himself. This might suggest that the Green Snake is back for some long overdue revenge. Alright, bring out the popcorn. Bai is excited to see the showdown. The Green Snake Young Master makes his way to the palace, letting the Lin family know of his return. He sarcastically announces his congratulations, pairing it with a terrifying display of his powers. Lin Shang is shocked by his presence, as he's supposed to be chopped up by the Lins 200 years ago. The Green Snake is impressed by how opinionated this baby is, so he praises Zun Nun for it. Zun Nun explains that he's not a baby but his father, Lin Chang. Wanting to insult them, the Green Snake doesn't acknowledge this information but tells Zun Nun to bring his father out. Cautious about the chaos that is about to ensue, Lin Chang hands a token to Zi'an, telling him to deliver it to the big sects. As Zi'an runs out of the palace, he can't help but freak out about the Green Snake's presence. He must be so powerful that even Lin Chang is scared of him. Just then, Zi'an gets a big brain moment. If Lin Chang can't help him with his issue at Qinghang Academy, and he won't punish Bai Luo Chun, then maybe the Green Snake Young Master will. Yes, this seems like a good plan. With this, Zi'an destroys the token in his hand, determined to seek revenge against Bai Luo Chun. Back at the palace, Bai Luo Chun and the disciples observe the impending doom of the Lins. Duo worries that they might be detected, but Li Yue reassures her that Bai's stealth skills are too good that even Earth Immortals won't notice. However, Bai reminds her that skill isn't enough if they get caught. Meanwhile, the Green Snake commands Lin Chang to kneel before him. This offends Lin Chang, so he reminds the intruder that the righteous cultivators ended him 200 years ago, and they can do that again. Out of nowhere, Zi'an appears, screaming that Lin Chang is worthless and the Green Snake is more powerful than him. Furious, Lin Chang almost zaps the life out of this skeleton, but the Green Snake stops him, saying that he should allow people to finish talking. Zi'an, the traitor that he is, presents the Green Snake with a gift, a 100-year-old dragon saliva wood. This was supposed to be a gift for Lin Chang, but he believes the Green Snake Young Master's serpent is more worthy of such treasure. The serpent is delighted, and seeing how happy it is, the Green Snake vows to keep Zi'an safe. To impress his new master further, Zi'an runs off to get some pastries, but Lin Chang reminds him that traitors don't live long. Zi'an spits back, calling him an old fart who will die before him. Woo! Shots fired. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun asks Duo to lend him some of her poison feathers. After combining a few ingredients with the feathers, Bai Luo Chun blows it towards Zi'an, who immediately feels a strong surge of power within him. He suddenly grows big, like an unstoppable monster. Zi'an believes that the Green Snake gave him this cultivation power, and he's beyond amazed. You're crediting the wrong person, pal. Zi'an is fired up as he has reached the nascent soul stage. He even boasts that he's way worse than the Lin family's young master. Zun Nun attempts to put down Zi'an, but Lin Shang stops him, saying that it's not the right time. If they move recklessly, the Green Snake might bring out a life-threatening attack. Lin Shang then reveals that he has a backup plan other than letting Zi'an deliver the token. He has people on the way to help. Meanwhile, the green snake insults Lin Chung, saying that the old dog had powerful assets like Zian all along, and he didn't even know. However, at the back of the green snake's mind, he can't help but think that Zian has some weird power in him, and it resembles his own. Well, might just use this against the Lin family. Meanwhile, Zian asks Zhennan if he's proud of him for breaking through. After all, he's way stronger than Yuan Ji, who's only good at playing with women's melons. Zhennan spits back, emphasizing that Zian is nothing but a coward who works for evil. And speak of the devil, Yuan Ji busts into the room, half-dressed, confused by the loud sounds from the hall. Zian turns his attention to him, sarcastically asking if he interrupted his fun time with the ladies. Zhennan screams at his son to run for it, but Yuan Ji doesn't listen. Instead, he angrily asks who this giant bloke is, to which Zian responds that he's the one who will end his life. Zian launches toward Yuan Ji, while Lin Chun forces the green snake to stop this chaos. Zhennan tries to save his son, despite being bitten by the giant serpent. Meanwhile, Zian goes for the kill, but Zhennan embraces Yuan Ji to keep him from receiving the blow. This scene amuses the green snake, and he finds this situation quite touching. Unfortunately, Zhennan wasn't able to save his son. Enraged, Lin Chung channels all his available power to seek revenge for his family. He claims he doesn't care if he loses all his powers. He vows to kill the green snake on that very day. After transforming into a huge giant, Lin Chung attacks the green snake, but the latter is unfazed, thinking that Lin Chung is overreacting to his grandson's death. To put this overgrown baby in his place, the green snake young master orders his serpent to constrict Lin Chung. He then tells Lin Chung to reflect on his actions, suggesting that everything might be his fault to begin with. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun and the disciples decide whether they should help the Lins or not. Despite being rude idiots, the Lins are still a good sect, compared to the green snake who is part of an evil sect. Bai Luo Chun adds that he doesn't want the Lin family to be wiped out, so he ultimately decides to aid them. "Oh, Bai, you're too nice." Just then, Bai Luo Chun excuses himself, telling the disciples to keep Zhennan alive until he returns. Meanwhile, the green snake earns the upper hand in his battle with Lin Chung. The poor Lin Chung gets pierced in the chest with the serpent's fangs, but he refuses to back down. The green snake then suggests that he begs for his life, so he might be spared. However, Lin Chung refuses, saying that he will never bow down to evil, even at the cost of his life. Suddenly, the green snake removes his mask, attempting to make Lin Chung realize that he's not as righteous as he thinks he is. Brace yourselves, it's time for a plot twist. The green snake unveils that 50 years ago, Lin Chung forced his daughter, Lin Mia Shuan, to marry an old man in exchange for money. On the night of her wedding, she ran away with the green snake young master, but Lin Chung chased them to Thunder Cliff and killed them both. If Lin Chung thinks this is a good deed, then if the green snake kills him now, perhaps it will be a good deed as well. Sheesh, now that's a sick revenge plot. Finally, Lin Chung remembers. This isn't the green snake, but it's Ji Shunrun, his late daughter's lover. Shunrun reveals that the old Shunrun died with Mia Shuan on that cliff, and now he's a proud follower of the Green Master. His serpent, Qingpoer, is about to become a demon lord and turn into a dragon. But first, she must kill the entire Lin family. The souls of everyone in Tianxing City will be her fuel, and it is only justified. Lin Chung counters, saying that there are plenty of innocent lives that will be collateral damage for this madness. He then reminds Shunrun to fear karma, but he doesn't care. Shunrun only claims that he's better than the phony good guys who talk nicely, but are evil behind closed doors. Lin Chung realizes that the stakes are now higher than ever, so he hesitates if he should pull this drastic move that could kill him. The overgrown baby says YOLO and does it anyway. With his star-shifting technique, Lin Chung breaks the void and attempts to attack Shunrun from behind. However, before he can land a punch, he suddenly coughs out blood. The poison from Qingpoer's bite is kicking in. To make matters worse, it's no ordinary poison, but soul poison. This reveals that Shunrun has ties with the soul sect, which makes sense. Duh. How else could he get privileges in owning a beast at Qingpoer's level? Shunrun then lays out his plan. Lin Chung will be Qingpoer's appetizer, and after that, the entirety of Tianxing City. However, before Shunrun can end Lin Chung, he realizes that he's not talking to the old man, but to Bai Luo Chun's puppet. Shunrun finds Bai behind him, who has now contained Qingpoer in his grasp. Before Shunrun could react, Bai Lu Chun opened up a domain. Shunrun is amazed that he can create a domain used by Earth Immortals, but Bai replies that it's just a simple one. Shunrun wonders how the Lins hired a big shot like him, but Bai clarifies that he's an instructor at Qinghong Academy. Just then, Shunrun grows old at a rapid speed inside this domain. He asks Bai if he knows what the Lins have done to him, and Bai says he does, as it's evident in his face. He then tells Shunrun to save his breath as he's about to die soon from old age. Bai claims that he doesn't care about the Lin family, and rightfully so, and he also sympathizes with Shunrun's tragic experience. However, he can't let him kill the entire city. The least Bai can do is to let Shunrun die with dignity. Shunrun scoffs at his pity, and he suddenly unleashes a powerful force within him. Meanwhile, Li Yue senses the aura of the demon race coming from the domain. Shunrun suddenly transforms into a gigantic demon, immune from spiritual powers. This finally confirms Bai's suspicion that he is indeed part of the demon clan. Meanwhile, Shunrun claims that this hypocritical world should be destroyed, even if it means sacrificing himself to his lord. He finally turns into a full-on demon, and he attacks Bai Luo Chun. Knowing that spiritual powers don't work on Shunrun, Bai realizes that he can utilize pure force. He then unleashes a forceful attack, tearing his clothes in the process. Shunrun, on the other hand, gets disintegrated by the powerful punch. Bai is literally one punch man with hair. The system suddenly appears, congratulating Bai for completing the task. It tells Bai to claim his reward, but he puts that on hold because he has much greater responsibilities at the moment. Shunrun has a connection with the Soul Sect and the Demon Clan, so there should be more clues on him. Suddenly, a remnant of Shunrun's demon body attempts to escape, but Bai destroys it. At the very core of it is a mysterious treasure, and it's familiar to Bai's eyes. Meanwhile, Li Yue noticed that the Demon Clan's aura had disappeared. Duo, on the other hand, is still battling Zi-Un. Zhun-Un and Lin Chun are already safe and secured within Mimeng's moth silk, but Zi-Un just won't give up. He even keeps running around, attempting to exhaust Duo, rather than fight her. Meanwhile, Zi-Un is shocked that the disciples are still alive, even after using the green snake's deadly poison on them. Well, if that won't work, time to unleash a super punch. Duo dodges, and she retaliates with a super kick. However, Zi-Un swerves the attack, witnessing that Mimeng's demon pill enhanced Duo's physical performance. Li Yue plans to try it out for herself. However, Mimeng says she can dream. Alright, insect lady, hoard the goods. Zi-Un continues to run for it, planning to just escape and disappear somewhere. However, he finds himself face to face with Bai Luo Chun. What a coincidence, huh? Bai simply ends Zi-Un, causing a huge explosion. After this, Bai approaches the disciples, showing them the treasure he found within Shunrun. Mimeng has a treasure similar to it, and she found it when she was traveling in the South Sea. The people there offered sacrifices to it, suggesting that there might be an unknown power inside it. She got curious and borrowed it to play with. Bai claims that he sealed the Demon Clan's entrance in the South Sea back then, but it seems that the Soul Sect and the Demon Clan have lots of entanglements. However, Bai decides to put this issue off for another day, and they return to Qingluan Peak. Upon arriving, Bai informs the disciples that he will take Duo to report to the Dean and pay their respects to the Master. He also tasks Li Yue to go to the Four Arts Department and find Ziling, as they can't do their next mission without her. However, upon entering the Talisman Department, it finds the whole place in disarray. There's firewood everywhere, and Xiao Li seems preoccupied with something. Bai asks where Man is, causing Xiao Li to run into his arms, begging him for help. Ziling suddenly appears, notifying Bai that Man's situation is more serious than anticipated. Man's body is rejecting her soul, and only soul-binding crystals can temporarily lock her soul inside. However, it won't hold out for long. Bai asks where Ziling got the fuel for the soul-binding crystals, as it is known to be powered by living souls. Ziling replies that she replenished it with the livestock souls from the whole academy, which isn't that strong. Man is now relying on her cultivation to hold on, but if there's no crystal, her body and spirit will be destroyed. However, using up plenty of living souls is also not a feasible option. Hearing this, Xiao Li is determined to sacrifice her soul. However, Bai stops her, reminding her that Man wouldn't be proud of what she's thinking. He then reassures her that he will take care of everything. Just then, Bai uses his powers over Man. summoning her spirit to come out. A confused blue spirit appears, and it resembles Mon. Xiao Liu hypothesizes that Mon transformed into her spirit form because of the serpent. Ziling, on the other hand, is shocked that it's possible to separate the soul from the body without harming the flesh. Bai then explains to everyone that the serpent's name is Qingpoer, and it can turn the souls it eats into its own cultivation. This also causes its spiritual power and soul to be the same, so it can basically nourish Mon's soul from now on. However, it might take some time before Mon can get used to it. Mon, being the kind soul that she is, reassures everyone that she's doing just fine. Li Yue suddenly asks Bai Luo-chun when Mon can return to her own body. Bai explains that it's complicated. He only found out that Mon's soul was separated after he rebuilt her meridians. This must mean that her soul was fused with the corpse for too long, and it was incompatible with the current body. To turn a corpse soul of an Earth immortal level into a living soul, even with Qingpoer, it will take up to 100 years to nourish. Well, seems like Mon will be in ghost mode for quite some time. Mimeng comments that it's not really a big deal, as long as Mon is fine. Besides, cultivating immortals has no time limit. Even she had to eat leaves for decades before she became a demon. Well, what do you know? Little Moth Girl here was vegan. 100 years is quite long. At that rate, Wu Shui would be immortal already. Bai suggests that they'd brainstorm a way to speed up the process. Ziling claims that there was a treasure in the Soul Palace in the demon realm that was related to repairing the soul, but she's not too sure if it can actually help. The demon realm again? Give Bai a break. However, he knows that he has to try his luck. He then asks Duo, Ziling, and Xiao Liu to come with him. Meanwhile, Mimeng and Li Yue will stay to look after Mon. Although Mimeng is relieved to finally have a long overdue vacation, Li Yue wants to accompany Bai. Geez, woman, you gotta take a chill pill. However, Bai gives her a good girl pat on the head, reminding her that Mon needs her. Left with no choice, Li Yue complies. Lol, what a simp. Before setting out for the demon realm, Duo expresses her concerns about not being strong enough to aid Bai. After all, her realm is not that much. However, Bai explains to her that she's just starting out, so she should treat this as her training. Just then, Xiao Liu talks over Bai, boasting to Duo that she'll take care of her. Xiao Liu also adds that 10 years ago, there was a demon who fought her and disappeared before the winner was announced. She's very determined to crack this demon's head open if ever she sees it. However, Bai reminds her that they're going to get treasures and investigate, not cause fights. While everyone is ready for this new adventure, Ziling is wondering why she's even part of it. She's not even from Qingluan Peak. Just then, Bai's floating boat arrives, grabbing everyone to put them on board. They then head to the Beiyuan Sea on the south border. Meanwhile, in the Sword Art Department's Broken Sword Cave, a mysterious man cultivates on top of a throne made of swords. That's got hurt. Just then, an entity notifies him that the demon lord is about to revive, but he's in his cave hiding. This man is Chun Yi, the former Sword Art Department instructor. He reminds the entity that his act of sacrifice is the duty given to him by his lord, and if necessary, he will be the sharp sword that will pierce the hearts of those in the Immortal Alliance. Just then, the entity asks, doesn't his Tushi hurt? Chun Yi replies that only he can understand this process, as it is his cultivation technique. Geez, these cultivation methods are weird. First, we get the stinky Dao, and now the bloody bum. Okay, maybe I made that up. Chun Yi suddenly asks the entity of his purpose for visiting him. The entity replies that the little snake, Qing Shi, exposed himself, causing some people to notice what Chun Yi has been up to. Because of this, Bai Luo-chun from the Talisman Department is headed to the Beiyuan Sea. Chun Yi figures that Bai shouldn't be that much work, as he's known to be trash. Seemed like Bloody Bum here didn't get the memo. Meanwhile, the team arrives in Beiyuan. Of course, for a little fan service, the disciples are wearing skimpy bikinis. Xiao Liu is complaining that the bikini is uncomfortable and has low defense. She doesn't get why Bai made them wear it because a water avoidance technique can simply solve their problem. However, Bai reminds her that the demonic energy around the Beiyuan Sea will erode the spiritual energy, so the water avoidance technique won't work. Plus, the swimsuits are fused with dragon skin, making its defense top-notch. However, Xiao Liu only expresses her annoyance. She's even more frustrated that Bai didn't help her carry their things. Bai then reasons that he was teaching someone a lesson. Meanwhile, Ziling is embarrassed by what she's wearing. I don't know about you, but if I had a body that snatched, you wouldn't catch me wearing any clothes. Bai reassures Ziling that the bikini suits her, which makes her blush. She also believes that Bai's outfit suits him, maybe because a specific area is bulging. Just then, Xiao Liu irritatingly calls everyone to plunge into the water. As everyone goes deeper into the water, they are unaware that a spy in a diving suit is monitoring them. The spy reports to his captain, saying that the mechanism has been set up and the moles are also ready. The entity suddenly appears, excited to witness Bai Luo-chun's impending doom. Bai Luo-chun and the girls finally arrive at a cave with a glowing seal. Bai notices that the seal has weakened, meaning it won't hold out for long. However, he observes that the demonic energy concentration has surged to over 180 times the usual level, enough to corrupt up to 80% all spiritual energy. This might be worse than Bai initially thought. While underwater, the team is communicating using their spiritual consciousness. Xiao Liu then asked Bai how they can use the talisman beads if spiritual power can't be used. Bai turns to Ziling, inquiring if she learned anything about the demonic world during her time in the Soul Sect. Ziling responds that the demonic world seemed to be preparing for something significant, but she was too preoccupied with resurrecting the soul ancestor to investigate further. Suddenly, Xiao Liu realizes she can't gather any spiritual energy at all. The area is saturated with demonic energy, rendering spiritual power useless. When she last visited 1,000 years ago, the ocean wasn't in such a dire state. Bai says that the ocean was only polluted with demonic energy in the last 1,000 years. The only effective items within the area were talismans and magic tools that had innate powers, but even those don't work now. This leaves Xiao Liu wondering what exactly happened while she was away. Bai explains that the human and demonic worlds were separated 1,000 years ago. At this time, an island country opened a special rift to obtain a power that could suppress spiritual energy, and they did this despite the protests of the other countries. However, their negligence caused the spatial cracks to go rogue. Because of this, the water was filled with demonic energy, including the ocean itself. This even birthed some weird mutant monsters. Xiao Liu is enraged after hearing this, and she badly wants to beat up the people responsible for it. However, Bai tells her that she's too late because the experts have already destroyed that island country, and all that's left of it is the current Beiyuan Ocean. When will Xiao Liu ever get to beat someone up? Just then, Bai tells everyone to put on their earpieces, as this will hear them communicate using their spiritual conscience without being weakened by the demonic energy. Cool, ancient spy earpieces. Before proceeding with the mission, Bai explains that they have to remove the 4 restrictions and open the passage. He then sends the girls to their respective seals, as each has to put a talisman bead inside. After completing this, they are to report to Bai. Moments later, Bai reports to everyone that he has placed his bead talisman. Xiao Liu and Duo notify Bai that they're done. However, as Ziling reports that she has completed her task, a giant tentacle suddenly grabs her. I see where this can go, if you know what I mean. Meanwhile, Bai gets alarmed upon hearing Ziling scream. Suddenly, Xiao Liu and Duo are attacked as well. Of course, one tentacle is wrapped around Duo's left melon. Bai quickly tries saving them, but he comes face to face with the Castanea larva, a gigantic sea monster in the tribulation stage. Aside from encountering something that's the size of a building, Bai is also quite concerned that a monster of this stage exists in the area. With no other choice, he uses a risky technique. Meanwhile, Xiao Liu struggles to set herself free from the monster's grasp. It's absorbing her spiritual power, so she urges Bai to help them before she gets sucked dry. Meanwhile, Bai uses the space creation technique to save Ziling and Duo. Okay, but how about Xiao Liu? Bai thinks she should set herself free because she's a demon ancestor anyway. Enraged, Xiao Liu proves her capabilities in this dire situation. She's been staying under Bai's wing for too long that she's forgotten her true form. Time for a little reunion with her inner demon. Xiao Liu suddenly gathers all her remaining powers, unleashing a meteorite pestle attack on the monster. However, the monster still puts up a fight, but this seems fun for our little demon bunny. As Xiao Liu keeps herself occupied, Bai urges the girls to help him stabilize the portal. As all this chaos ensues, the entity and the spy observe the team. The spy addresses the entity as Lord Envoy, and he asks if they have any plans of reporting this incident to the Ocean Lord. However, the Lord Envoy replies that the sea monster is merely a scout, and reporting the issue is not necessary. He also adds that it's only a matter of time until the Ocean Lord's power descends on them all. And when this happens, Bai and his team will be nothing but fish food. Meanwhile, the monster finally reveals its true form to Xiao Liu. She gets hyped up as she channels her inner demon, causing her clothes to tear in the process. Just then, Xiao Liyu reveals her colossal demon form, which for some reason upgraded her melons as well. The battle escalates above the ocean as two demons prepare for a deadly showdown. Stating that the situation has escalated, the spy expresses his concerns to the Lord Envoy, but the latter shuts him up, saying that he can see what's happening. He stresses that they must not allow Xiao Liyu to pass through the portal, as the demon lord is testing them. He then commands the spy to reach out to Chun Yi, desperate to ensure that they complete the demon lord's great cause. It doesn't take long for Chun Yi to receive the envoy's signal. With this, he commands his men to prepare to launch the East Wind Sword. Upon receiving the coordinates, Chun Yi and his men release a giant sword into the sky. Cool. A sword that functions as a missile. As the sword ascends, Chun Yi wishes for the envoy's soul to rest in peace. Meanwhile, Bai urges Xiao Liyu to end the monster because the portal has almost stabilized. In the demonic world, the head maid of a mansion notices that it's about to rain. Back in Beiyuan, the sword finally appears, and it causes a powerful nuclear explosion. Before embracing his demise, the Lord Envoy screams that this is all for the Demon Lord, who probably doesn't even know him. In the middle of the void, Bai notices that his shield strength is rapidly decreasing. Because of this, he urgently commands the system to change its route, directing it to the Demon World. Bai is also bewildered that Dongfeng, the Immortal Alliance's treasure sword, appeared in Beiyuan. This only implies that someone is allying with the Demon World. However, Bai puts this hypothesis on hold and prioritizes escaping before the spiritual energy gets eroded. Just then, Bai and the girls are contained in a portal, but the system informs him that the landing point is not quite specific. Meanwhile, Duo panics when she loses sight of Bai, but his puppet appears beside her, revealing they're headed for the demon realm. There's a chance they'll get separated during teleportation, so she must ensure her safety until they regroup. Ziling, on the other hand, is worried that she might die young because of this mission. Meanwhile, Xiao Liyu is back in her normal cute state, but she's still acting feral with the monster's amputated tentacles. Finally, the team enters the demon world. Before they get separated, he reminds everyone to stay safe and ensure their safety. Later on, Bai lands in Mushi, a town in the demon world. He asks the system to disguise his appearance, but it informs him that his spiritual energy is insufficient. His ability to communicate with the team is also hindered due to this, but he's reassured by the fact that the girls have a 99.999% survival rate thanks to the puppets. This makes Bai worried for himself, as he doesn't have a puppet. Just then, the system converts Bai's spiritual energy into a demonic one. Sure, he looks like a unicorn with a horn on his forehead, but at least he's blending in. However, judging by the sight of his horn, he must be average. After this, the system loads a demon language module, granting Bai comprehension of the local tongue. Suddenly, he overhears a soldier report to his boss that a laborer has gone missing. He gets reprimanded for his incompetence, then he quickly sets out to find the missing person. The soldier worries that he might have to find a replacement for the laborer, but the strong laborers in the village are drafted into the military. Just how can he find a substitute now? Bai, my man, it's your time to shine. Bai approaches the soldier, asking if they're hiring. However, the soldier notices that he looks rather rich to become a worker. He even suspects that Bai is part of the Feather Clan young master, and he only ran away to experience life and boast about his wealth. Well, seems like his little horn was too subtle. Despite this, Bai gets hired and receives an instruction to enter a carriage. While he sits and waits, he can't help but worry about the girls. However, he's reassured by the fact that the puppets can assist them. Just then, David, a newbie, strikes up a conversation with Bai, asking why he looks sick. Bai introduces himself, and he replies that he's just preoccupied with something. David thinks his name sounds foreign, so Bai makes up a lie, suggesting that he's from the East. Bai then asks why there's an urgent need to find workers, leaving David stunned that he doesn't even know what he signed up for. David goes on to explain that they're working for the noble lord, but they are treated harshly because they're white demons. Indeed, there's racial discrimination here, but with a major plot twist. This information shocks Bai, but he covers his naivety with a lie, saying that in the East, their statuses are based on strength, not skin color. Realizing that Bai is not well oriented about the town's customs and traditions, David gives him a crash course. He explains that there are two major races in their realm, the Black Goat race and the White Demons. While the latter has a low affinity for magic, the Black Goats are known masters of magic. These people made significant achievements in the last war, which enabled them to become nobles. Although the majority of the population is composed of white demons, they are born as lowly. And you know what that means. Their lives are useless in the eyes of the elite. Harsh, huh? It seems like people like David are destined for doom. But why does he look excited to work for the noble lord? Bai asks why, and David replies that he's doing it for love. Say what now? He elaborates that the young lady at Wilton Duke's house smiled at him once, and since then, he vowed to win her heart. Wow, this man is delusional. Bai thinks so too, and he even comments that being killed seems far more likely than achieving romantic reciprocation. Noticing Bai's bitter remark, David reassures him that he'll find a lover of his own, one that won't judge the size of his horn. Geez, size does matter. Bai doesn't know what he means by this, but he's surely offended. Later on, the two finally arrive at Wilton Mansion. However, Bai is so starstruck by the mansion that he doesn't notice he's being called to report. The officer in charge suddenly attempts to whip him, but Bai catches it with just one hand. Surprised by the strength of this lowly white demon, the officer politely tells Bai that he'll get fired if he doesn't comply. With this, Bai joins David in a hall where workers are assessed for their magical abilities. If they perform well, they might even get to work in the inner courtyard of the mansion. The man in charge of assessing their skills is Gladiate, a steward from the mansion, and he informs everyone that only level 7 and above are qualified to work in the house. However, at the back of the Gladiate's head, he can't help but think that these applicants are low in quality. Meanwhile, Bai asks about how magic levels work. David explains that white demons can master magic and become chaos demons or low demons. However, this is the limit of their rank, as only black demons can receive the superior levels. In the middle of David's blabbing, Bai suddenly walks towards Gladiate to introduce himself. Before demonstrating his abilities, Bai reminds himself of the need to control his powers since he's pretending to be a white demon. However, just as he's about to showcase his skills, Gladiate assigns him the role of a laborer. Bai is infuriated, feeling robbed of the chance to prove himself. Gladiate adds insult to injury by belittling Bai, suggesting that his hands will only soil the magic crystal stone. Despite attempts by a worker demon to take Bai away, he remains defiant. Suddenly, Bai touches the stone, stunning everyone as it illuminates the room. Gladiate is stunned by Bai's power, but he suddenly swats his hand away from the stone. Bai panics, and he thinks about eliminating everyone in the room before his identity gets revealed. However, these are ordinary people, and he can't bring himself to kill such innocent lives. Just then, Gladiate belittles Bai again, letting him know that he's pretentious for thinking that he has a great elemental affinity when his horn is so tiny. He then sends Bai to the labor group, believing that trash should stick with his kind. Theft. If only Bai were undercover, this man would be dead meat. Bai joins the laborer group, and he receives a mix of reactions. Some are reassuring him that being small isn't that bad, while others are making fun of him. Unlike a real schlong, you can't really hide your horn under your pants. Poor Bai. He then promises himself that he will soon make that man pay for humiliating him. Shortly after, David tries his luck with the magic stone. Gladiator is impressed, seeing that he's at level 15, an intermediate chaos demon. He goes on to praise David and the other young demons, reminding them to work hard even though they are born with a low status. However, behind this man's flowery words, he's actually threatened by David. If this young demon overpowers him, he might just go for the kill before he watches him excel in life. Gladiate then offers David to work in the inner house, which the young demon accepts. While observing them, Bai can't help but notice that Gladiate's overly nice exterior is suspicious. He's definitely out to mess with David. In his attempt to reveal Gladiate's true intentions, Bai offers to read his fortune. However, this only offends Gladiate, so he orders his worker, away, to send Bai away. The worker is aware of Bai's potential, so he tells him not to hurt his face because he hasn't even married yet. Later that day, Bai and the other laborers are instructed to work in the back mountain. Their task is to chop 500 pieces of firewood before nightfall, and if they fail, they won't be able to sleep or eat. Oh, please. Chopping firewood is Bai's talent. Although this seems easy for Bai, the other laborers plead with Gladiate to show mercy, as they haven't eaten before arriving. However, this infuriates Gladiate, screaming that the master needs the firewood for his warm bath. He then threatens the laborers that he'll use them as firewood if they don't work. Sheesh, calm down. Old man. Bai is enraged by Gladiate's cruelty. He then walks towards him with his axe, ready to chop this man in half. However, Su Fangwei La, the manor's headmaid, informs the men that the firewood quota has been filled, and there is no need to overharvest. Wei La adds that the maid team will supervise the laborers from now on, and they will become part of the labor department. Gladiator argues that the laborers must be treated with an iron fist, or they won't be obedient to their future masters. He even justifies that he's teaching them some rules for her. However, Wei La bluntly tells this dwarf that the labor department's affairs are not his concern. Burn. Embarrassed, Gladiator leaves the laborers to Wei La, and he offers to return to deal with the affairs of the inner house. Wei La rejects his offer, telling him that it's not necessary. This leaves Gladiator furious, as Wei La always stands with the lowly. As the maids start to register the laborers into the labor department, Bai asks one of them who that red-haired woman is. He discovers that her name is Wei La, the maid chief who's known for her kindness. Bai reckons he can casually talk to her, so he calls her Su Fang. He then asks if they should still chop wood because he'll volunteer for the task himself. However, Wei La tells him to address her formally, and she also informs him that they weren't supposed to chop ordinary wood, but the demon vine. The young lady of the mansion hunted this down herself, and it would promise about 1,000 pieces of firewood. Seeing that this was their supposed task, the laborers were horrified. Just how can they chop that thing down with a mere axe? Out of nowhere, Bai effortlessly chops down the demon vine. Text, show off. Wei La is impressed, saying she's been dealing with this burden for a long time. Bai is happy to help, but he's also doing it for himself as he has a firewood counter, and he's hoping to earn a spirit. Just then, Bai challenges Wei La on who could chop more firewood. Wei La doesn't back down on this challenge, so she and Bai immediately chop down the vine demon like crazy. Soon enough, the place is filled with stacks of firewood, and the winner is about to be announced. Bai confidently states he chopped 501 pieces, but Wei La surprises him by breaking his axe and revealing its handle is made of demon vine, bringing her total to 502. With a competitive grin, she asserts her victory and reminds Bai to address her as Wei La, the maid chief. Geez, this woman is so competitive. Realizing that the laborers are staring at her, she screams at them to eat in the cafeteria. Bai's recent experiences leave him worried about the girls, especially Duo, since her realm is not as developed as the others. Unbeknownst to him, Duo is facing a ferocious monster somewhere. Duo finds herself struggling against this mighty monster, her spiritual power being down at 70%. The virtual guide suggests that she uses an item for self-preservation, but she refuses, claiming that she came to train and she's not a delicate porcelain doll. However, she soon realizes that she can no longer fight with magic as her spiritual energy is not enough. Left with no choice, she musters all her courage to execute a special attack, Chi Mun. Upon uttering this word, a huge explosion occurs, fatally injuring the monster. Duo then commands the guide to reverse the universe, transforming her into a demon. This also increases her spiritual power to 100%, and it also equips her with divine powers without being vulnerable to demonic elements. With her tie-in entangling silk rope, Duo finishes up the monster by chopping it to pieces. Realizing that the attack she pulled just saved her life, Duo can't help but be relieved that Mon taught her the Chi Mun technique before her departure. She remembers Mon telling her that only a few can use the technique without suffering side effects. It seems like she's one of the lucky ones. Although the Chi Mun technique seems useful, users can only use it once every 10 days. Duo then commands the guide to give her a spirit awakening talisman, but it doesn't comply due to an unknown error. This makes Duo worry because if another monster appears, she will definitely be dead. She can't be that unlucky, right? Wrong. Another monster suddenly appears behind her, attacking without notice. Luckily, she's able to teleport, leaving her clothes to be chomped up by the monster. However, it doesn't take long for the monster to catch on, quickly tracking down Duo's hiding spot. Amid her impending doom, an upper-ranked demon named Sheikah observes her. Meanwhile, Duo fights the monster with a Suan Yin absolute skin. However, she can't hold this form for long, so she demands a spirit awakening talisman from the guide. Unfortunately, the mode switching is still in progress. Just then, the monster attacks, but it bites on Duo's poisoned wings. Enraged, the monster fires a strong beam of fire towards Duo that could have killed her, but Bai's puppet saves her just in time. She then realizes that the monster's upper body has exploded from the incident. Suddenly, Sheikah approaches Duo, addressing her as a companion. She goes on to compliment Duo for her bravery, and she claims that she's truly Shaja's companion. Confused, Duo asks what this means, so Sheikah explains that anyone aiding Shaja in the fight against the GU's people is considered a true companion. Duo reflects on this revelation, considering that the seal worn by the monster likely indicates its connection to the GU's people. Sheikah then shares that one of her family members fell victim to the dragon puppet, the same creature Duo defeated. This is why she's grateful, as Duo has contributed to avenging her loss. Just then, Sheikah notices their matching purple wings, leading her to speculate that they may be related. What's up with this woman? And why is she so eager to befriend Duo? Despite her thoughts, Duo maintains her innocent facade and politely asks Sheikah if she can assist her in reaching the nearest city. Sheikah responds affirmatively, offering to escort her to Shahja's capital, Shahja City. Before they depart, Sheikah introduces herself, while Duo opts to go by the alias Sun Duo, a precaution to ensure her safety. Later on, the two arrive at Shahja City, which is built within a tunnel. Just then, Sheikah gets greeted by an injured boy named Aisha, and he's asking if she found his parents. However, Sheikah regrets to inform him that they are in now paradise, reciting scriptures to God. The young boy is reassured by this information, and he's comforted further upon receiving a book that his parents supposedly gave him. As Sheikah departs with Duo, the latter asks if the boy's parents are dead. Sheikah confirms this, saying that the GU's clan, the puppeteers that control the dragon puppets, are responsible for it. Just then, a demon rushes to inform Sheikah that a puppeteer has regained consciousness. Sheikah swiftly heads to the scene with Duo in tow, where they find the puppeteer badly injured and covered in blood. Assuming the demon is now willing to cooperate, Sheikah demands to know their mission and the number of GU's people deployed. However, the puppeteer remains defiant and insults her instead. In response, Sheikah delivers a powerful slap to the puppeteer's face, causing his eyeball to dangle out. Whoa, someone signed this woman up for a slapping contest. Nevertheless, the puppeteer claims that he doesn't care about dying because he's a noble GU's warrior. He then reveals that their mission is to free the promised land of Sheikah's kind, eliminating all of them. The puppeteer starts laughing uncontrollably, so Sheikah punches him to death. Wow, the gore in this arc is crazy. Sheikah apologizes to Duo for seeing her nasty side, but the latter reassures her that it's alright. Sheikah goes on to explain that Shahja is currently at war, so she can't leave for a while. She then offers Duo to stay at her place in the meantime. Duo accepts, but she can't help but think about how much trouble she's in right now. Meanwhile, on Falon Island, Xia Liu does what she does best, picking a fight with a monster. She battles a ferocious tentacled beast, but it won't surrender no matter what. Just then, Xia Liu's spiritual power converts, allowing her to upgrade her abilities. She uses this to her advantage, allowing her to force the monster into submission. The monster reverts to its docile form, and it cries in defeat. Just then, a group of natives sense a magic essence coming from Xia Liu. They eventually locate where the essence is coming from, and they're quite shocked by what they see. Lin Merlin, the leader of the Klein Church, is ecstatic upon realizing that they have found Ka-Nara, a legendary ancient deity. Ka-Nara who? Well, according to Merlin, the tentacled monster is believed to be a deity of some sort. Using her magic, she summons the monster into her grasp, and with her followers, they happily celebrate their monumental discovery. They might seem overjoyed, but Xia Li can't help but think they're a bunch of loonies. Merlin starts cuddling the monster, calling her Nana. Just then, the group catches sight of Xia Liu, and they notice that she looks familiar. Merlin is shocked, and she immediately uses her super speed to appear behind Xia Liu. With a grin on her face, Merlin states that Xia Liu must be Lord Ka-Nara's sister, Lulu. Just what is this crazy woman talking about? Xia Liu frees herself from Merlin's grasp, but when she doesn't budge, Xia Liu sends her flying into the air with one good punch. Upon landing, Merlin giggles in excitement, claiming that Xia Liu likes her because she was blessed by her touch. Just then, one of the natives notices that the presumed Lady Nana doesn't like Xia Liu. However, Merlin says that won't make sense, as the two obviously look like sisters. Meanwhile, Xia Liu assesses the situation and devises a plan to turn it to her advantage. Realizing that the natives don't understand the language of the little goblin, she decides to fabricate a story. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Liu grabs Nana, claiming that the deity is hungry and demands food. The natives are relieved to finally comprehend Nana's intentions, and they finally believe that the two are indeed sisters. Xia Liu then threatens Nana, telling her that the natives don't understand her, so she must behave. Xia Liu, you evil rabbit. Later on, Xiao Liu and Nana arrive at the Klein Church, where a huge feast awaits them. Xiao Liu is dazed to see a temple inside a cave as it really gives her the full experience. Just then, Merlin expresses her joy that the two have finally descended on her side after waiting for thousands of years. She then informs them that she has prepared a gift, and she hopes that it is to their liking. Suddenly, a native announces the arrival of the gift, a statue of Lord Kanara. This doesn't look like her at all. If anything, it looks disabled. Offended, Xiao Liu asks how she resembles Nana if she looks like that. And Merlin comes up with the dumbest reply. They both don't have melons. Say what? They're relying on bedonkers to recognize people. Xiao Liu is on the verge of biting Merlin's head off, but manages to calm herself, realizing that having Nana by her side offers a sense of security. Just then, the head chef informs Merlin that the great wealth is ready. Merlin then notifies the so-called sisters of this, but before they can proceed with the feast, they must first perform a ceremony initiated by Nana. Merlin instructs Xiao Liu to come close to a box with sharp teeth. Suddenly, a huge tongue emerges from the box and swallows Nana, which shocks Xiao Liu. She then headlocks Merlin, demanding her to return her little goblin sister. However, Merlin reassures her that Boxy won't hurt Nana. True enough, Nana emerges from the box with a new set of clothes. Nana poses for the crowd, leaving everyone starstruck. Wow, this little monster is getting used to the spotlight. With this, the feast finally commences. In the middle of the celebration, a scholar informs Merlin that they are ready to execute their plan. The cannon from the Dissension Division is also prepared, and they're only waiting for Merlin's command. Upon receiving this information, Merlin tells the scholar that they spread the gospel to the world after the feast. In an experiment field in the Holy Demon Empire's border, a red rock giant sandworm emerges from the ground. A robot suddenly attacks it with a laser beam, obtaining the magic crystal from inside it. Inside one of these robots is Doug, a senior magical puppet pilot. She complains about being tired, as this is already their 13th sandworm. They have been fighting for 5 days straight and haven't resupplied once. However, her co-pilot, Kate, tells her to shut her hole and quit complaining. The military has been diverting resources to airships and magic prison warheads, and if they don't work with all their might, their magical puppet warrior plan will be shelved. Suddenly, the magical puppet leader, Rococo, informs the girls that they are about to stand on equal footing with their competitors, but they have to be resilient. As long as they verify the energy conversion efficiency of the magic crystals they collected, the magical puppets will be able to demonstrate their practical combat skills. They're also trying to test the limit of their power supply, so they must wait a few more days before returning home. By then, they will receive the resources to overcome the final spell barrier. Suddenly, Doug notices a surge of magical essence in the area. She's concerned, as there are no other magical creatures in the desert aside from the sandworms. Kate agrees it is strange because the experimental zone is known to be a death zone. Just then, the sky grows dark, indicating a sandstorm. Doug and Kate suggest they shouldn't go deeper, but Rococo argues that their project has been on hold for too long. This experiment also exhausted all her resources, so there's no turning back now. This might just lead them to the mighty rock Emperor Worm, the objective of their mission. Loyal to their leader, Doug and Kate follow her into the sandstorm. However, they find their path blocked by a huge shadow. Doug and Kate are alarmed, but Rococo reassures them that it's merely a mirage. Unbeknownst to the pilots, the shadow is Bai's gigantic puppet, with Ziling resting on its shoulder. Upon her arrival, she was relentlessly attacked by monsters. She tried fighting them, but she was unable to use her magical powers. Thanks to Bai's puppet, she's safe from being a sandworm snack, but they're now trapped in the desert. Just then, a laser beam fires at Bai's puppet, causing it to defend itself. One of the pilots claimed that something took a hit from their 120mm magic beam cannon, but it received no damage. Rococo commands the pilots to fire another shot, as she senses that something is off. Suddenly, Doug notifies Rococo that someone is resting on the puppet's shoulder. Meanwhile, Ziling screams at the pilots not to hit her, claiming she's a law-abiding citizen. However, Rococo only sees Bai's puppet as a threat, so she fires another shot. She then tells the pilots that Ziling is a white devil, and that she might be part of the Rebel Alliance's Dog-Out project. Rococo soon realizes that the laser beams are not causing any damage, so she instructs Doug and Kate to engage in close combat. Meanwhile, Ziling nestles safely in Bai's chest. Just then, the pilots rain physical attacks on Bai's puppet, but their robots are mercilessly destroyed in the process. Rococo is defeated. If this puppet is truly working for the Rebel Alliance's Da Gao, then the death of her father will be all for nothing. Consumed by rage, she vows to take Bai's puppet down, even if it means her death. Rokugo fires a strong laser beam towards the puppet, but it remains unscathed. Meanwhile, Ziling is impressed by the pilot's strength as they manage to tear off the puppet's sleeves. Unfortunately for Rokugo, her recent attack ultimately caused her demise. As the storm subsides, the cockpit of the robot opens, unveiling Rokugo's lifeless and withered form. Ziling reckons that it has been long since Rokugo's death, so its soul is still fresh. She then peers into Rokugo's soul and takes over her body, vowing to accomplish the poor demon's unfulfilled dreams. Seems like someone gets an end pass now. Her next destination, the Imperial capital. Back at Wilton Mansion, Bai has become quite the nuisance for Wei La. He's chopped an excessive amount of firewood, enough to last an entire year. Not only that, he somehow managed to domesticate a rock monster to construct houses, participated in the maid organization's fishing activity by catching a giant whale, and engaged in reckless behavior such as roughhousing with pets and even committing arson. What a mess. Wei La suddenly bounces into consciousness. Phew, false alarm. It was just a dream, people. Despite that, Wei La is still annoyed that Bai is still bothering her even in her sleep. Although he's quite the headache, she won't let him get in the way of her work. She quickly gets dressed and prepares to tackle the tasks of the day. After this, Wei La checks on Bai to see what he's up to. Unbeknownst to her, our beloved MC is feeling sick. Meanwhile, Bai reads the morning paper. He discovers that Shai Ka, the leader of the terrorist organization Sharjah Wing, has been killed by the GUs. However, he doubts this news because this Shai Ka person has already been killed 3 times that week. Another section of the paper talks about the Imperial Puppet Project's attempt at reclaiming the human realm. Meanwhile, strange sightings of a sculpture related to the Ne cult have been appearing in various locations of the Empire. Furthermore, Sunfun City also announces its plans to rid the city of beggars. Upon finishing the morning paper, Bai can't help but realize that even the demon world is in disarray. Oh, Bai, if only you knew your disciples are the ringleaders. As Wei La enters her office, she is met with the sight of Bai lounging around and casually sipping tea. Kreeson, the house cat, scurries away as he senses trouble. Wei La is enraged by Bai's lack of productivity, so she grabs him by the ear and demands an explanation for his laziness. Bai defends himself by claiming he has already completed his tasks and is simply using her lounge because it's available. Wei La retorts that she ends up cleaning up after Bai finishes his tasks, and he has no right to talk back. Bai, however, counters by suggesting it's not his fault she can't keep pace with him. Woo, bars. Wei La is on the verge of striking Bai, but he stops her hand, urging her to refrain from violence when she's losing an argument. Realizing that Bai finds his tasks too easy, Wei La devises a plan to teach him a lesson. She instructs her maid, Funa, to fetch the largest uniform in the mansion, intending to officially enlist Bai into the maid corps. Although Bai is willing to work, he is less than thrilled about wearing a maid uniform. Wei La insists he must comply with the strict dress code and reminds him he's only a trainee who must pass all the trials. Wei La reminds Bai that he should be grateful, as lowly small-horned white mages like him don't even have the opportunity to participate in trials. In response, Bai directs Wei La's attention to her own horns while she critiques his. He reveals that people gossip behind Wei La's back, mocking her as little horns. Adding insult to injury, Bai declares his refusal to partake in any trials. Oh, this guy is testing her. Sensing that a war is about to ensue, Funa excuses herself from the room. Wei La offers Bai one last chance to apologize and comply with wearing the uniform, but he remains defiant. Despite sensing her anger, Bai reminds himself to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor and refrain from fighting back. He decides to leave, prompting Wei La to spring into action, determined to force Bai into wearing the uniform. However, before she can lay a hand on him, Bai places a purifying charm on Wei La's forehead, effectively calming her down. Finally, some peace and quiet. Bai attempts to lay her down to sleep, but out of nowhere, Wei La breaks free from the spell. She is now consumed by rage, knowing that Bai is challenging her authority with a measly piece of paper. Meanwhile, at the estate farm, 2 maids find themselves struggling to bring down an earth dragon for dinner. Panic sets in as they fear they might end up as the beast's meal instead. Just as the situation reaches its peak, the beast is suddenly cleaved in half, revealing Bai as the unlikely hero. And yes, he's wearing the maid uniform. Later on, Bai helps the other maids in preparing the earth dragon, as they pull a wagon filled with meat. The maid asks if he's one of them now. Bai explains that he lost a match against Wei La as he didn't expect her to be that strong. One of the maids expresses how unlikely this situation is because it's the first time that a man has joined the team. The maid team was originally the estate's soldier team. However, since Wei La became the head maid, the assessment was impossible to pass. Male mages couldn't even get through the initial stages. Hearing this makes Bai realize that the demon realm is a female-dominated world. No wonder Wei La was like a buff wrestler. Finally, Bai and the maids arrive at Sunric's house, and they immediately protect themselves with armor before entering. Bai sees no need for it, as he believes they're a hassle. Hearing this, the maid reminds Bai to be careful because 3 maids have already been injured in the past month. Bai reassures them that he'll be fine, claiming that he's good with pets. Upon entering, Bai encounters Sunric, a demon pet. I don't know what to feel about this animal. It's like a mix of everything. Bai is unfazed, and he lifts Sunric by his horn, prompting the maids to warn him of its unpredictable nature. True enough, the demon dog spits fire on Bai Luo Chun's face. When the fire dies out, the maids call out for Bai, worried that he might have been disintegrated. Out of nowhere, Bai's hand emerges from the ground, punching Sunric in the face. This goblin won't be spitting fire for a while. Impressed by Bai's abilities, the maids express gratitude, acknowledging his help in sparing them from additional work. Bai replies that it's nothing to fuss about as the maid team must be dealing with monsters on the daily. The maids clarify that this is the Special Task Force's job. The maid team doesn't even have to fight monsters while the Special Task Force is away because Wei La does this for them. One of the maids shares that the Special Task Force is exploring a special type of magic crystal in the depths of the Abyss mine, which has a lot of monsters and traps. Hearing people talk highly about Wei La, Bai finally understands why David has fallen for her. After their little talk, the 3 leave Sunric's food and call it a day. That night, David gets assisted by his fellow laborers because he's too weak to bring himself home. Gladia keeps giving him a hard time, and he's not letting him rest. Bai suddenly wakes up, seeing the beat-up David lying beside him. David then cracks a joke, telling Bai that he's getting married soon because he saw the young lady when he was about to leave for the Abyss mine. Bai can only sigh at David's situation as he heals him. This leaves Bai reflecting on what has been happening in the demon realm lately. Sharjah, the puppets, and the magic crystals are being pursued by the owner of the estate. At first, Bai only wanted information about the Soul Sect, but he's afraid that it's becoming much more complex than that. He then tries asking the system for assistance, but to no avail. Left with no choice, Bai summons the devilish muscleman to ask for help. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious maid has discovered that Bai can use talismans. In the back mountains, a maid gets chased by a rogue demon vine. She almost ends up dead if it weren't for Bai, who happens to be in the area. He asks the maid why she came to the back mountains, and she replies that she wants to discuss something with Bai Luo Chun, unaware she is already speaking to him. Bai notices that this maid is a bit clumsy, so she couldn't be from Wei La's side. The maid says that Wei La also oversees the domestic affairs of the estate, and this said department has a big task for Bai. Bai reluctantly agrees to go with her, but she must first tell him where they're going and what he's supposed to do. The maid informs him that there is a carriage down the mountain. He is to get on it, blindfold himself, and wait 3 hours until his arrival. She will then tell him what to do when they get there. A little sketchy, right? Well, not for Bai, because he just agreed to all that. As Bai and the maid leave, a demon observes them in the shadows. As expected, that maid is a puppeteer, and the first phase is complete thanks to her. The demon then instructs the maid beside her to prepare their comrades at the mine. If they succeed, Bai Luo Chun might just become their strongest asset. The maid beside the demon turns out to be one of those who work under Wei La. What a traitor. She's quite worried that the puppeteer might blow their cover because she failed to pass the infiltration training. However, the demon believes that men always fall for clumsy and innocent girls. Bai Luo Chun is totally buying the puppeteer's act. Curious, the maid asks where the demon learned about men's preferences. The demon replies that it's from a popular newspaper novel titled "The Dominant Demon Lord Falls in Love with Me." Wow, that's so reliable. Wei La enjoys her leisure time in the maid's lounge, relieved that she hasn't been disturbed by Bai Luo Chun over the past hour. But wait, this seems sus. The maids are all hanging out in her lounge, making her question why they're not doing any work. The maids reply that Bai does all the heavy work, making their lives easier. He even takes care of the monsters, the hardest task in their schedule. They then go on to praise Bai Luo Chun. One of the maids even plans to propose to him, but she's too young for that. Wei La then reminds the maids of their responsibilities as female demons. They can't leave all the heavy work to a man and slack off in the lounge. Wei La then calls Shi Yao Feng, commanding her to check on Bai Luo Chun. Although Shi Yao Feng has only slept for 2 hours, she complies with Wei La's command, afraid that her wages might be deducted. Shi Yao Feng then retrieves a logbook from her melons, which is a nifty storage area if you ask me. She reports to Wei La that the gatekeeper at the back mountain wrote that Bai had left at 10:30 in the morning, following a maid towards the abyssal mine. Upon hearing where Bai is, the maids quickly freak out. There are rumors about ghosts and zombies in that mine, and it is known to have a mortality rate of 90%. Meanwhile, Wei La wonders why she hasn't been informed about Bai's departure. Someone from the estate must be responsible for it, but it still seems suspicious. She ultimately decides to let the issue be, believing that Bai Luo Chun will come home in time for dinner. She then disperses the maids, telling them to return to their post and pretend to be busy. Wei La is reassured by the thought that Bai is fine, thinking that no one can control him anyway. As long as he honors their agreement, all is good. Just then, Wei La is shocked to see all the maids kneeling before her with googly eyes. They plead with her to go and check on Bai because he has no magical powers, despite being strong. They're all worried that he might die or lose his way. Wei La dismisses the idea, but the maids are persistent. She loves her maids so much that she'd do anything for them, so she reluctantly agrees. After all, she also wants to know who dared to take Bai Luo Chun without informing her. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun arrives at the entrance to the abyssal mines, and he's surprised that it's built on top of a mountain. The maid explains that the mine is an incredibly massive underground maze, and they have done a lot of work to establish a stronghold. Just then, Bai Luo Chun goes off without notice, so she hurriedly follows him. At the entrance, Bai finds an old handicapped man napping in a corner. He wakes him up, asking for help in descending into the mines. The man agrees to Bai's favor, and he takes a precious item with him. However, before going, he tells the maid to return to the estate, as she's not permitted to go with them. The man also warns Bai that the elevator is a bit defective, so they may run into minor troubles. Later on, Bai and the old man reach the middle layer of the abyssal mine. The old man praises Bai Luo Chun for his calmness, as most people would shake in fear upon entering the place. Suddenly, Bai notices a group of birds flying towards the elevator. Oh, seems like trouble. These are no mere birds, but mid-level demon creatures called abyssal birds. The man wonders where they came from, as they haven't reached the middle lower level yet. These menaces are known to snatch people from the elevator and eat them. It seems like this old man has a different concept of minor trouble. Despite the ambush, Bai slashes the abyssal bird in half. However, the birds won't stop coming at them, so Bai urges the old man to come up with a solution, or he won't be able to ensure the safety of the defective elevator. Just then, the old man remembers that abyssal birds are social creatures, so he grabs the treasure that he brought. It's dragon's breath grass, a rare treasure that can only be found at a depth of 50 meters in the deep level. He then ignites it, shooing the abyssal birds away. It can not only simulate the breath of a dragon, but it also emits the roar of the said beast. This drives the menacing birds away for good, leaving the old man grateful to Bai, as he protected them from the initial attack. Later on, the two finally reach the lowest point of the abyssal mines. The old man informs Bai Luo Chun that the stronghold is located about 5 kilometers away from the elevator, and he'll have someone bring the mounts over to help them get there. Just then, Bai catches sight of a huge ant, so the old man explains that it's called the abyssal shepherd ant. These creatures will help maintain the security of the stronghold, as long as they're sacrificed with white magic. Bai then sees a couple of laborers being attacked by the shepherd ant, and one of them is David. Bai immediately jumps into action, slashing the creature into pieces before it can hurt his friend. With a nonchalant expression, he tells David not to die on him, as he hasn't even attended his wedding yet. David asks Bai Luo Chun why he came to the mines, and the latter replies that he's out for a walk. David goes on to share that he's using a low-tier earth magic taught to him by Mutu, their squad leader. He adds that he uses it for construction, and it's quite useful. However, using it a few times exhausts his magical energy, and it's even harder for him to stand upright. Just then, Bai tells David not to loiter, or he'll become bug food. Unbeknownst to Bai, he's about to be attacked by a death worm larva, a lower-ranked demon. Despite David's warnings, Bai continues talking, saying there's no need for David to risk his life for money. He also promises to ask Wei La for job vacancies in the maid corps, so David can move there. Suddenly, the death worm larva attacks. Bai is unfazed as he releases a 2-star talisman attack, making the beast explode into smithereens. David is in pure shock. How did Bai release high-tier magic without any mana? It just doesn't make sense. Bai replies that he didn't use magic, but cultivation. David is confused, but Bai promises to explain it later. First, they must deal with the swarm of bugs that are about to attack. Meanwhile, a soldier reports to his superior that the sacrifice for the abyssal shepherd and the white demon is still alive. Lord Mapakuro, an upper-ranked demon, is pissed that his mushroom-eating time is being disturbed. And yes, it's the type of mushroom that makes you feel funny. He demands his soldier to get him some female demons, but the soldier urges Mapakuro to act upon the issue as the ants will go wild if they don't receive their sacrifice. Upon hearing that the sacrifice is still alive, Mapakuro takes matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Bai fights off the ants while allowing David to practice his cultivation. Despite Bai's attempts to teach him techniques, David struggles to execute them correctly. Suddenly, Mapakuro launches an attack, only to be intercepted by Bai. Infuriated, Mapakuro wonders why these rebels have gone against the contract. Before doing anything else, Bai urges David to practice the technique he was taught earlier. He then faces Mapakuro, asking if he's the boss. Mapakuro is surprised that Bai speaks the local tongue, and he asks if the rebels are at war with the manor. Bai clarifies that he is not a rebel, but a maid. He then informs Mapakuro that David will no longer work in the mines, but will join the servant ranks. Any inquiries or objections from Mapakuro should be directed to Wei La. Upon hearing that Bai works for Wei La, Mapakuro figures out why he's rude and assertive. Consequently, Mapakuro offers David the option to resign from his job, but with a grim condition: leaving his head behind. Doesn't seem like much of a choice, is it? Mapakuro suddenly launches an attack. Meanwhile, Bai is confused as to why this demon has to act so violently, when it's just about a laborer wanting to quit a job. Isn't this guy afraid of Wei La? Mapakuro replies that no one can leave just because they want to, and he's not afraid of Wei La at all. In fact, he challenges Bai Luo-chun to summon that woman, right at that very moment. While he's blabbing all these, Mapakuro keeps eating his mushrooms. I guess we can credit all of his confidence to something. Bai is amazed that this brute isn't afraid of Wei La. Even someone as powerful as Bai can't take her down. Meanwhile, David informs Bai that they should leave, knowing that Mapakuro goes into full-on psycho-killer mode when he's consuming his mushrooms. Out of nowhere, Mapakuro pulls off a high-tier magic rumbling earthquake attack, blowing the place up. Meanwhile, the old elevator man observes the fight, and he hopes that Mapakuro finishes it quickly, as Wei La might appear anytime soon. It turns out that the man is no ordinary spectator, but a middle-ranked demon from the rebel camp called Thousand Faces. Thousand Faces suddenly speaks to the skull that he's carrying on a spike, saying that there are people in the area studying the forbidden arts of necromancy. Unbeknownst to him, a body with a severed head is walking toward him, eager to attack. However, a lower-ranked demon named Melt jumps into the rescue, ending the headless body. Melt reprimands Thousand Faces, criticizing him for speaking to the skull when he should be working. The old man replies that he can only talk about certain matters to the dead, and he has already finished his work. Melt asks if the target is reliable, and Thousand Faces replies that it depends on who wins. Meanwhile, somewhere in the layers of the abyssal mine, Wei La presents a hand-drawn portrait of Bai to a guard, inquiring if he has seen her maid. Not the best drawing, but we get the vision. However, the guard responds that the elevator is out of service, preventing anyone from descending. Wei La expresses skepticism about the guard's honesty, emphasizing the maid corp's principles of integrity and fairness. The guard insists that the elevators are truly under maintenance, but Wei La only screams at him, saying that she's aware of how sus the circumstances are. This pressures the guard into pleading with Wei La, reasoning that he is nothing but a lowly worker who is unaware of the plans. However, at the back of the guard's mind, he can't help but worry about what Lord Thousand Faces might do, as it seems he can't hold off Wei La for much longer. Wei La then asks the guard for their logs, and there she finds that the white demons under Mapakuro have died or gone missing. With that much casualty, she wonders why the Ministry of Internal Affairs remains uninformed about the matter. After this, she returns the logbook to the guard, and immediately jumps out of the window without notice. Before rescuing Bai Luo-chun, Wei La sets out to uncover the truth in Stronghold Number 1. As Wei La departs, the guard's panicked state draws the attention of Lucy Wilton, the eldest daughter of the manor. Lucy wonders what the commotion is, so she asks her maid, Yazi, to investigate the matter. The guards tell Yazi that Wei La jumped out of the window, and upon hearing this, Lucy chuckles. She tells the guard not to worry about Wei La, as she's the strongest demon she has ever known. Yazi then asks the guard if the lift for the 31st stronghold is ready. The guard confirms that it is, so Lucy instructs her guard, Yi Kuing, to stay and coordinate with the others, while she and Yazi descend in the 31st stronghold. Meanwhile, Mapokiro is all tied up and is dragged by Bai Luo-chun. Bai wonders how they should terminate David's employment certificate, and David replies that they only need the employer's demon power. They simply have to put a little blood on the certificate, and this will do the trick. As the two approach the gate, David tells the guards to open the entrance and call for medical aid for the injured Mapokiro. Unbeknownst to the two, those aren't mere guards, but Melt and Thousand Faces. Melt asks what they should do, and Thousand Faces instructs her to proceed with their plan. Out of nowhere, Melt uses her powers to kill Mapokiro, melting his head in the process. David screams at Bai that Mapokiro is dead, but Bai tells him to relax and listen to what the two have to say. Thousand Faces suddenly descends to meet Bai, saying that he left too early and that they didn't even have time to get to know each other. Bai merely rolls his eyes, asking why Thousand Faces had to kill someone, instead of just opening the doors. This old man's meet and greet doesn't seem too conventional. Thousand Faces replies that there is no need to open the door, because apart from Mapokiro and the four of them, there isn't anyone else in the vicinity. David is puzzled, as his colleagues are just around. Thousand Faces explains that those poor white demons are assigned elsewhere, so he doesn't need to worry. He adds that their organization kills evil people and black demons who have done bad deeds, and they would never kill innocent people. It so happens that Mapokiro was both an evil and a black demon, so it's kind of a double-dead situation. Formed approximately a decade ago, the resistance emerged in response to the Empire's oppressive tactics. The Marshal of the Imperial Guards spearheaded a campaign against the cultivators, intending to free all white demons and overthrow the Empire. Their vision extended beyond mere rebellion. They aimed to establish a unified nation, transcending racial divides. However, the resistance was cruel to the black demons, providing them with only two options: submission or death. However, Thousand Faces believes it wasn't extreme at all, as Mapokiro deserved to die. He adds that people will always have subjective views on what truly happened, but on the bright side, at least white demons aren't suppressed. He then offers Bai Luo-chun the chance to join the rebellion, but if he doesn't want to, then they won't trouble him further. David realizes that Thousand Faces is right, as the resistance is much respected by the white demons. Side note, Mapokiro did deserve to die though. Meanwhile, Bai contemplates the offer presented by the rebels, as he senses a lack of transparency regarding their true identities. He suddenly uses a talisman on them, revealing their true forms. As Melt's headgear vanishes, Thousand Faces transforms, revealing her true female form. Of course, this melts her clothes in the process. Duh. Melt almost attacks Bai for revealing them, but Thousand Faces stops her. Taking charge of the situation, Thousand Faces introduces herself and Melt to Bai, disclosing their roles as overseers of the manor's stronghold. They emphasize their peaceful intentions and assure Bai that they pose no threat. Meanwhile, David is unimpressed at Bai, thinking he purposely melted Thousand Faces' clothes to appear dominant. Bai sighed, explaining that he didn't know she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Suddenly, Bai directs a question to Thousand Faces, asking about the purpose behind bringing him to the mines. Thousand Faces explains that she wanted to witness firsthand the extent of Bai's powers, having heard much about him from the maid course. Additionally, she mentions another undisclosed investigation, which is the reason why they didn't open the gates. Thousand Faces then commands Melt to proceed with their plans. Surprisingly, those they previously eliminated within the stronghold have returned as undead. So we're doing a Resident Evil arc now. Initially, they suspected someone was using white demons for necromantic experiments, but it isn't as simple as that. Normally, decapitating zombie demons break the link between their demonic core and brain, killing them. However, these new zombies are resilient. They refuse to stay dead and show heightened aggression towards the living. Thousand Faces explains that resistance mages believe it's not traditional necromancy, but a fundamental alteration in the souls of demon zombies. If infected, this change could spread to humans. Despite efforts, a solution remains non-existent. Though rumors suggest the 31st stronghold serves as a dumping ground for infected corpses, This might explain why the zombies tend to congregate there. Additionally, these zombies tend to gather at places where they can sense a strong surge of magic. Just then, Thousand Faces instructs Melt to seal a hole. Geez, why did she even melt it in the first place? Meanwhile, David finally figures out why his colleagues are dwindling in number. Just then, Thousand Faces informs Baya for speculation. The virus not only infects demons, but creatures as well. This would explain why the abyssal birds acted feral as they descended the mines. If this turns out to be true, then the consequences would be far too dire to control. Thousand Faces then urges Baya to assist her in investigating the matter. Knowing that it's for the better good, Baya agrees to help. But first, they must fight off the swarming hordes of demonic creatures that are out to get them. And yes, the sliced abyssal bird is still alive. In Shaja City, chaos erupts as the GU's people launch their attack. Dragon puppets wield their strong powers, and a mysterious sphere wreaks havoc on the cityscape. Amid the chaos, Sheikah and Duo Duo do their best to protect the civilians. As Duo Duo slices a dragon puppet in half, she's impressed by the indigenous magic, because it allows her to refine her wings into becoming a weapon. Sheikah then asks what's the update, and Duo Duo reports that the sphere is emitting evil energy and is tough to break through. She also suggests that it might have sealed the sky because it feels suspicious and ominous. Sheikah then asks Duo Duo if her magic doesn't work, and the latter only clarifies that it's not magic, but immortal arts. Duo Duo can't help but think how easy the situation would be if Bai Luo Chun were here. He can easily take down the GU's people and destroy their country at the same time. However, Duo Duo suddenly worries that Sheikah might perceive Bai Luo Chun as evil, so she clarifies that he's all for the better good. Sheikah then wonders if Bai can destroy the creatures before them. This prompts Duo Duo to gaze into the sky. She sees the Empire's Air Force, the Griffin Corps, who are bringing with them a Type B-1 Hell missile. Sheikah can't help but scoff at the Empire's attempt to help, as she knows they're siding with the GU's people, despite acting like the mediators of the war. Sheikah is furious, stating that those righteous men are the true monsters. Realizing that Sheikah is getting consumed by her anger, Duo Duo reminds her that they came to the area to gather resources. They aren't ready for large-scale conflicts, and she didn't even bring enough talismans. However, Sheikah reassures her that she's taking responsibility for the mission, and she won't let anything happen to her. Out of nowhere, Sheikah emits a strong halo, making her burst into the heavens at a high speed. The sheer force of her ascension sends Duo Duo hurtling backward, and she's beyond worried about what Sheikah might do. True enough, Duo Duo's guess was accurate. The sky is indeed a trap, and it zaps Sheikah into a crisp. However, Sheikah uses an ancient spell that destroys the trap, making it erupt in the process. The sphere also gets destroyed, revealing a talisman within its core. Meanwhile, Sheikah, in all her upgraded glory, emerges victorious against the GU's people's evil sphere. However, a griffin suddenly attacks her, but she counters the attack with her sword. Unfortunately, she also slashes the bomb that the griffin was carrying, resulting in a massive explosion. This sends Sheikah plummeting from the sky, prompting Duo Duo to catch her from falling to her death. Duo Duo immediately uses a life-saving talisman, despite Sheikah's protest. However, her injuries are far too much to bear, so Sheikah falls unconscious. Later on, she wakes up in her underground base, and she receives a ton of yapping from Duo Duo for fainting. Sheikah apologizes for the inconvenience she has caused. She reasons that she has overused her powers, and if it weren't for Duo Duo, she would have died from the crash. She then thanks Duo Duo for bringing back many resources, and because of that, she has saved so many people. Duo Duo replies that she's happy to help, as Bai Luo Chun has taught her to do good deeds to pay off her sins. However, if Sheikah truly wants to repay her, Duo Duo would appreciate it if she taught her the technique that upgraded her physique. Sheikah suddenly gets frantic, declaring that she will do anything, but teach her that. Geez, chill, woman. Duo Duo doesn't press the issue further, and she gently encourages Sheikah to rest. As she exits the room, she gets greeted by Aisha, who is gifting her a laurel wreath made by him and the other kids. Assuming it's a gesture for Sheikah, Duo Duo tells Aisha that she is still resting. However, Aisha clarifies that it's actually for her. Confused, Duo Duo asks why, and Aisha's response shocks her. The community believes Sheikah will soon ascend to heaven, and she will be the new Lady Angel. Say what? Duo Duo didn't sign up for this. Day after the attack, Duo breaks into an underground vicinity, eager to find the inheritance of angels. She walks into a hall filled with giant statues of the angels that came before Sheikah, and she can't help but feel uneasy. Aisha's words echo in her mind, reminding her of the impending ceremony for Sheikah, scheduled in just 3 days' time. The weight of expectation rests heavily on Duo's shoulders, as the community eagerly anticipates her assuming leadership as the angelic figure. As Duo recalls, Esha told her that every Lord Angel will sacrifice their body to the Holy Spirit flame when they turn 17. This sacrificial act is believed to bestow blessings upon Shaja, allowing the departing angel to ascend to heavenly service. The successor, chosen by divine will, inherits the celestial powers from the ashes, destined to become the next Lord Angel. Aisha can't help but feel hopeful while telling this story, as he is eager to have the chance to become an angel like Sheikah. I don't know about you, but this sounds like some crazy cult shenanigan. Just then, Duo runs into a book locked by huge chains. She uses her powers to melt the chains, hoping the book states an alternative to sacrificing her friend. To her surprise, the book contains mystical arts of divination. Days later, Sheikah fights off a dragon puppet. She gets swallowed by the beast, but she uses her powers to make its head explode. Sheikah then rushes to Duo, and she catches her with a tied-up puppeteer. Sheikah reports that she has taken care of the dragon puppets, while Duo informs her that she has done her tasks too, and even captured a puppeteer. Sheikah then hands some food to Duo, apologizing that they can't have a warm meal because they can't use fire. They're too close to the enemy stronghold, so they must settle with what they have. Duo doesn't mind, but she does wonder why they're entering enemy territory themselves when it appears too reckless. Additionally, Sheikah hasn't even fully recovered yet. With her nose dripping with blood, Sheikah argues that the injuries aren't that bad. She then commands Duo to bring the hostages to the base, as she plans to do something on her own. Duo wants to accompany her, but Sheikah forbids it, emphasizing that she has left her an order. Whoa, bossy much. Duo realizes that Sheikah is making the most of her time before she meets her end. With this, Duo is determined to put her plans to work. She holds a talisman in her hand, unsure whether it will work. Just then, the puppeteer screams at Duo, telling her she doesn't know what she's doing. This man is quite the yapper. He just bit through Mimung's silk. The puppeteer adds that Duo's plan will level the entire place into flat ground. Meanwhile, in the Shaja Eastern Separation Wall, the piercing sound of sirens fills the air. Meanwhile, one of the guards notices a bunch of purple feathers falling from the sky. Impossible. Did someone from Shaja infiltrate the place? Well, you know it, because Sheikah is ready to kick some GU's loser. She suddenly appears in front of the guard, killing him before he can react. As the realization dawns upon the other guards that they have been infiltrated, Sheikah finds herself surrounded by a group of GU's guards, leaving her cornered. Accusations of terrorism are hurled at her, and she is ordered to remain where she is. Fuming with anger, Sheikah can't comprehend the irony of being labeled a terrorist when it was her people who were invaded. Suddenly, a guard rushes to the commander with alarming news. The 7th Dragon Puppet Division has been decimated, with not a single puppeteer spared. Furthermore, all the high-ranking commanders stationed at the advanced party camp have met the same fate at the hands of Sheikah. Yes, Queen. Slay, literally. The commander's fury ignites at the devastating report. He wonders what this Shaja trash is about to do. Why isn't she affected by the nullification stones, and could she be using the legendary angel inheritance? Nevertheless, the commander is unfazed. He reassures his men that her magic is related to her lifespan, and that it won't take long before she dies. With confidence in their advantage, he orders his men to set the sky ablaze and eliminate Sheikah. However, Sheikah only says that she can easily kill them all in a snap, even with the last drop of her strength. Suddenly, the GU's people rain fire on Sheikah, but they are no match to her fury. Using her holy hell flame attack, multiple guards die with a single blow. As the commander's skin melts in the fire, he musters his last strength to activate a magical puppet to destroy Shaja to the ground. Meanwhile, Sheikah is recovering from using her magic. Out of nowhere, an Empire magic puppet breaks into the scene, eager to kill her. Sheikah then sarcastically states that she's lucky to see the GU's secret weapon before she dies. She suddenly coughs up blood, making it clear that she won't make it through her duel with the Imperial puppet. However, Duo comes to the rescue, ready to aid Sheikah. Sheikah is taken aback by the sudden appearance of Duo, but before she can react, her condition worsens. As the angelic power within her begins to surge outward, Sheikah can feel her life slipping away with each passing moment. Of course, her clothes are dissolving in the process. It's probably protocol. Just as Sheikah is about to be attacked by the Imperial puppet, Duo intervenes, using her silk rope to pull her out of harm's way. Desperate to save Sheikah, Duo attempts to feed her with one of Mimung's cocoons, but she's too weak to even swallow it. Out of nowhere, the puppet attacks again, but Duo manages to use her floating shadow immortal magic to escape. Left with no choice, Duo chews on the cocoon and spits it in Sheikah's mouth. Okay, but when did this become Yuri-coded? It turns out that Duo had devised this plan 3 days prior. When she was searching for the secret of the angel inheritance, Duo discovered that beings in the demon world possess 8 nodes that regulate the flow of magic. Unleashing these nodes enhances magical power, but places an immense burden on the body. This revelation suggests that the angel selection process seeks people who are capable of bearing this immense power. However, once the cycle of magic energy ceases, so too does the wielder's life. Realizing that Sheikah's death is inevitable, Duo refuses to accept defeat. She recalls the teachings from Mammon, recognizing similarities between her mystical arts technique and the secret of the angels, both of which involve the manipulation of the 8 gates. If Duo can harness the workings of heaven and earth from the external world and connect them to the body's internal processes, she may be able to restart Sheikah's energy circulation. With newfound hope, Duo is determined to embark on a 3-day mission to secure the necessary elements for her plan. Meanwhile, Duo is overjoyed that her plan worked. The mystical arts divination didn't fail her. However, the Imperial puppet suddenly attacks, releasing a strong blow that sends the walls crumbling. Duo manages to dodge it, all while carrying Sheikah. However, she's beyond puzzled, as she notices that the puppet is using talismans. How could that have appeared in the demon world? Duo then realizes that she's been severely injured from the last attack, making her incapable of using a single brain cell. Left with no choice, she uses a silkworm cocoon for herself and wonders if she should summon Bai Luo Chun's puppet, as her energy is almost dried up. Before she can do so, the Imperial puppet lunges for a final blow, prompting Duo to desperately cry out Sheikah's name. Just then, the place illuminates with a strong surge of power. Sheikah's life is restored by the silkworm cocoon, and she promptly comes to Duo's rescue. Overwhelmed with gratitude for Duo's help, Sheikah finds herself imbued with newfound strength. Duo is glad to hear this, and she's proud to say that it's immortal magic taught to her by her senior, Mammon. She also tells Sheikah to remember that it's called the mystical art of divination. With her newfound power, Sheikah puts Duo to safety and fights off the Imperial puppet. Finally, some break time for Duo. In a split second, Sheikah speeds towards the puppet and releases a mystical arts attack, amputating the puppet's arm. Sheikah realizes that the overflowing magic that was supposed to kill her has disappeared, and thanks to Duo, she now feels a powerful and gentle strength. Just then, the puppet releases another attack, refusing to surrender. Sheikah spits out 2 consecutive mystical arts attacks, causing a massive explosion that ultimately kills the Imperial puppet. Finally, she can breathe, as Shajat is now safe. Unexpectedly, Duo approaches Sheikah, offering a lily flower and extending birthday wishes. Grateful for the gesture, Sheikah blushes, aware of the flower's symbolic meaning. Despite Duo's innocence in the matter, Sheikah appreciates the sentiment. Just to state the obvious, in Japan, it's a Yuri thing, where one initiates to do the nasty. It seems like Duo didn't receive the memo. Encouraging Sheikah to make a wish, Duo watches as Sheikah hopes for Shajah's prosperity. With their wishes made, the two set off on their journey back to Shajah. In the GU's frontline command post, the senior officials convene for a crucial meeting. A report comes in detailing the destruction of an experimental demonic puppet and significant casualties suffered by the advanced party in Shajah City. Despite this setback, terrorist activities have intensified. However, Yatani, the commander-in-chief of the GU's allied forces, interrupts further updates. Is it just me, or does he look like Hitler? Yatani commands the other men to leave the room, except for Luther, the army chief, Jacob, the special forces chief, and Arthur, the motorized dragon puppet tactical unit commander. As expected, the three receive a yapping session from Yatani. The echoing yapping of Dupe Hitler carries beyond the confines of the room, reaching the ears of other officers stationed outside. Yatani scorns the trio, labeling them as idiots for squandering the demonic puppets. Although he's enraged, he's relieved by the fact that the Empire has agreed to send more demonic puppets. However, Jacob reluctantly delivers the news that the Empire has encountered complications and will no longer provide assistance. As you may expect, Hitler here went wild. Meanwhile, in the Empire's outskirts lies the Luoma Research Institute. Inside the building is a gory scene. Two lifeless demons are tied by the neck, while some arrows pierce their eyes and body. An assassin has infiltrated the vicinity, leaving the demon scientists dead. Meanwhile, Ziling is the sole survivor, still inhabiting the body of Rococo. Just then, a rogue arrow pierces through her neck, but she's unfazed. She pulls it out without stressing, as she has used a ton of silkworm slow beforehand. She then calls out to her co-researchers, Kate and Doug, wondering if anyone is in the room with her. Meanwhile, Nu, a member of the Dark Demon team, is in disbelief as she witnesses how the arrow didn't affect Ziling. However, she knows that she mildly delayed the progress of the demonic puppet's development, so her mission is not in vain. Nevertheless, she can't help but speculate that Rococo is not who she says she is. She is merely an upper-ranked demon researcher, but why is she so evil? Suddenly, a dead scientist gets possessed by unknown magic, prompting it to attack Nu. Her startled reaction catches the attention of Ziling, who now knows she's hiding on the top floor. Upon realizing that the undead attempted to attack her, Nu gets consumed by horror, knowing that this is an unkillable target. She screams at the top of her lungs, hoping to be saved. Just then, Ziling appears, saying that no one can hear her desperate screams. After all, she killed everyone in the vicinity. Ziling is infuriated that she had a lot of losses, so she demands Nu to compensate for the inconvenience. Meanwhile, Nu realizes that Ziling's bizarre magic and manner of speaking are not normal, leading her to conclude that she's not Rococo, and is someone from the cultivation realm. Right on, Unicorn Girl, and because of that, you will be rewarded with a painless death. However, Nu suddenly brings out a talisman calling Ziling a cultivation devil. She plans to use the talisman to kill herself, worried that Ziling might use her forbidden magic to interrogate her soul. However, before she can do so, someone cuts off Mu's hand. Within a split second, a sword pierces through the poor demon's skull, ultimately killing her. Ziling commends the killer, who is no other than her co-researcher, Kate. Ziling then summons Nu's amputated hand, and she discovers that the demon attempted to use a soul-breaking talisman. The plot thickens, and Ziling gets excited, as she realizes that the cultivation realm is involved with the issues of the demon realm. Days before this gruesome incident, two major clients commissioned missions for Nu and her comrade, Crow. Nu has been assigned to the Demon Puppet Research Institution, while Crow has been tasked with the Southern Abyssal Mine. Before departing, Crow informed Nu that he plans to resign and return home after completing the mission, and this has been approved by their boss. Nu congratulated him, though she acknowledged that she couldn't leave the team. She still has 5 more missions to fulfill before she can do so. Nu then asks about Crow's plans upon returning home, and he replies that he wants to become a baker. After all, his savings are enough for him and Mu to last a lifetime. Nu is shocked to hear that Crow has included her in his plans, so she clarifies what he means by this. Just then, Crow hands her a ring, asking her to marry him. Once they complete the mission, not gonna lie, I feel a bit mad at Ziling now. As Ziling peers into the story linked to the talisman, she discovers that Nu's boss wants to gain the favor of both parties. If the Empire had an important arrangement at the Abyssal Mine, it would make sense why they turned a blind eye to the serious internal battles. Ziling reckons that the talisman came from a master, and whoever this is must be tangled in a messy situation. However, in the meantime, Ziling has to figure out how to solve the issue of charging the demonic puppets. As Ziling leaves the room, a guard apologizes for failing to assist her. She pays him no heed, but instructs him to clean Building A. Meanwhile, Ziling can't care to be bothered about who ordered the assassination. Whoever these people are must be planning to go independent, and they're not respecting the Emperor. It doesn't matter. Once she puts up her hiring advertisement tomorrow, those two will be fuming in anger. Later on, Ziling heads to the basement of Building B to visit Chrissy, a researcher. She asks about the research progress, but Chrissy can't help but show appreciation for being included in the project. Ziling says there's no need to thank her, as she looks at the potential of everyone. Chrissy then updates her that the battery problem of the demon puppet is solved, and its battle time has been increased to 3 days. Plus, it can also be mass-produced. This news brings joy to Ziling, so she praises Chrissy for a job well done. Finally, Ziling has a personal asset. Somewhere in the lower level of the abyssal mine, an ancient dragon howls in solitude. Bai Luo Chun and Wei La stand on the beast's back, fighting about who should be the boss in this situation. Bai demands that they turn back, but Wei La persists and insists that they go on another path. Enraged, Bai calls Wei La an idiot who has no sense of direction. Oh, so we're allowed to say that now. He accuses her of worsening the situation, and now they have been going in circles. It has been days, and they're still lost. Wei La, angry that he's being so stubborn, addresses Bai with his identification number to assert dominance. She then stresses that she's the head maid, so he should listen to her. Bai gets pissed after being reduced to his identification number, and he reminds her that they're in this situation because of her and that dumb dragon. Wei La gets emotional, and she tells Bai that the dragon's name is Ah Dai. She reminds him that he's talking to authority, and that he has no right to disrespect her like that. However, Bai doesn't give a single flying F, and he sarcastically asks her how many days they've been wandering. He goes on to ask if she doesn't care about her master and the people above. He then asserts that they need to find their way back to ensure that the people above are safe. Wei La refuses to back down, insisting that her mission is to investigate the truth. Plus, her sixth sense, which I doubt works, is telling her which path is the right one. She also clarifies that Lucy is not weak, and she can protect herself just fine. You might be curious about how these two ended up in this situation. Well, 3 days ago, when Bai was in the abyssal mines with David, Melt, and Thousand Faces, they found themselves doubting if they'd make it out alive. Bai is frustrated that he can't do much as the system has been inactive for days. Just then, David notices an incoming airship, and aboard it is Lucy and Yazi. Yazi is horrified upon seeing the horde of death worm larvae. Meanwhile, Lucy worries about the consequences if the creatures climb out of the mine. The other side with the elevator has fallen, and if they don't find the root cause of this chaos, it might just fall into their doom. She also wonders if the death worm larvae are undead creatures. Just then, Yazi notifies Lucy of the people that she can see at the bottom of the mines. Lucy urges Yazi to rescue them, but their airship suddenly loses control after getting shot down. It turns out that Melt is responsible for this, saying that she sensed an upper-ranked black demon and couldn't resist. Thousand Faces can only sigh, telling Melt that the people in that airship might have come to save them. Luckily, Lucy was quick enough to use her magic to keep her and Yazi afloat. Below, Thousand Faces reminds Melt not to fire more attacks. Meanwhile, Lucy speculates that the people down below are rebels. It might be dangerous, so she's sending her camera bug to record everything while they make their way back. However, she means no ill will to Bai and the others, so she releases a magic frost spell to create a barrier that will keep the creatures out. Bai is amazed at Lucy's capabilities, while David can't help but fawn over his crush. Lucy then makes her presence known, informing the group that she has frozen the creatures. She encourages them to evacuate the stronghold, while she deals with the death worm larvae using her powers. Additionally, she suggests that they put aside past conflicts. Thousand Faces is amused that the young lady came down by herself. She then jokes to Melt, telling her that her life is spared, despite firing an attack at Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy asks Yazi to contact Wei La. She can't sustain this magic for long, as the area is too massive. Yazi replies that Wei La is close by, but she's surprised after realizing that their locations have overlapped. Out of nowhere, Wei La plummets from the sky, punching a colossal dragon into submission. She screams at the giant beast called Ah Dai, claiming it as her pet. That's quite an entrance there, Wei La. Meanwhile, Thousand Faces escapes with Melt using a flying device. She's impressed by the head maid, and she finally figures out why the Lord Duke was disloyal. Hold up, Wei La's a homewrecker? Melt, on the other hand, wonders if there's anyone normal in Wilton Manor. This is the demon realm. Is anything ever normal? Meanwhile, Bai tosses David into the sky, hoping that he'd make it to Lucy and Yazi. Fortunately, he lands right into their floating sphere, and Lucy even ends up carrying him like a bride. He blushes, and he expresses how thrilled he is to finally see Lucy again. Lucy, on the other hand, doesn't even remember this bloke. Witnessing this stranger appearing out of nowhere, Yazi screams at David to let go of Lucy. I think it's the other way around, girl. Meanwhile, Bai attempts to escape, completely forgetting that he doesn't have enough spiritual energy to fly. Just then, he notices a dragon with Wei La. Meanwhile, Wei La gets approached by the camera bug, and she receives praise from Lucy, as they have found the insect's nest because of her. Lucy has an additional task for her, which is to discover the truth about the cause of the undead's resurrection. With this, Lucy leaves the mines with David and Yazi, while Wei La, Ah Dai, and Bai Luo Chun fall into the lower level of the abyssal mines. Now, the two are stuck together, left with no choice but to collaborate. Wei La commands Ah Dai to follow her directions, eager to discover the truth about the undead's resurrection. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun commands the system to return his spiritual energy, but to no avail. Wei La wonders why Bai Luo Chun is eager to return to the manor. They have a more prestigious mission at hand, and you should be thankful that he has been considered for it. She probably just wants to go on a rampage. Bai Luo Chun breaks Wei La's bubble, clarifying that they don't have the same goals. If they can't find the way back within a day, he will venture out on his own. Just then, Wei La grabs Bai by the neck using her tail. Bai is shocked by what he sees. Maybe Wei La's sixth sense does work after all. Wei La has led them to a mysterious-looking portal. Bai Luo Chun then walks towards it, and he's beyond surprised that prompted the system to activate. Out of nowhere, a beautiful mommy milker with thunder thighs appears, and she's calling Bai darling. The system is worried that Bai doesn't know her, and true enough, our MC is beyond confused. He's more concerned that his virtual system disappeared. Bai, my man, you literally have the better version. However, it turns out that the system is only visible to Bai. Meanwhile, Wei La is pissed at Bai because he seems to be slacking. If only she knew that Bai's movements are limited, because the system is overly clingy to him. Just then, Wei La notices something emerging from the portal. Just then, Crow exits the portal looking all buff with a single arm. I didn't even notice this man had one arm. Just then, within a split second, Crow suddenly springs from the ground and cuts Adai's head with a single attack, immediately killing the mighty dragon. Wei La is alarmed by this high-ranking demon, so she notifies Bai to prepare himself as they may have to fight. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun has no energy to do anything. Imagine having a grown woman cling to you 24/7. Wei La is fired up, and she suddenly accelerates into the sky to fight Crow. As the fight ensues, Wei La ends up on the ground, with Crow's sword against her face. However, she breaks the sword with a single hand and follows it up with a powerful punch. Wei La's attack is so strong that it even decapitates Crow. Man, this woman can be scary sometimes. However, to her surprise, Crow's beheaded body moves on its own, prompting Wei La to believe that this is caused by death resurrection. Before Crow can attack her, his body suddenly falls to the ground, revealing a glowing symbol on his back. Just then, Bai Luo Chun calls out to Wei La, revealing Crow's head in his hand. It turns out that Bai Luo Chun has already subdued Crow's soul, preventing him from reviving himself. He has also subdued Adai's soul, so it won't resurrect as one of those crazy zombies. Bai Luo Chun concludes that the current predicament with the zombies isn't a result of resurrection after death. Instead, he suspects that someone is manipulating their souls. This phenomenon has been recently called the soul virus, but Bai Luo Chun asserts that there's no such thing. Nevertheless, he is convinced that the soul sect is somehow involved in the situation. Now, they must adjust their plans and concentrate on uncovering the identity of the person controlling the souls of the undead. Later on, Wei La buries the remains of Ah Dai, vowing revenge. However, she notices that Bai Luo Chun isn't paying his respects and appears rather jittery. Oh, Wei La, if only you knew he has an invisible melon mommy clinging to his arms. Bai Luo Chun brushes off Wei La's observations and instead urges her to enter the portal quickly. The sooner they resolve the issue, the better. Wei La feels a bit disheartened that he's rushing her, despite her recent loss. However, Bai Luo Chun explains that they need to return soon, or else the maids might become unruly without them. Wei La realizes there's no time to lose, so she quickly changes her mood in a snap. She then urges Bai Luo Chun to join her in beating up the main culprit. Bai Luo Chun, on the other hand, struggles to walk because the system is sticking too close to him. Meanwhile, Lucy, Yazi, and David wander in the upper level of the abyssal mines using an aircraft. David is worried that Bai and Wei La haven't contacted them for a few days, and he's even more concerned about Wei La. He knows Bai Luo Chun can take care of himself, but Wei La is merely a lower-ranked demon. Oh, David, you know nothing. With this, Lucy tells him Wei La is an exception to the typical white demons because she's powerful. Lucy adds that her father once told her not to use rankings as a reason to judge people, and David should definitely not judge Wei La of all people. Nobody in the demon realm can even beat her in arm wrestling. Additionally, Lucy reassures David that there is no need to be occupied with Wei La and Bai's safety. What they must prioritize is to prevent the spread of the soul virus. Hearing this lecture, David realizes that Bai Luo Chun and Wei La are a fated match. On top of having great powers, their horns are both short too. David, you're definitely ruining your shot with Lucy. Yezi calls him out, saying that he can't casually point out a woman's small horn. I guess that's the equivalent of calling someone flat-chested. Huh. Yezi adds that the weakest one in the group is David, as he hasn't even recovered from his previous injuries. David denies Yezi's allegations, insisting that he's all good now. He also reminds her not to judge him by his rank, suggesting he's more powerful than she thinks. Just then, Lucy notices a flock of abyssal birds flying towards them. David figures that this would be a great time to showcase the skill that Bai Luo Chun taught him. Lucy might just be impressed. However, Lucy realizes that these are mere abyssal birds, but a much more powerful beast called the Abyssal Winged Dragon. To make matters worse, these beasts are infected by the soul virus. They must have been attracted to the strong surge of powers coming from them. Lucy immediately commands Yazi to take the airship and escape with David. Yazi complies, but the stupid David wants to impress Lucy. He offers to take care of the winged dragons, using the cultivation technique that Bai Luo Chun taught him. David casts a blood destruction talisman, killing one of the beasts with one hit. Yazi is shocked that David had a trick up on his sleeve, but now she wants him to kill the rest. He hasn't exactly prepared for that. Unbeknownst to David, the winged dragon king is right behind him, ready to gobble his sorry face. Yazi screams at him to dodge, while Lucy focuses on harnessing her magic for an attack. With a single command, Lucy causes the beast's guts to explode, staving David. After killing the king, she goes on to finish off the other beast with a powerful spell. With the worst being over, Lucy gives David a pat on the head, reminding him not to act so recklessly again. Well, that's embarrassing. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun and Wei La enter the portal and find themselves in the Demon Venerable's secret realm. Bai Luo Chun is surprised to see the manor's asset, but Wei La clarifies that the Duke has never mentioned that this place existed in the depths of the mines. She adds that the words don't seem to originate from the demon realm. Bai can read it, and he finds that the Demon Venerable is sealed in the area. Impressed that Bai Luo Chun can read the words, Wei La presses her cheek against his. Why is everyone being so touchy? He adds that those are the words of his hometown, and it's a very remote area, so it makes sense if she doesn't know how to read them. Just then, Bai figures out the truth about the place. He shares with Wei La that the holy talismans pasted on the coffins are soul-refining talismans. The quality is quite high, yet there are so many. This means that those resurrected corpses have been eroded by these talismans, and they have become flesh puppets that are only capable of stealing living souls. From Bai Luo Chun's understanding, there are only 4 divine talisman masters in the cultivation realm who could potentially be responsible. Given his familiarity with the 3 of them, it seems unlikely that they would venture into the demon realm. Wei La proposes that the 4th master might be the culprit, but Bai Luo Chun dismisses the notion. He argues that this master is known for his righteousness and gentleness. Wei La wonders if the 4th master and Bai Luo Chun are close, as he seems to know him personally. Bai nervously replies that the master is famous because of his kindness. He quickly changes the topic, telling Wei La the solution to their problem. First, they must destroy the tomb and tear off the lid of the coffin. Seems easy, right? Well, not really. A giant hand suddenly clamps down on Wei La's wrist. Misa, the demon venerable, fumes with anger because they're disrespecting his resting place by standing atop his grave. Plus, they plan to uncover the lid of his coffin. Just then, Wei La commands the demon to release her. Infuriated, Misa asserts his dominance as the boss of the demon world and even proclaims himself a god. Suddenly, a dawning realization strikes Misa as he acknowledges Wei La and Bai Luo Chun's strength in breaching the realm. Suddenly, Wei La swiftly stabs Misa's eye with her hand, allowing her to break free. Misa lets out a bunch of curse words, which I can't disclose because we don't want to get demonetized. Wei La suddenly speaks in the demon's native tongue, telling him he's rude and uneducated for grabbing people's hands when he hasn't asked for permission. Misa is furious that she's talking back to him, and because of this, he won't allow her to leave the place alive. The powerful demon wants to fight Wei La one-on-one. Misa suddenly releases an Extinction Ultimate Black Dragon Wave attack, but Wei La counters with a clay pot punch. This sends the demon flying into the distance, his guts spilling out of his belly. Witnessing this match, Bai Luo Chun finally realizes why that dragon followed her despite being affected by the soul-refining talisman. Her raw power is just beyond explanation. With Misa dead, Wei La urges Bai Luo Chun to help her destroy the demon's grave. Bai tells her that she already did, and all that's left to do is to open it and burn everything inside. However, a tentacled shadow suddenly emerges from the grave, grabbing Bai Luo Chun. Wei La runs to save him, but she's held back by Misa, who has revived himself. The demon is excited to meet a powerful demon like her, and he wants to test how long she can last. Meanwhile, Bai Luo Chun gets greeted by the tentacled shadow, telling him he's the first to enter the realm in a very long time. While listening, Bai confirms that the source of the soul is before him. It seems like Wei La has to fend for herself for a bit. Just then, Bai Luo Chun tells the shadow that there is no soul-related magic in the demon world. For this entity to exist in the form of a soul, there must be someone behind it. Suddenly, a demon emerges from the shadows, praising Bai for his knowledge about souls. The entity claims to be the demon Venerable, the god of malignity and trickery. He claims that the demon fighting Wei La is simply a divine body prepared by the soul sect for him to extend his life. He also claims that his caliber is quite high. However, Bai Luo Chun notices that the demon is kneeling, which leads him to doubt just how powerful he is. The demon Venerable replies that the soul sect will be able to fully resurrect him in a short bit, but in the meantime, he wants Bai Luo Chun to help him. And if he finally merges with a body, he will grant Bai with all of his wishes. Meanwhile, Bai wonders if this is the demon who brought destruction to Yun Huang. It sure looks like half-cooked meat. Just then, Bai Luo Chun realizes that the body and soul fusion is what Mammon needs, leading him to think twice about the offer. The demon Venerable spits out some recommendations of what Bai might like. Does he want authority, land, female demons, or male ones? He won't judge with the latter. When Bai Luo Chun doesn't give a response, the demon suggests that they conquer the world and split evenly at 50-50. He even cranks it up to 70-30. Despite the demon's pressure, Bai remains calm, telling the demon Venerable that he's disturbing his thoughts. If Bai Luo Chun assesses himself, his spiritual energy is quite dry, and his system is inconsistent. Even if he does summon the system, all she will ever do is stick to her like a leech. Meanwhile, the demon allows Bai to ponder on his decisions. He even recommends becoming Bai Luo Chun's lackey, if that's what it takes to help him. Man, can this demon be into Bai or something? Finally, Bai speaks up, stating that he wants the demon to give him the technique for merging the body and soul. He's about to continue speaking, but the demon suddenly lifts him in the air with one hand. He's been fooled. The demon Venerable then states that Bai's time is up. He also stresses that in the demon race, the soul is resurrected, as long as it recovers in the realm. The demon is proud of himself for tricking Bai Luo Chun, and he looks down upon the people who thought that soul-refining locks were enough to contain him. After he kills Bai Luo Chun, he will also kill that idiot from the soul sect and everyone else from the cultivation world. However, before the demon Venerable can kill Bai Luo Chun, someone suddenly slashes his arm. It's the system, and she has come to save her darling master. The system asks Bai if he's alright, and he replies that he is. However, he blames the system for everything that is happening. If she only returned his spiritual energy, everything would have been easier. However, the system tells them that there are some things that he has to remember on his own. Before she can utter another word, the demon Venerable abruptly bursts into laughter, claiming to recall something. He appears to recognize someone, though his words are nonsensical. Amidst the demon's manic laughter, the system swiftly terminates him with a single touch. The demon doesn't get the chance to finish his sentence, but the system hints that he is about to mention Heaven's Tao. Suddenly, Bai Luo Chun collapses. The system merely looks at him, ignoring the notifications that the system upgrade has been completed. In Shaja City, a colossal imperial puppet wreaks havoc on the land. Duo valiantly battles against it, but she sustains injuries in the process. Unfortunately, the demon puppets are growing increasingly powerful. Suddenly, a powerful laser beam strikes Duo, inflicting fatal wounds on her. The GU soldier, using a dragon puppet to launch the attack, rejoices that he successfully hit his target. He proudly informs his comrades that their new dragon puppet team has achieved a significant victory. However, his excitement fades when he notices his fellow soldiers' lack of response. To his shock, they are under the control of a green-hued aura, appearing lifeless and devoid of will. Meanwhile, Sheikah rescues Duo, and she immediately asks if she's alright. Duo struggles to breathe, and she tells Sheikah that she barely survived that attack. Because of this, Sheikah suggests that she return to the castle. Duo lacks the mystical arts needed to restore her strength, and the toll of the battle is proving too heavy for her to bear. However, Duo refuses. She reassures Sheikah not to worry, as she still has a few tricks up her sleeve. Just then, Duo accelerates into the sky, leaving Sheikah with no choice but to accompany her. However, upon seeing the scene below, they quickly realize that the GU's people have been wiped out. A green aura seems to surround the soldiers, including her dragon puppet. Duo anticipates a bigger dilemma. Meanwhile, Sheikah wonders what the problem is, so Duo breaks it to her that these people didn't die from the battle. Their souls were sucked out, and now they are under control. Duo quickly realizes that someone is using the battle of the GUs and Shaja people as a means to reap souls. Just then, streaks of green light swiftly ascend to the sky, almost hitting Duo and Sheikah. Before Duo's eyes, the truth becomes unmistakable. This is the Soul Sect's secret magical arts. Suddenly, they spot a massive aircraft in the skies, under the control of a mysterious group of cultivators from the Soul Sect. In unison, they recite a chant that seals a demon, preventing it from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Just then, the leader of the Soul Sect cultivators orders his comrades to summon the sacrificial altar. The ground splits open, unveiling an ominous demon plant lurking beneath. With the combined power of the cultivators, a Sumatero flower comes to life. Upon spotting the flower, Duo recalls seeing it in a culinary book from the Immortal cultivation world, authored by Bai Luo Chun. She realizes that the Soul Sect cultivators are planning to summon something evil. Because of this, Duo urges Sheikah to merge their powers to destroy the flower. Sheikah agrees, but before they can act, a pair of demon puppets soar into the sky to attack them. As the demon puppets rain attacks on Duo and Sheikah, the leader of the Soul Sect is amused that some random rats got mixed into his plans. Meanwhile, the demon puppets persist in their attack, so Duo instructs Sheikah to make the puppets explode, using the mystical arts. Out of nowhere, Sheikah unleashes an 8 gates divination attack, completely annihilating the demon puppets. Duo praises Sheikah for mastering this powerful skill. However, she quickly warns Sheikah that they should brace themselves for potential challenges ahead. In response, Sheikah expresses confidence, affirming that as long as she has Duo by her side, they can overcome anything. Okay, lesbians. Meanwhile, a battleship hovers nearby, bearing witness to the GU's people's destruction of Shaja. On board are David, Yazi, and Ziling. David can't help but seethe with anger towards the Empire, feeling betrayed by the numerous secrets they've kept from their citizens. They were unaware that the mines were actually supplying energy to the demon puppets. Meanwhile, Yazi updates Lucy that there's still no news about Bai Luo Chun and Wei La. Lucy becomes increasingly worried upon hearing this news, and her distress deepens as she realizes how much her father has concealed from her. All this time, she believed that mining the Abyss magic crystals was meant to address the energy crisis and improve the lives of the commoners, but it was all an act. Just then, someone approaches Lucy, and it's no other than Ziling, asking if the lady is satisfied with the power of the demon puppets. Ziling shares that since the demon puppets joined the battle, the city of Shaja was easily destroyed. 2 of the infamous angels are left to resist, and now, victory is within their grasp. With a nonchalant expression, Lucy asks Ziling if she's the person in charge. The latter confirms, adding that she created the demon puppets herself. Knowing that Wilton Manor is the main source of funds behind the demon puppet plan, Ziling ensures that she performs well in front of the financial banker. She then attempts to shake hands with Lucy, introducing herself as senior researcher, Rococo. Lucy extends her hand, saying that she'll be sure to remember Rococo, the creator of the massacre robots. Girl, shade. Ziling doesn't know what the lady is implying, but she remains calm. although Lucy is strongly gripping her hand. Just be thankful it's your hand, and not your neck. Meanwhile, a strong force descends from the sky, narrowly missing the Soul Sect and their battleship. In the battleground, Duo continues her relentless struggle against a demon puppet. By sheer coincidence, the powerful force lands directly on the puppet, sparing Duo from additional work. Despite her immediate relief, she remains vigilant and wary.